Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Friday edition of High on Politics. Hope you guys are doing well. Took the day off yesterday for a little R&R, and I'm feeling pretty good. So hope you guys are ready to cover some news that was missed. The big one is, if you guys haven't seen it, the stock market it's happening, guys. I think that the AI apocalypse. I'm not trying to be a little doomer here, but I think it's upon us. It's hitting. So if you guys are tied up in that in any way, shape, or form, I would consider checking into that. I don't know. I tend not to play into that stuff, but hey, it's happening. So hell yeah, the time has come. Honestly, the correction kind of needed to happen. Like, it was getting a little ridiculous. I just realized that my chat is on, but hey, look at that. Oh, hey, something reset. Okay, cool. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna have to go through my settings, unless you guys kind of like this bare bones look, but honestly, I hate it because I can barely see it. Ah, crap, I'm gonna have to get to that. Well, whatever. We'll get to that later. How you guys doing? So yesterday I had a pretty decent mental health day, and I'm feeling pretty good. You know what? I'm feeling good about stuff. So, oh hey, Vertical has chat on. Yeah. For that could be good. That could be bad. I don't know yet. We'll see. We shall see. I can see it a little bit better. But how the heck is Pep Talks? You know what? I'm good. Thank you. Thank you for asking. I am doing much better. Wednesday was definitely it was a lot. If you guys couldn't tell, it was definitely a lot. I'm glad I'm here to support the LGBTQ channel. Trying to insult me with that one? It's not but it's I guess I'm a supporter. So whatever, adjacent. Do these people understand what just a straight ally is? I don't think you get it. Also, I'm very I don't think you understand what it is to be very comfortable in your sexuality and also just accept everybody for who they love and whatever they go. Honestly, I don't kink shame unless you're, hurting people. Then that's again, if it's part of the kink, I guess I can't really, as I said, I try not to shame, but if you're involuntarily hurting people and it's not consensual, then fuck you. There we go. There's a good rule. But I generally just do not care. I don't have the time in my day to give a shit about what anybody else does in their bedroom with their partner. I do not care. I wish more people could be like that because I think that that's pretty normal. So yeah, you're sounding reinvigorated, Pep, just in time for the weekend. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. The weekend. Yeah, it's here, and it's like Memorial Day or something like that, I guess. All political argument stuff aside, I hope your wife is doing good. William Cunningham, I haven't seen you in a minute. How you doing? Thanks. I do appreciate that. Yeah, she's going through it. She had a pretty rough few days just in general. It's not easy because we got the surgery coming up, and it's just you get a little it hits the nerves, but as I said, I do appreciate the well wishes. I always appreciate the well wishes, guys. Even when you say thoughts, prayers, all that stuff, I consider it good vibes. So but thank you for also noticing. Yes, I am reinvigorated. I was also able to get a workout in for the first time in a while, so that kind of helped. Yeah, trying to not be such a paunchy pep over here. Even though, we love we always appreciate a good paunch, right? Right? We've established this, but realistically, I gotta get a little bit better about that. Anyway, getting jacked, Ark. Yes, that's it. Yes, I'm gonna get jacked. Nah, I'd like to fit in my sweater, so I gotta stay nice and, at least lanky. God. Okay, so here, we're just gonna go into it today because it is a lot. Like, we have a lot to get to. If I can get this to work again. For some reason, every time that I want to go into like my view mode, I have to like feel like I have to pass a test or something. Like, this is ridiculous. Yeah, I've got a 40-year-old tum-tum now. Yeah, 40-year-old tum-tum's not fun. I'll just say that much. You gotta take care of the tum-tum. It's important. Although, I don't know. I'm not the one to really talk because I like me some spice. You know what I'm saying? I love spicy food, so what up, Nate? How you doing? Also, welcome over on Twitch. Yeah, you know what? I'm all over the place today. If you guys haven't already followed on Twitch, please do. I would highly recommend it if you guys enjoy this show and want to continue to watch it, just in case anything ever were to happen. Just because, yeah, I know too many YouTubers that are going through it right now, so it kind of is it's kind of scary out there, So I'm gonna be a little more careful. I'm gonna be buttoning it up a little bit, not saying not being as free with my thoughts. Can you please sing what? Lucid Dreams? I don't. Uh-oh. You're spamming it, so it must be something ridiculous. Suit pep era? One of these days. One of these days I'll come down here and I'll be wearing a suit. I don't know. It might even be for no reason. Yeah, you know what? Now that I think about it, because I am, I'm cutting a little bit of weight. I got to that point where I was floating at like 180, and I like to be at like 175, 170. 170 is like my target. I like to just kind of stay there. It's where I know I comfortably fit in my suits and everything else. A guitar streamer I watch went up from 300 plus average viewers to like 50 yesterday. YouTube is up to something again. Yeah, no, I've noticed it. Because I had 15K last week at one point, and then, yeah, whatever. You know what? I'm trying not to care as much. Like, I have to admit my faults on this one. I did start caring. I started looking into it, and I think that you probably even noticed that it was starting to get to me a little bit. You know what? Let's get the show out there. You guys can like and sub and share. But realistically, it is what it is. I got you guys, and that's what I'm happy with. You know how it is? Is YouTube censoring creators again? Yes. Animate Symphony. Like your name. Yep. They are going around hitting all sorts of creators too. It's not just politics. That's what's scaring the crap out of me. So I know another creator that like does VTuber stuff, like gaming. They hit them. That should tell you everything. Like, there's something going on out there. So, but from my understanding, GNN, who is also technically, I guess, a VTuber and a political streamer, got hit with the same thing. That's how I know it's like, yeah, well, this wasn't just political. This whole, like, it has to be, like, you have to label it as inauthentic content or something like that, where it's just like, but it's not AI. Like, listen, I'm going to assume that he's not using AI. It sounds like he doesn't. But if I'm wrong, that's where I'm going to save my ass here. It just sucks. You should be able to watch your favorite VTubers. I mean, all the AI slop that they allow on there anyway. And then we already went through this. The fact that they're going after channels, like smaller channels like mine and other people's, for pretty innocuous stuff. They are allowing some pretty dangerous shit out there. Like, I'm glad that we covered that last week, where there were a bunch of those like scammy channels out there that were just, you know, had live streams that weren't live, that were trying to you know, bring people, well, kids, to bring kid viewers into there, which, that's insane. Honestly, the fact that like they allow that shit, the fact that Mr. Beast has been allowed to skate the 4 kids rule, just because they make enough money off him, it is ridiculous. Like, hey, Adjuste, is that what it is? Aduste, there we go. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. First time chatter, always appreciate that. Thank you for being here. If it is your first time here, I'm Pep. It's nice to meet y'all. I hope you guys enjoy the show. If you guys do like enjoy talking about politics in a pretty chill environment, this is for you. Like, that's what I'm trying to cultivate here. There's definitely not enough spaces out there that really cultivate good conversation with just a whole bunch of, you know, good people. And I'm curious, man. Trump seems to be to back China now. I mean, China against Taiwan. We'll see. I mean, it's the markets are definitely adjusting to some of the stuff that they thought was going to happen. Like, man, you want to talk about that? It is kind of funny to watch that happen, where it's just like, hey, oh, they thought this was going to go so different. Here, let's get this chat adjusted. Funny enough, there we go, and that's fixed. Also, here. What the hell? Here, give me a second here, guys. There we go. What happened in our markets? Oh, $1 trillion was gone, and Bitcoin seems to be on the verge of crashing it, along with a bunch of AI companies. Here, let me read this to you. Guys can't see it all that well. My bad. Warning! Something extremely bad just happened. The U.S. market just lost over $1 trillion in one day. Actually, it was 5 minutes. But the worst things are happening with chip and AI companies, which we've already been expecting the AI bubble to burst. This is going to make that more inevitable. Trump came to China with 30 CEOs and top world companies. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang was one of them. NVIDIA made a move that erased enormous amounts of market capitalization. During the summit, Trump gave the green light for exports of NVIDIA H200 chips to 10 Chinese companies. That's great. You know, those same... Oh, my God. Dude, spike in the frickin' just your average consumer computer market. Yeah, sorry. I'll lament that a little bit. NVIDIA shares and NASDAQ surged to all-time highs. We were expecting this, right? Oh, but that's the thing. Anytime that you see these all-time highs, just remember how quickly they're dropping, and it's like we're sacrificing long-term stability of the market for just these moments where it's so Trump can go like, look, all-time highs, 50,000, the Dow's at 50,000, blah blah blah. Investors were pricing the deal of the century. The reason is simple: the Chinese market is reopening for America AI hardware. But today at market open, a real bloodbath began. After the summit, Trump told the press that he only discussed general AI guardrails with Xi Jinping. No major chip contracts were actually signed. Moreover, Beijing officially took a hard stance on import substitution, de facto blocking purchases from NVIDIA in favor of developing its own domestic capabilities. Today at market open, a huge capital overflow hit the market. Overheated expectations collapsed. This triggered a massive wipeout in the tech sector capitalization. Man, excuse me. These kinds of geopolitical swings always benefit those who know the insiders. Yeah, it's almost like these 30 people were the ones that actually made money. Weird. The general outcomes of negotiations before official statements are released. Large funds and politically connected structures could have shorted the market at the absolute top. No shit. Again, like, oh my God. Because they knew China would reject the deal. Trump Really. Trump created the illusion of concessions. Yeah, permission to sell chips. So he was lying. Created illusions is just a new fancy term for lying. Don't let that one hit. To show the American electorate that he tried to negotiate. I tried my best. I wanted to make a deal. No deal. As a result, political points were scored and the market obediently moved up and down, redistributing billions of dollars from the pockets of ordinary investors into the pockets of large funds and insiders. It's a pump and dump. I will keep you updated on everything here. When I rotate money, I will post my moves here so my followers can save their money. Well, this is not. I do not give any financial advice, so that is whoever this guy is. All right, then we got another update. S&P 500 repeating .com crash scenario. Just look at this chart. We are perfectly repeating the 2000 .com bubble fractal. The top 10 stocks are now control 40% of the entire index. Concentration has already exceeded the .com peak when the top 10 were held by 27%. In the last 28 session rally, just 10 stocks drove 69% of the gains. Retail investors funneled $700 billion into equities since January, 5 times faster than during the .com era. Jesus. .com bubble. Buyers chasing semiconductor stocks are already planning their exit at the first sign of slowing momentum. Okay, so that explains why they wanted out so quickly. And that's exactly how even the strongest rallies collapse. The .com NASDAQ fell 78% and took 15 years to recover its high. The AI bubble has better fundamentals, but better fundamentals didn't save anyone in the 2000s either. Do you really think 700 billion of anxious retail money holds when momentum stalls? Save this. Come back in 18 months. And then, here you go. Here's the actual bloodbath that happened today. You see anything looking too great there? Yeah. Yeah, and they sold all their Bitcoin too. Oh, jeez. Line go down, is that bad? I think so. I do think so. Anna, thank you for that. It's father. Man. Just like, get it right. No homo. That tells me right there that you are over the age of 35. Because, yeah. Did that one catch on with Gen Z? I'm not sure. I don't think it did. All right. So here's a quick summary of some of what is going on in the economy here. I'm actually going to speed this one up. I'm not going to watch the whole thing.
So something that everybody feels in their own personal life, but is not yet being reflected, at least when it comes to the market, is that the economy is currently in total freefall. Everybody knows it. Everybody feels it. You see people pinching their pennies. I mean, we just discussed the other day about how there was a warning basically from Costco that, hey man, we have an economic indicator here which is pretty fucking accurate, and in good times people buy beef. Well, when times get a little tougher, they downgrade to chicken because it's less expensive. And
canned meats.
This time is so bad. It's gone from beef to chicken to tuna is now replacing chicken.
Yeah, canned meats.
So people are desperate to save money, and this is what they're going for. And this also was an indicator right before the tech bubble burst with that economic downturn, and it was an indicator, of course, right before the subprime mortgage crisis and the Great Recession. So that's one of the red alerts, the blinking emergency lights that's going off here that's like, hey man, look out. Let me also show you this. ABC News says U.S. household debt, including mortgages, credit cards, and auto loans and student loans, reached an all-time high of 18.8
How do you feel when people say America empire is in decline? I'm here to watch
trillion in the first 3 months of the year, according to new data released on Tuesday from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York.
I'm not an imperialist, and I'm not an American exceptionalist.
That is terrifying.
I like it when my country does well, and I like it when, I'm not suffering and people around me are not suffering.
So household debt, mortgage debt, credit card, auto loan, and student loan, that's all these different kinds of debt. All of them are peaking. It's peaking. 18.8 trillion. So wages are not keeping up with inflation. Inflation's going up. Unemployment's going up. People are living more and more off credit. They won't have the ability to pay back the credit, right? Or to pay back the companies, right? At some point, this shit all goes belly up, right? All right, how about this one? Trump's disapproval rating on the economy has hit a whopping 70% in the new CNN poll. It never even reached 50% in his first term, more than 20 points higher than where he was at his worst in his first term. 70% disapproval. I'm seeing numbers I never in my wildest imagination thought were possible. You know, like 22% approval on inflation and shit like that. Like 22%. That means even 10% of the people in the cult are going, nah, dog, I'm not doing okay with my wallet. Like, times are fucking rough here. I still love Trump, but times are fucking rough here. That's crazy, dog. Trump has a 32% approval rating, but 22% approval of what's going on in this country with inflation. New CNN poll, 75% say Iran war has made their financial situation worse. 65% say the same of tariffs. 26% approve of Trump's handling of inflation. Dems lead the generic ballot 45 to 42. And by the way, it's probably the Dems are only leading by a little bit, probably because of all the fucking gerrymandering and the throwing out of the Voting Rights Act that have made Republicans more competitive without them actually doing anything positive. They needed to strip away rights in order to get there. All right, CNN poll. How have Trump's policies affected the local cost of living? Increased it 77%. Decreased it 8%. How have Trump's policies affected economic conditions? Worsened it 65%. Improved it just 22%. Not good, y'all. Price increases over the last 5 years, guys. In just a brief 5-year period. New cars are up 20%. Groceries are up 26%. Family health insurance up 27%. Shelter up 29%. Restaurants up 30%. Home prices up 37%. Electricity up 39%. Dozen eggs up 39%. Gas utilities up 42%. Gasoline up 42%. Transportation up 43%. Auto insurance up 58%. Fuel oil up 63%. Ground beef up 68%. Coffee up 105%, bro. 105%. Now, as all that's going on, I gotta show
I'm feeling that one.
you this. $1.2 trillion for this dumb fucking Golden Dome missile defense system. The initial estimate was $175 billion.
Everything, every single thing that he has put into the budget is way over budget. And this is the same asshole that was talking about these federal projects. You know, Jerome Powell, we got to look into his fraud because he's out there and they're spending billions of dollars on these federal projects. I could have saved them a whole lot of money.
Madness. No one wants this. President Donald Trump's plan to put weapons in space, pitched as the Golden Dome for America missile defense program, is estimated to cost $1.2 trillion over a 20-year period, according to a new analysis from the Congressional Budget Office, a far heftier sum than the initial $175 billion price tag he gave last year. The nonpartisan CBO report published Tuesday is described as an analysis that reflects one illustrative approach rather than an estimate of a specific administration proposal. $1.2 trillion for something that is literally nothing but a con. It's a slush fund. They're just looting the treasury right in front of our eyes. That's what this is, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, there's going to be a golden dome that can protect us no matter what. The fucking Iron Dome in Israel, as soon as it faced a real enemy in Iran, the Iron Dome was fucking barbecue chicken. The Iron Dome didn't work. Y'all motherfuckers haven't even perfected the Iron Dome, and now you're trying to build a golden dome? No, this is all, it's literally just highway robbery. Yeah. It is the military-industrial complex. It is Raytheon and Boeing and all these companies. It is them and their CEOs, the Epstein class, running out the back door with all of our tax money while providing us protection with the Golden Dome.
Thanks for watching the Secular Talk video. I missed this one today.
I mean,
nice.
The whole thing is a scam.
Happy to help.
It's a criminal scam, just like everything else.
This one kind of fit within my the whole segment for the economy. So,
you know what else is a scam? Trump wants $1.5 trillion to go to the military budget. $1.5 trillion. This at the same time, the Pentagon has failed 8 audits in a row. Yeah. They can't account for 63% of their fucking money. So where's that going?
No, but let's be real. It's the bigger problem is the fact that they keep playing us where they're just like, oh, well, we can't help with social programs or any of this, but we're also going to commit, to where you guys are going to be dealing with the deficit for the next 20 to 30 years.
We know
good luck.
Where that's going. It's fucking graft. It's corruption.
And then on top of it, as farms close, this motherfucker was out there giving China the green light to come and buy that land. Like, it's almost like it was planned.
It's being stolen. That's what's happening.
It's almost like he's not America first.
And so, stop and think about it. Trump has literally said, we can't afford to do daycare. We can't afford childcare. We can't afford daycare. We can't afford paid vacation time. We can't afford any of this stuff because we're at war. But you have $1.5 trillion for a Pentagon, which loses 63% of it. You have $1.2 trillion for a massive con where the military-industrial complex loots the treasury, but you can't do daycare, you can't do childcare, you can't do healthcare, you kicked 18 million people off Medicaid. People are going to fucking revolt. And that's what we're looking at here. People are going to revolt. The economy is falling apart. It's in total free fall right in front of our eyes, and everybody knows it. And instead of addressing it, instead of acknowledging it's real and addressing it to help the people, what are you doing? Giving more and more money to the Epstein class, giving more and more money to the military-industrial complex, spitting in our eye, telling us, Trump literally said, I don't care about the American people's financial situation. I don't think about that. I don't care. He said it. Well, we're going to fucking make you care because the people are going to speak. And when they speak, it's going to be fucking loud.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop. And watch that video on screen right now.
Watching the whole video. So, excuse me. Holy crap. Please tell me this isn't turning into the real hiccups. Come on, copy. There we go. Then, if you guys don't already follow Kyle, which I'd be shocked, literally shocked, if you guys are in my audience and enjoy this type of content and you don't follow him, that would be very, very crazy. Right. Okay, this is hilarious. Cars for Kids. Now, this kind of plays into like that whole California fraud thing, but for some reason, Nick Shirley didn't bring this one up. So, hey, what up, Ken? Have a good one. Oh, you taking off already? Damn. Well, thank you for popping in. I do appreciate that.
Back to Mike Rogers. Mike, a judge has ruled Cars for Kids can't keep using their ads.
Yeah, not in California.
Yes! Big W for all of us. We don't ever have to hear that. 1877.
We've got the judge's ruling right here.
One more time, and you're going to have it from me. There.
And it all stems from what they're doing with the money after you donate a car to them. Now, this all stems from a case where a man in Orange County donated a 2001 Volvo to the organization. He got $250 for it, and he said, according to the judge, he thought that money was going to go to underprivileged kids here in California. He says he thought that because of the ad.
It's quick and easy. You'll get a vacation voucher and maximum tax deduction. 187.
Donate your car today. God damn it.
Yeah, because kids are our future is what the text on the bottom of.
We've all been there. We've all been in the same exact moment where you're dropping off your kids at school, or you're taking out the trash, you're doing something completely just, innocuous everyday bullshit, and then all of a sudden you just God damn it.
Of the ad says, but he was shocked to find out that the money doesn't go to kids in California at all. Instead, goes to Cars for Kids' sister foundation, URA, which is a Jewish organization based in New Jersey that actually benefits teenagers. Now, this case went to court in Orange County. The judge ruled that ultimately Cars for Kids is using misleading practices in advertising here in the state of California, which violates state law. I want to show you some of the testimony that was given in court, and this was in the judge's ruling. The COO testified that the organization's primary purpose is not to help economically disadvantaged children. The COO in court went on to say programs include matchmaking for young adults and gap year trips to Israel for 17 and and 18-year-olds. That's where the majority of the funding is going. And then also admitted that Cars for Kids operates no functional programs in California, except for a backpack giveaway that they admitted is also for marketing purposes and branding purposes.
My God, dude. Cars for Kids. Oh, all right. You know what? I'm happy I've never donated anything to them.
I'll show you the response.
Now, all right. Can we look into Shriners now?
Response from Cars for Kids. Cars for Kids says,
what the fuck, right?
Believe that.
Yeah, this is bad. This is bad.
Decision is deeply flawed, ignores the facts, and misapplies the law. It's well known that we are a Jewish organization, and our website makes it abundantly clear. Take a look and judge for yourself. Then they gave us the link to their website. Their statement goes on to say, we believe this case was nothing more than a lawyer-driven attempt to siphon off charitable funds for their own gain.
This was so egregious.
We expect to win on appeal because the law and the facts are clearly on our side. I want to point something out about their first part of the statement that the judge directly addresses here. You saw in their statement, look for yourself, go to carsforkids.org. But the judge says people that hear this ad on the radio or TV shouldn't have to go to the website to understand exactly where the funds are going. The judge says the ads do not make it clear that this is an organization benefiting Jewish children in New Jersey. And in fact, none of the funds, or a very small amount of the funds, are actually benefiting kids here in California. Now, as you heard from Cars for Kids, they plan to appeal, but this is a long-standing issue. And in fact, this issue has already been taken up in other states as well, and judges in other states have ruled in similar manner. So we'll see how they do on appeal. But for now, Cars for Kids commercials that we've all known for decades, no longer allowed to be played in California.
Very eye-opening for sure, right?
All right, Mike, thank you.
Yeah, Mike, thank you. Thank you. Oh, that's very eye-opening, Mike. Thank you. Oh, sorry, that was kind of funny. We're gonna be going through the whole Chud the Builder thing. I will talk about it. I just anybody else have a pit in your stomach anytime you think about it, where you're just like, and this guy also made 100+ K on his GoFundMe from a whole bunch of idiots. Like, dude, honestly, this is the shit that gets me a little bit like depressed, where I do actually kind of have like moments where I hate everything, and this is what really contributes to it. Guess I'm the only one that hasn't had to have that ad in your ear. I mean, it's everywhere. I mean, you could be in the grocery store and it plays. Like, that's the thing. Like, everybody knows Cars for Kids. If you live in America, if you've not even lived in America, if you have been to America for more than, like, I don't know, let's give it a week. I'll say a week. You've heard the Cars for Kids, or you've seen their marketing somewhere. Kids are 17 and 18. I thought kids were 4 to 12-ish with babies and teens making up the rest of it, 0 to 18 years old. This is my first time hearing of Cars for Kids. What? Wait a minute. I thought this is something that I thought we all had. Wait, really? Oh, here we go. Put this up here. I'm kind of shocked at that, guys. I thought that that was something that was like played all around the country. That's kind of crazy. I'm learning something here in real time. All right. I'm also trying to fix something in real time. Illinois gas prices. So yeah, dude, we had like a ridiculous increase in gas prices. I know that like in my area, they were hovering right around like 480 something, and then all of a sudden it was over 520. So yeah, let's get the details on that. Also, I did have an experience at the gas station the other day, where usually the guy, like this guy behind the counter, I thought he was MAGA, so I've always kind of like tiptoed around, you know, even saying like, fucking Trump, huh? He did it because I had that moment where he asked me about rewards, and I was just like, oh yeah, dude, I have to use rewards in this economy. And then he just went, yeah, thanks, Trump. And I had this moment of like pure joy where I was just like, oh, you're cool. Yeah, sweet. And like I kind of was just I did have that moment where I was like, yeah, nice. Fuck yeah, and fuck Trump. Like, fuck this shit and anybody that voted for him. It is so dumb. Did you do I should have done the Trump voice. No, I did not. I did tell him that it's like, yeah, I spent a lot of time following this stuff, so Pep with the W. Yeah, dude, that was a good one. All right, so high gas prices in Illinois.
Well, right when it felt like prices...
By the way, this is Fox 32.
At the pump couldn't go higher, they jump up again. Gas in Illinois is up 70 cents from last week. Brian Jackson's been tracking what's going on.
If it feels like filling up your gas tank here in Chicago is a painful experience, it's only getting worse. Right now, Illinois drivers are paying some of the highest gas prices in the entire country. Over the entire state of Illinois, you're looking at above $5 a gallon. Here at this River North BP behind me, you're at $5.29 a gallon. I'm right on the corner of Wells in Chicago. A lot of the drivers I've spoken with this morning say that they've had to cut back on maybe not buying as many groceries, not making as many extra trips in their cars, as well as not going out to eat, all in an effort to try.
Oh yeah, restaurants are fucking seeing a major hit from this shit.
Save a couple of dollars while everybody's still dealing with these high gas prices. You've got this big F-150 behind you. How much more would you say it's costing you to fill up your tank to maybe this time a couple months ago?
About $60.
That's not a small number.
It's a huge number.
So when you're talking about,
hey, Richard,
about $60 more in your tank,
welcome to the stream.
What else is that impacting as far as your budget?
My personal activities. I might want to go to dinner with my lady, or put it on other utilities or something like that, or lunch for work. It hurts your pockets. And when we could put that money toward food and other things, I think we need to get a handle on this, and the U.S. needs to figure this out.
Do you have any suggestions on how they should do that?
It should make me president.
There's been kind of a roller coaster.
I like that answer.
Ride. The first couple of weeks after the U.S. attacks on Iran, we saw a big surge. Then things cooled off. And now in the last 2 weeks, we've seen another big surge. So it's enough to, make you a little nauseous. It is very much a roller coaster ride. The good news, though, there is some of that, is that some of the refining issues that had caused prices to surge are cooling off.
Gas high AF. Yeah, it is.
Some of our neighboring states.
Wow, that accent.
like both Indiana and
mine's not that bad.
Kentucky have both temporarily paused their gas taxes to help the residents save a little bit at the pump. So far here in Illinois, though, Governor J.B. Pritzker has not chosen to do that.
He does need to.
Reporting.
He needs to. He needs to put a 90-day moratorium on the gas tax. He just has to. It's right now. It is such political fucking suicide to not just do it. It's a problem. All right, let's see. There we go. I think that works for the chat. Alrighty. Vermin Supreme. Wait, hantavirus expands as more patients are.
Here's the latest on the hantavirus situation. 3 more people just got admitted to a hospital in Kansas after being exposed. Officials say they'll be under observation for the next few weeks. Nearly 20 Americans are still.
I thought this was in Chicago. My bad, guys.
All right, let's talk gas prices. No surprise here. They're climbing again across the Chicago area. And a civil worker says rising diesel costs are now impacting both business and family budgets. NBC5's Christian Farr on the story for us. He's live at a gas station near Elston and Cicero.
They're not using it for sanctuary policies. You need to, I mean, honestly, if you want to be disingenuous with your framing on this shit, at least, like, try to have a little bit of educational value to it.
With more on the pain at the...
That's not where any of our, our gas tax monies go. Like, in Illinois, we actually have, like, a pretty clear-cut breakdown of where that money goes and how it's divvied out to the counties and for what projects.
Pump that's being felt by everyone. Christian?
And we also have a website that you can go and, like, run it back and, like, do your own checks on. Like, people are lazy. They don't want to do their own research. They would rather just have the little buzzy, like, buzz lines and just be like, blue cities, blue states have higher gas because they're blue. Not because of population density or anything like that, or, you know, that has nothing to do with it. Like, basic econ doesn't really fucking work with these people. I mean... Come on, let's be real.
A lot of pain at the pump in Chicago. Gas prices up 70 cents a gallon just in the past 4 weeks. Gas experts telling us that we've hit an all-time
Duke of NY 420. What up, man?
Record.
The Duke of NY.
When it comes
I
to
was actually trying to give you some props here. It's just like, oh shit, the Duke's here.
Diesel gas prices more than $6 a gallon.
Why research when you could spread a lie just as easily?
And it's those prices that are affecting Junior Lopez, who for the past 20 years has put cell towers on the top of buildings. I'm assuming you've seen gas prices go up, go down, go up, go down, but they're where now for you guys?
Well, they're pretty high now, yeah. We usually do diesel vehicles, so diesel skyrocketed now. It's at a point where it's twice as much as we used to pay when we started. We have to stop a couple more times for diesel when we're traveling far, rather than getting there with a full tank or half tank or whatever it is. But just timing for us, it chews up on the time as well.
Give it to me sort of in numbers, like maybe a year, 2 years ago, what you were paying versus what you're paying now.
I want to say 3-4 years ago, we're paying, what is it, like $3 a gallon, where it's at $6.75, $6.50 right now. And we travel outside of the state, all over the country, actually.
That's your work vehicle, and then so your family vehicle is now electric?
It is, yes. We switched to electric for the same reason.
It's Duke of Bread's all. Duke of Bread doesn't need an all.
I wasn't going to deal with the gas prices or diesel prices.
More than happy to have a conversation with him. Apparently he's just
gas and diesel. So.
Apparently I am a streamer that he just does not like, which...
It's better off.
In the business that you do, in the communication...
Deep cuts, by the way.
You can't necessarily pass that on to your customers. I'm assuming it's contracts that you...
So eventually, I guess they'll get it'll catch on to them.
I mean, it's going to catch up to everybody. This is kind of what's happening. That's why it spiked so high so quickly.
Junior Lopez and many others like him are looking for some relief, and that relief could come with the suspension of the federal gas tax, but that could be impacted by the price of oil. And a gas expert says that true relief might take months to achieve.
Yeah. Notice how they're still not blaming anybody on this, which is, it's so fucked up. Like, I gotta be real. I'm no Biden fan, but it is really crazy how they are fucking baby gloving fucking Trump here. It's insane.
Average gas prices up about
every fucking day. We had to hear how bad the economy was during the election. Like, come on, guys.
17 cents a gallon from a week ago. The average in Chicago now about $5.27 a gallon. This comes as we've seen quite a few refining issues over the last couple of weeks. The Chicago average up 69 cents a gallon in the last 4 weeks. Not only that, but we also have the Strait of Hormuz situation that's boosted the price of oil.
What about the question of the federal gas tax possibly being suspended if Congress decides to do that?
Yeah, the situation between the U.S. and Iran and the Strait of Hormuz being blocked is something that will actively push prices up the longer it continues to be blocked. And it may take a very long period of time, potentially into 2027, to see a full return to pre-war prices. It's also been floated, President Trump mentioning the federal gas tax, the suspension of which would have to be done by Congress. The president does not have the power to implement this on his own. The biggest question is, well, when would this become effective? In theory, it would reduce gas prices by close to 18 cents a gallon. If the strait reopens, it likely would start to push prices lower within a matter of a few days. But it may take beyond 6 to 12 months for gas prices to go back to their pre-war level.
Mm-hmm. Which that shit happens, then again, everybody's got a short memory.
And of course, that pre-war level could be 2027. Patrick says the good news is in Indiana, if you live in Northwest Indiana, you could actually have gas prices under $4 because they have suspended some taxes there. Wisconsin, also another state that borders Illinois, 40 to 60 cents lower there. So if you're in that state, you may want to gas up there. For now, Chicago, Illinois remains high. Reporting live here on the north side. Christian for NBC 5 News, Allison and Steph.
Yeah, but the thing that you're also, like, again, the way that they just reported that, it's only for fucking, like, I think 30 days is the first one with Indiana.
And back to you in the studio.
And, like, the max they can do it is 90 days.
Here's the latest on.
Right now, President Trump is on his way back, as you know, from a critical summit with Chinese President Xi. He is on Air Force One, making his way back to the United States. Speaking this morning on Air Force One, he made some eyebrow-raising statements, including a non-commitment on Taiwan arms sales that Congress has already approved to the tune of about $14 billion. He also talked about the Strait of Hormuz. How do you, the American people, feel about the president's handling of all these huge, important issues? And that is where
dude, his fucking confidence is shot through the roof.
CNN chief,
he loves his job.
Data analyst Harry Enton comes in. So just where is Donald Trump right now in the minds of Americans?
You know, we've had all of these big events.
I have to find his hot mic
that
moment.
have been going on, and sometimes
so
I think it's worth taking the 35,000 point view, right? That viewpoint from up in the sky, and we could just see it is you could see it here. You know, this is the aggregate of my aggregate of polling data that, you know, you're looking at here. And it's just a steady climb downward into the Red Sea because Trump's net approval rating hits a new low. You could see it right here, 20 points underwater. And what you just see on your screen right here is it's been a steady climb downward. You know, you go back to January of 2025. At the beginning it was +6, then -6 by May 2025, -9, -14, -15.
It's 20. Holy shit.
But over the last few months, as the Iran war has taken shape, as those gas prices have jumped through the roof, Trump has hit a new low. He's at -20 points, which is the lowest point of his second term.
So you talk about this being an aggregate, so the average of what's happening. What about individual polling? What did you see?
Yeah, okay, so this is the average of polling. But I was just thinking, hey, have there been any polls recently in which Trump has not had a negative net approval rating like he does in the aggregate of polling? And you go back in time, because this really just sort of takes the cakes. Trump's negative net approval rating, every poll since March 29, 2025, that is over a year ago. You can't find a single poll in which he has anything but a net negative approval rating. That is 413 days in a row. That is more than 365. It is more than a year. Trump has been underwater, not just in the aggregate, but every single poll.
There is one thing that people have noticed, and this happens sort of not as much in his last administration, that he's done a lot of things, from tariffs to the war in Iran. It's not like necessarily things people like, but there have been a lot of moves made by this president. Hasn't that helped him at all, or it has
Jesus Christ. Wow.
actually done the opposite?
Wow. Like, dude, it is weird watching them do this. Like, oh, but you have to say something nice about him. Otherwise, he'll sue us. Don't let him sue us. Say something nice. Otherwise, he's going to be mad.
Exactly right. It's done the exact opposite, because you see this every single poll for over a year.
Could you imagine them doing that with Biden? Dude, seriously.
413 days. And you go to yourself, you know what the most
I hate this shit.
important thing is when it comes to presidential politics? Pretty much all the time. It's the economy, Smarty, right over there. And you just look right at this and you say, the net effect on your personal finances. The best of the group is the tax law, right? That's 16 points underwater. How about tariffs? 49 points underwater. How about the Iran war? That effect on your finances? 67 points underwater. No wonder Trump is underwater in every single poll. No wonder he's hitting new lows in the aggregate. Because when it comes to the economy, the reason he won a second term, all of the signature pieces of either legislation or events, he is underwater by a ton. I mean, 67 points underwater. Whoosh.
Yeah, that's because
Whoosh indeed.
people are paying $4.50 plus a gallon average.
I don't know. I'm getting done with the 6-7 thing. Can we, like, the kids are, like, they already fucking think it's cringe as shit. Can we just, I don't know.
Part of it.
It was funny for the South Park bits, but now I'm just like, I don't care.
Gas prices are killing our budgets. The national average for gas has risen to $4.52 a gallon. That is $1.33 higher than it was last year at this time. You aren't the only one that's frustrated, it turns out, and worried. Gas station owners say they, too, are struggling with this. Joining me now is Chris Bambury, a gas station owner in Sonoma Valley, California. His family has been selling gas in the valley for more than 100
Now I want to ask, who'd they vote for?
Years. Pretty incredible. That is a very long time. So I got to ask you first, what are you charging for regular unleaded in California right now?
Oh, we're about $6.40 a gallon for regular unleaded.
Whew. All right. Your family has been in the gas business for more than 100 years.
What image? Speedway? That's the only image I saw. Yeah, I didn't see anything pop up.
That means that you were around your family was around during the gas shortages of.
What'd you guys see? Wait, what was it?
The Carter years. Give me a sense of what this gas spike now looks like for you. What it means.
Right before they cut to the guy? Okay, hold on. Where are we at? 28. Okay, here we go.
You are struggling with this. Joining.
Oh, the Charlie Chaplin. Huh. Yeah, what is with that?
Me now is Chris Bambury, a gas station owner in Sonoma Valley, California. It
was a Getty image thing.
The most volatile we've ever seen. So my father lived through that definitely, and was operating during the Carter years and the long lines and running out of product and a lot of challenges then. But this has been so volatile with the up and down. You really can't comprehend, where it's going to go. One day it's coming down, next day back up.
That's what I thought.
So most volatility we've ever seen.
I saw it too for a second, but then I was like, that's Charlie Chat. I think what they did is they actually reverse image searched for like gas prices and reactions, and they got that because somebody did that as a thumbnail.
In my lifetime in the industry.
Happens a lot.
That's saying something for a family that's been through this for 100 years, and you've been around for a bit, just watching all this happen. Look, as drivers, when we pull up to the gas station, we tend to look at the prices and blame y'all a little bit and say, like, what are these gas stations, like, what are they doing charging this money? Do you benefit at all from high gas prices?
No.
No, our industry fares worse, and we never like high gas prices. Customers really do not like the prices high. They come in, they're much more upset about where the market's at and how much it hurts their pocketbook. Our industry gets even more compressed, and
Them acting like the price of gas is unpredictable is literally dumb.
Competitive.
It only goes up, yeah.
When it's higher prices, just really for the customers.
Well, no, they're also playing into this fucking stupid way that the Republicans have been looking at it, where they're just like, but Biden had it at $5. It's like, yeah, now we're over that. The national average is about to hit that. Then what? Then what?
Looking around shopping and just it's much tougher.
It's still Biden. Dude, did you guys see the poll in South Carolina? Apparently something like 48% of the states still blame Biden for the gas prices. Some people just cannot be saved.
Industry to deal with when prices are high.
What are the margins like for you? Because you have to deal with the sort of the wholesale gas price and then pass some of that on to the consumer, obviously. What are the margins there for y'all?
Oh my God, it's the infantilization of the way that they break the news to us is insane, and it's getting worse. Are you guys noticing it? Like, I noticed it with that CBS thing from last week, where they're definitely like, okay, babies, well, here's what's going on, and this is why, but it's not Trump's fault.
They are definitely compressed. Like I said, when the market is high, it really
feels insulting.
We again see they're much more livable and fair margins when prices are low, but not faring well as at all during now with the current high prices.
Just quickly, first of all, I've always wanted to know the answer to this question, so now you're getting it. When you are going to get for gas, and there are two gas stations right across from each other on the corner, and one is 10 cents higher than the other, how is that decided? Is it the company that...
Because you also don't understand how to, that's usually not the case. One of them has a car wash incentive or a rewards incentive.
You're dealing with, whether it's Exxon...
Most people are dumb and they don't even see that.
...or BP, or is it something else?
No, everybody independently. We all set our own pricing as independent operators. You can choose to be more competitive, maybe choose to be higher priced slightly and offer more value, more services for your customers, like more staff. So it's all very, very dynamic and, really not at all anything as far as setting or doing any pricing together.
Okay, understood. I know you're going through it. A lot of people are. That $6.40 a gallon was hard to swallow. I think I just got hiccups from hearing that number, and I know it's making you nervous too. Chris Bambury, thank you.
Ooh, she's one of those ones that doesn't get the helicopter into CNN.
Thank you so much for coming on and walking us through all that, explaining it.
From the gas pump to the grocery store, higher prices are weighing on Americans' wallets.
I mean, finally, dude. I'm so angry that it took this long for them to kind of catch up to this. It's been, 2 months of this shit?
The grocery now is very scary because before with the $10, you could have your lunch, but now everything more expensive.
New data released this week showed for the first time in 3 years, Americans' paychecks
Shit's bad when the $5 biggie bag is now the $6 biggie bag.
no longer outpaced inflation. And
one of the best values in fast food, all of a sudden, not so great.
As for grocery prices, those rose more than 0.5% last month. That is the most grocery prices have increased over a 1-month period in nearly 4 years since August 2022. Joining us now is Stu Leonard Jr., CEO of Stu's Grocery Store. Stu, it's always great to have you on.
Oh, this jackass.
It's like a beautiful day where
I remember him when the prices were going down and he was during the election where he was just like, well, I hope they come down more. And President Trump really helps out.
You are. I want to start by asking you.
This guy sucks.
What you are personally seeing at your stores and what products are being hit the hardest.
Well, I think the gentleman you just had on says it all. You're just hearing from customers all the time, prices are up on grocery. Now, first of all, we get targeted a little bit. I mean, it's Stu Leonard's. It's like, you're the culprit or you're making extra money. We're not. Just as an example, in the morning, I got a phone call yesterday from our farmer down in Florida with all the tomatoes, watermelon. And he said, what, Stu, it's costing me $2,000 more.
Natch, I found out that recently half the people I interact with don't even know who the VP is. I was originally extremely shocked. This is why, guys, no joke. This is why I've been trying to make my program as palatable for those people to start getting involved. Because realistically, it is about getting more people involved in politics. And part of it is also kind of showing, like, guys, you know, politics can, I mean, even though the news sucks, it could be fun. You could be community based, and it could be a learning experience. Like, come on.
Tractor trailer from Florida up to your stores in New York, Connecticut, New Jersey. And then I go down on the store floor, and a customer comes up and says, I just filled my Suburban up. It was $50.
Yeah, that's the problem. You have a Suburban.
$50 more.
Do we need that much space?
Than it did cost.
Like in our fucking cars? No. Get a fucking minivan.
So what?
Also, the fact is, like, EVs, like, we could have had it. We could have had it all.
Oh, I do.
We had, like, dude, we had solar incentives. I'm actually considering it now, but I've been looking into, like, what I'd be on the hook for, and dude, the way that they sell it, they're just like, oh, you wouldn't have to pay for like a X amount of months, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay. And then what? And I looked at the bill. So theoretically, I would be paying, like, say my bill right now is at $124, like, average for my electricity, which I'm not even, like, that's about what we're at. It's so dumb. And we do not use that much electricity. So they're saying that, oh, we could bring it down to $80. And I'm like, okay, great. But then I look at the fact that I'd have to pay, like, some stupid rental fee that's about $40 per month. So I'm like, wait.
I can't raise prices over here, but then again, I got my farmers in Florida telling me their labor costs have gone up and the fuel prices have gone up. So we're stuck in the middle a little bit. What I've done basically is ask a farmer in Florida if I could split the difference with him, and he pays half of the freight and I pay the other half, and that's been working out so far.
We're just a week or so away, Stu, from Memorial Day weekend. What do you think this all might mean for families looking to celebrate the holiday with a backyard barbecue? Do you anticipate this continuing into the summer months as well?
Now, Wolf, you know what? With the barbecue coming up, you know what that's about? You're getting some hot dog and hamburger buns. You're going to have, of course, you got some great hamburgers. Okay, this is only about
buy ground beef and make your patties yourself. Do you understand you're paying like fucking $2-3 more just to have those shits made?
$4 or $5 a pound right now. But you know what? You know one way you can save money is here's like a ribeye steak. We just had our ranchers back from the Midwest, and this is what they wanted to eat. But this is,
I swear to God, the last time he was on talking about this shit, he brought up a steak
really
just like
expensive right here.
I hate this. Dude, ribeyes are it's the most overrated cut. Let's be real.
You know, so if you want to save money, go to the hamburger right there and do that. You also have hot dogs. And the other thing, Wolf, you mentioned you had some salmon last night. Check this guy out right here, okay? This is about $10 a pound. You know, how's that guy? Look at, he's my little
I hate this guy.
buddy there.
This guy sucks.
That's a 30-pound salmon, and you know, we'll cut it fresh, but that's about $10 a pound for fresh salmon. Beef is up in the $15 to $16 to $17 a pound. Chicken, I talked to
I mean, if they cut it, actually, I would buy that.
Jimmy Purdue from Purdue Farms yesterday. That's come down. He's noticing a spike in customers moving from the higher priced proteins like meat down to lower price like chicken. So he's seeing an increase in sales at Purdue Farms.
Yep.
Interesting. And, you know, you were mentioning earlier that the people who...
Isn't this crazy? This is how the poors live. Isn't it crazy? It's like being at the zoo.
Bring the food up to you, the truck drivers and
fucking ghouls.
So forth, and those companies are battling the higher gas prices, and so you're trying to help them out. But also, customers are also dealing with these rising gas prices, and that could be affecting their buying habits at the grocery store. How else is high fuel costs hitting your business? What are you hearing from customers?
Well, you know, fuel touches every part of food, even from fertilizer that's stuck over in the Strait of Hormuz right now. You know, I mean, that is coming over, you know, needs energy to get here. You look at the diesel that the farmers have to put into their tractors, and Right now, this is like
I love how they all get this, like when it's affecting them. Like I constantly say that.
time for a lot.
It's the biggest It's like that's the Republican like way of thinking.
Out of our beautiful.
Oh, it's affecting me now. Now I care.
East Coast fruits and vegetables right now. So, you know, you're seeing.
You blame Trump? Me too, Richard. Me too.
Fuel touch everything. That's a big
Hey,
driver.
Richard, have you subscribed to the channel yet? If you haven't, I'd really appreciate that. If you guys could also hit the like button or double tap the screen on your way in, I really also appreciate that.
My fingers are crossed.
Smaller YouTuber, so it goes a long way with me.
That we're going to work this fuel problem out.
Thank you. Appreciate the follow.
We're going to see fuel prices drop. When they do that, we'll see food prices drop, but not back to where they were, you know, just after COVID, because a lot of
Rebecca, I just saw you became a member again. Thank you.
labor costs have gone up.
It's already been a month.
You know, along the way also.
The salmon I had last night, Stu, was delicious, by the way.
Ah, dude, he's so old.
Stu Leonard.
It was the way like where he was just like, I was just finishing this wonderful, the wonderful second course of this 4-course meal, and then I had to go to the bathroom, and you know it takes me a minute to locate the bathroom, and also it takes me a minute to sit down and adjust my pants and blah blah blah. Like, dude, he's so old. Appreciate you. Thank you.
20 Australian dollars.
Oh,
Appreciate you. Smiling face emoji.
very kind of you. Also, here, I'll give the kitty a treat here in a moment. I want to show Harriet and going, Jesus Christ, on a hot mic.
Breaking just moments ago, a new brutal report on wholesale inflation. Way worse than expected. You can see that's the month-to-month increase at 1.4%. That was much more than was expected on an annualized basis. It's at 6%.
Jesus.
This
dude.
After
Harriet, the man.
Consumer inflation just surged to the highest level in 3 years, with us now seeing.
You don't get like a whole, like you don't get a lot of that authenticity in the news at all, but that one's hilarious. Jesus.
And chief data analyst Harry Etten. So we've been talking
Christ on a cracker
about inflation. We've been talking about the president's approval on it, which is not good. Our new poll shows that people are very unhappy with the economy,
like, you know,
with inflation, with his
stuff.
handling
I
of
forgot
inflation.
that I can't say that
on a
word.
historical perspective,
weird,
though,
man. Wait, is that still a thing over on Twitch?
How much?
I mean, I'm not referring to anybody that way.
Don't they like how he's handling?
Just got nervous like for a second there. I'm like, oh wait.
These are the ugliest numbers I have ever seen on inflation. And it's not just one poll, Johnny Berman. It's many polls. Just take a look here.
Dude,
President's net approval on inflation.
Trump is so fucked, like, as far as popularity. And then on, like, you have his sycophants that are going out there and they're like, but the numbers, because that's the only numbers, or the jobs numbers. That's the only one that he can, like, full on manipulate right now. Wait for it, though. He's going to try. He's going to try with his Fed chair and all that. But we'll see if that... Hey, author. Greetings from Russia. Your room has such a great vibe. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Also, greetings from Russia. How you doing? Do svidanya. That's like all the Russian I know, so don't even try. I'll just sit there nodding. Da. Ah. I'm a little bit better at Spanish. All right, let's get this. All right, this is a perfect summary of high gas prices handled by Republicans versus Democrats.
President Thing, we the American people are
extremely
concerned about the high price of gasoline. We need to know what your administration is going to do about it. I hear your concern.
Is that goodbye? Oh, what's hello then?
Concern in our top minds, along with our allies.
Oh shit, did I just say goodbye? Oh, my bad. I meant hello.
Allied nations are working on this. We're doing everything in our power to correct the market and fix these prices. We know that the brunt of this pain is on the working class and middle class families of this nation. We feel your pain, and I'm doing everything I can, and my administration is doing everything we can to lower the price of gas and make sure this never happens again. Fuck you. Again, I feel your pain. President Mann, we the American people
Got it. Thank you.
Are extremely concerned about the high price of gasoline. We need to know what your administration is going to do about it. What, are you going to cry about it? What? I'm sorry, but we're doing a war here. There's more important stuff going on. Grow a pair, make some more money, or get an electric car. I don't give a fuck. You sound confident, and I like that. Fuck off. Okay.
Okay. Fuck off. Okay. That is a perfect summary of what we are dealing with. And that's why I do think that the Democrats need to, like, I'm sorry, man. I'm not saying they got to trump it up, but they got to spice it up a bit. You know what I mean? They got to start using some no-no words and having a little passion, not always doing the over-explaining. Kind of have it where it's just like, we're going to try our fucking best, but you know what? You guys have fun. Like, honestly, this is what I want my next Democratic politician to be saying. My fellow Americans, honestly, I'm not here to bore you with all the ins and outs of everything. I'm going to just say that we're going to try and unfuck everything that the Republicans did because they really fucked it up. Also, can you maybe cut us some slack here? You know, can you look at the media and understand that, yeah, they kind of treat us a little bit differently. It's always under the microscope with us because we're not out there doing poop tweets. It's like, all right, if you guys actually want the poop tweets, fine. We will give you poop tweets. We will but that's where we will remind you what we're doing. Just make it boring poop tweets, but then also like summarize, like you could do a whole like update on the economy. It's just like Q2 is up by 7%, and this just in, I just had a massive butt nugget or whatever. Obviously, I shouldn't be running the account, so Dems have to, yeah, they have to have more Riz than more than Beto. Yeah, that it kind of worked. I'll say that much. Like Beto, he had the thing, but I'm done with Obama impressions. Like somebody said that recently about Josh Shapiro, excuse me. And I agree. I 100% agree. Where I'm just like, no, dude, stop doing Obama impressions. Stop doing the change. This is the change. Hope and change, but stop. My God. It worked with thirsty moms. Yeah. Browns are going to the Super Bowl. Oh, no. Sorry, that shouldn't make me laugh as much as it does, but yeah. Fucking shit. Browns are going to the Super Bowl. I'd give anything for one more Michael Brooks Obama impression. Oh, yeah, dude, exactly. And he would be nailing this. Actually, I kind of realized this, that, is his name Brian? I think the new producer. He gives off Brooks vibes. Like, he's got that sense of humor, and he actually, like, I heard him do an Obama impression, and I was like, oh, shit, that reminded me of Michael. All right, so here's a breakdown of what went on in China and how it was a big nothing, and like that's not good. Like we thought that we were going to get some investment and also get us some Chinese cars and sell our chips over there and all that.
The visit was filled with pageantry and kind words, but little tangible policy change in the relationship between the two superpowers. Key divisions remain, with China issuing a stark warning against further U.S. support of Taiwan. And the president did mention some wins from the trip, including new trade deals, but he gave little details about those deals. He was equally vague about any commitment from China with respect to Iran.
This has been an incredible visit. I think a lot of good has come of it. We've made some fantastic trade deals, great for both countries.
I love what so this is hilarious. He totally got a bigger, chair. He got, or something, like he did this weird optical illusion thing, which very Disney-esque, you know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, look at this, like the body language. It's just, he understands.
He's a man I respect greatly, become really a friend. We did discuss Iran. We feel very similar to Iran.
How come people never talk about how bad his posture is and how like he looks like such a beta bitch boy in comparison to most world leaders?
That to end. We don't want them to have a nuclear weapon. We want the straits open. We're closing it now. They closed it, then we closed it on top of them. But we want the straits open, and we want them to get it ended because it's a crazy thing. They're a little bit crazy.
Now, President Trump met with Xi Jinping for their final closed-doors discussion at the symbolic headquarters of China's ruling Communist Party. Xi told reporters he chose the historic venue to return the kindness from when Trump invited him to Mar-a-Lago back in 2017. A little tit for tat there. In the Truth Social post from...
I understand that you're kind of short on pandas. Why aren't the pandas fucking... You know what? I have some charisma techniques that I could teach your pandas.
Earlier in the day, President Trump attempted to clean up comments apparently made by Xi about the
this was
U.S. being a, quote, declining
So
nation.
long.
He was insisting that the leader was talking about Joe Biden's time in
I'm not
office.
sure if it's because I played that video game, but god damn it, every time I see that stupid logo now.
Not his. You can judge for yourself. Joining us live from Beijing is MS Now White House reporter Laura Barron-Lopez. Laura, the summit's over. It happened very fast. What wins, if any, did the U.S. get from the trip?
I've never seen her smile.
Sam, there were very...
And I'm not even trying to, like, make a fucking chauvinistic fucking observation on this. This one is just, like, legit. I have never seen her smile before, so that was like, oh.
Little deliverable items from this trip. And what did come of it were things that were expected. So the president said that he thinks that Xi Jinping has agreed to purchase some 200 Boeing planes. That's something that we expected heading into this. And then the other thing was that Jamieson Greer just told Bloomberg, that's the United States trade representative, that he expects some billions in purchases of agriculture products, including soybeans, to be made over the course of the next 3 years. That he
say
expects
hello
an
to
agreement
anybody.
to come out
Here.
soon between
Say
China
hello.
and the U.S. on that. But again, that was expected as well. There seems to be no kind of deal made on computer chips, despite the fact that the president brought NVIDIA's CEO along with him, along with a number of other CEOs. And they said that the meetings went well when they came out of them, but they didn't announce anything. So, and then when it comes to Iran of it all, there appears to be very little in agreement or tangible deliverables in terms of China actually helping the United States, ending that war, and helping the United States reopen the Strait of Hormuz, Sam.
Laura, there's this kind of underlying tension throughout all this, where the president's calling Xi Jinping a friend, but at the same time, or I should also note that on Fox News, he talked about China holding U.S. farmland and Chinese students being allowed into American universities and how important it is for the country. And then at the same time, you have people in the administration who are posturing as China hawks. What does that say about sort of the current state of the U.S.-China relationship?
Yeah, I think you're referring to Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who is, a well-known China hawk and has tried to maintain that throughout being a part of this administration. All while President Trump, coming here, was approaching China in a very different way than he did last year when he was launching this trade war with China, which of course ended in a truce towards the end of last year, and they've been trying to maintain that truce. But even
Yeah, but the fucking tariffs are still astronomical compared to where they were under Biden.
very different compared to the
That's something, again, the Democrats need to fucking play that game. They need to literally go, hey, these are the tariffs today. These were the tariffs under Biden. This is why everything is so much more expensive here. We haven't brought back any of the manufacturing that would make these products cheaper. So can we can this idea and maybe lower the tariffs so we, the consumers, can feel a little bit of relief?
President's first term, where the president's national
I know,
security strategy during
crazy.
the first term talked about China as a geopolitical foe, and that's the way that Marco Rubio kind of still talks about China. But again, you hear very different things from the president. He is constantly praising and fawning over Xi Jinping and calling him a friend and describing him in ways that he does not describe the United States' closest allies.
All right, Laura, stick with us for a little bit. The Iran war was on the top of mind throughout this week's summit in Beijing. President Trump relayed to Fox News yesterday what he and Xi Jinping discussed.
Am I one of the ones that thinks that having a good relationship with China is not a bad thing?
Comes to the conflict as well as the Strait of Hormuz and
what is this? What is this need to constantly just be like, no, they're definitely enemy
nuclear weapons?
Like, I mean,
China's support of
there's some things there, but not overall, right?
Iran. How big a discussion was that today?
We discussed it.
Making some pretty cool shit over there.
I mean, when you say support, they're not fighting a war with us or anything.
No.
He said he's not going to give military equipment. That's a big statement. He said that today. That's a big statement. He said that strongly. But at the same time, he said, they buy a lot of their oil there, and they'd like to keep doing that. He'd like to see Hormuz Strait opened. I said, well, we didn't stop it. They did it, and then we stopped them. It's sort of interesting. He joked. He said, it's sort of if they stopped it, then you stop them. But they'd like to see it opened. But they actually closed it. He didn't like the fact that they're charging tolls.
I don't know.
Do you think he'd use the term Kung Flu?
They are not. I don't know who would pay him.
Hey, Xi, I have what'd you think of my little banger that I had during the Kung Flu? It's great, right? It's great.
I mean, where do they put the money? The country's decimated. You know, they're charging tolls. Where's the money going? I don't think China wants Iran to have a nuclear weapon either. I said,
no, they came out and said they don't give a shit. And they kind of insinuated where it's like, well, why is that all of a sudden a problem when you're not doing the same with Israel?
just don't go crazy. You don't need them having a nuclear weapon either.
What did he say?
Well, he's not going to respond too much.
Dude, he's so full of shit. That's his hell. Well, he's not going to respond.
Pretty cool guy.
You know.
He's not going to say, oh, gee, that's a good point.
I think he might.
What's he going to do?
Well, I mean,
what a wonderful point.
You think he agreed?
Yeah, I think
that was the impression.
I don't think he wants him to. No, he would like to see.
I'm not sure if it's because like I had a very toxic narcissist in my life that talked a lot like him, but I just don't buy any of it.
But he's been good.
He has such, and the weird part is it's like a reverse, like of where like you'd be looking for somebody to lie. It's the truth part that I have to look for and be like, okay, there's the tell on the truth. Like he actually, like that actually did happen because he said that with a degree of it's not confidence. It's like a degree of boredom where everything else is like 600%. It's 600%.
But about it, you know, hasn't done anything hostile.
Meanwhile, Secretary of State Marco Rubio gave more insight on the diplomatic talks during an interview with
This is the guy from the Bulwark.
NBC News.
The Chinese side said they are not in favor of militarizing the Straits of Hormuz, and they're not in favor of a tolling system. And that's our position. Well, we will never support an Iranian tolling system in the Straits of Hormuz, nor do we think they have a right to put mines in international waters. And so it's good that we have alliance, or at least agreement on that point. I think the fundamental question is, what are we going to do about it? We have a resolution now before the United Nations in which 100-something countries have co-signed. The Bahrainis are the sponsor, but we're strongly behind it and been pushing very hard on it. And it very clearly makes those points. So we hope the Chinese will vote for it. So right now we haven't gotten their commitment to vote for it yet at the United Nations. Maybe that'll change after today's meeting. I don't know.
How is that comfortable?
Can you help me understand what exactly did President Trump ask President Xi for when it comes to Iran?
He didn't ask him for anything. I mean, we're not asking for China's help. We don't need their help.
But he raises the issue.
We raise the issue to make clear what our position is and to make it clear so they understand, because I mean, it's logical we would talk about it given how dominant that issue is. Our position is very clear. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And that's what they were, they were on the verge of building a conventional capability where they had so many rockets, so many drones that you couldn't do anything against them. They would hide behind that conventional shield to do whatever they wanted with their nuclear program in the future. That's why the president chose to act.
It's Friday, so of course the markets crash.
Back in Laura, so some of this is a little bit doesn't pass the smell test.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't think they're going back up.
Why wouldn't we ask China for help with Iran?
That's the difference.
The ties between those two countries. Is it your understanding that it just didn't come up? And when you're talking to people in the administration, what do they say for why it didn't come up?
In the shower.
Well, Iran did come up. I mean, the White House made clear that even after that first bilateral meeting, that it was raised in the meeting. But the question is whether or not the president actually explicitly made asks. And based on Marco Rubio's statements, he didn't. Now, the president seems to feel as though Xi Jinping agrees with him on a number of fronts, although he did use the word that it was his impression that Xi Jinping doesn't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. He didn't say it was necessarily said explicitly. But it is stunning that, if the president didn't very directly ask for help on Iran from China, it's striking because of the fact that when you talk to the president's allies, which I have done over the course of the last few days, people who are former Trump officials have said that if there was anything that could have come out of this summit that would have really helped the president back home, it would have been to get China to make real commitments on helping with reopening the Strait of Hormuz, on helping on getting Iran to the negotiating table. And the president is now returning home with bad poll numbers on the economy, with voters upset about the cost of...
Good on China. Good on China for telling him to fuck off, that we're not fighting your stupid war.
Gas prices, and he doesn't.
I'm happy that the rest of the world is just telling him, like, no, you got to sit in this one, homie.
Reopen that, to help reopen that strait, and yet that's something that could have helped him get out of this economic and political mess of the president's own making.
Yeah, just very quickly on that point, because this is so geared around cost of living issues domestically for President Trump. Just to recap, and maybe I'm missing something, they did not net a tangible trade agreement. They did maybe get some pledges to buy Boeing planes. They did not get any progress with respect to Iran, and they're saying that it really didn't come up in a tangible way. What are they crowing about, as you tend to do at the end of a trip like this? What are the things that they are very happy about?
It's really scattered, Sam, the way what they're saying that they
Was that Mountain Time?
got and what they are touting. The president said very broadly, we got trade deals. Wasn't specific about what those were, but what the administration has said is those Boeing planes and is the purchase of those agricultural goods. And again,
of course,
those are things that were expected that also China
So Boeing's fine.
So there wasn't any big deal as far as we know so far from the people we've been talking to in terms of with those businesses, the more than a dozen or so CEOs that came along with the president. And the only thing that the president hinted at that maybe could have come out of the Iran talks with China was that he said that Xi Jinping agrees and potentially committed to not sending.
Yeah, I did actually, Minato. I checked just how much oil China is pulling in from Iran and like what they need it for.
Military equipment.
They're not as hard up as us. They actually said this on Breaking Points, where it's I think 30% of their electricity and their like needs are filled with fossil fuels, but the rest are covered by renewables.
To Iran. But again, there were no specifics there, and so it's unclear how real that actually is.
Okay. MS Now White House reporter Laura Barron Lopez. Thank you so much, Laura. Really appreciate it. Live from Beijing.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. I have an amazing show for everybody today.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday.
Crystal?
Indeed, we do. We've got breaking news this morning on Trump's big trip to China. We've got statements from both him and President Xi, the competing readouts, what we can read into what, if anything, is coming.
Oh, shit. I think they released this with 1.5. Oh, no, they did. They released it with 1.25.
Of this meeting, we're also going to take a look at what it all means for the war in Iran, which
they must not be confident in us hearing this at normal speed, so
obviously very significant topic there as well. Another key inflation rating came in very hot as signs of trouble in the economy continue to mount. American test scores of American children at the third grade level have significantly fallen over the past decade. Very troubling trend. We'll take a look at what is going on there. Maha is in shambles after
those figures aren't correct.
Trump makes a corrupt deal with big.
It was 30% was the oil, not fossil fuels specifically. Oh, it's just oil.
Tobacco.
Okay, thank you for that.
I'm kind of low key on the side of big tobacco on this one. I think Sagres
we're all
as well.
on the tobacco side.
We'll explain
for this one.
Yeah,
but
and it was very corrupt and disgusting. The way it was done.
It was a good outcome, bad way that it went down, but it is revealed. What you were saying about Maha is the most important thing. Is Maha has just taken L after L.
Yeah, completely irrelevant at this point. And we've got a great guest on to talk about AI, who is a former aide to AOC and has really made developing some sort of a new AI consensus a major part of his thinking. And we're going to get him to react to this clip of Tucker Carlson versus Kevin O'Leary on data centers that you guys are going to.
Kevin O'Leary is getting cooked by everybody.
Really enjoy these.
I even saw some right-wingers cooking them.
Really enjoyed it.
Certainly
that was kind of fun.
From Mr. Wonderful. Thank you to everybody subscribing to the show, breakingpoints.com. If you're able to support us, if you're listening to this on a podcast, please share an episode with a friend, and please hit the subscribe button on YouTube if that's where you are watching this. Let's go ahead and start, as you said, with President Trump's arrival in China. So a lot of this happened overnight while we were asleep, so we're reacting to what we have so far. They're actually sitting down to dinner, and if anything comes from that, we will bring some of that to you. So here is Trump's first meeting with President Xi in the Hall of the People in China, where he gives him just a real tongue bath. I think is no other way to describe
proper glazing here.
A true glazing here from Trump to President Xi. Let's take a listen.
You and I have known each other now for a long time. In fact, the longest relationship of our two countries that any president has had. And that's, to me, an honor. We've had a fantastic relationship. We've gotten along. When there were difficulties, we worked it out. I would call you, and you would call me. And whenever we had a problem, people don't know, whenever we had a problem, we worked it out very quickly.
You went out there saying how it was the Wuhan virus, the Kung flu, how it was all China's fault, how they were sabotaging us with the fucking Kung flu. Like, dude.
We're going to have a fantastic future together.
Okay.
Such respect for China, the job you've done. You're a great leader. I say it to everybody. You're a great leader. Sometimes people don't.
Wow. It's actually kind of weird to hear him glaze somebody else.
Like me saying it, but I say it anyway because it's true. I only say the truth. And
how much you want to bet that some of his aides said, do not insult him?
I just want to say on behalf of all of the great delegation that we have the greatest businessmen, the biggest, and I guess the best in the world. We have amazing people, and they're all with me. Every single one of them. We asked the top 30 in the world. Every single one of them said yes. And I didn't want the second or the third in the company. I wanted only the top. And they're here today to pay respects to you and to China. And they look forward to trade and doing business. And it's going to be totally reciprocal on our behalf.
Trump's opening statement there, key theme of the show yesterday with Professor Pape and with Andy Brown over at Semaphore was...
Okay, guys, check this out. My fucking cat is so weird. All right. So look at the way that he's laying, right? He's laying against like a drawer that is not, it can't be comfortable.
Is wanting a deal. That's what a lot of this is about. Now, so far
weird.
from the readouts, we haven't gotten anything very specific, but it's not an accident to have Jensen Huang, to have Elon Musk, to have the CEO of Goldman, the CEO of Citi, the CEO of Cargill, all these people that are there. This is a trade mission. This is a 19th century trade mission. The oligarchs and the capitalists accompany the monarchs along.
Yes, that's what Russia does. Yes, that's why it's not cool. Yes, that's why we should definitely, as Americans, stop arguing about some of the fucking right versus left bullshit and recognize this is just as gross as it is, and just as fucking corrupt as it is. Like,
to plunder the riches of the Orient. That's really, except we're probably the ones getting plundered in this scenario. So,
yes, that's why I'm saying that.
So that's, I mean, it's pretty clear.
Listen to me, Soccer. God damn it.
Trump needs this to go smoothly, and more importantly, he needs some sort of economic win. Now, usually the way that this would work in a traditional administration is that for months leading up to this, American envoys would be in China, and they'd be working out these memorandums of understanding, and then Trump and Xi go to the Forbidden City, and they shake hands, and they sign a piece of paper. That's not how this president operates. A lot of this is actually going to be discussed face-to-face, vague, you know, oh, China has agreed to.
Well, yeah, because China wants to use this as a propaganda tool. Just, I mean, there's one thing that they definitely have in common.
Invest $3,000 trillion into our economy. So it is a little bit of a wild card. But so far, the obsequiousness and the level of respect that Trump is
oh, he's got very tiny hands.
Offering to Xi, this is, it's not just negotiation. Like, he really does need a lot from him. He needs.
They were also kind of tender.
Him to save his economic.
Looked like some beaten chicken.
Economic skin. He wants the stock market and all these other things to continue to go up. And it's also becoming clear they really need them on China, or sorry, on Iran, is that there are multiple statements now from the Secretary of State and Donald Trump about how Iran, while they claim was not going to be a
hello, President Trump. Welcome to the 100-acre wood.
Significant part of this, it absolutely is.
Oh, 100%, because we're screwed in Iran.
Get it? I made a Chinese joke.
Yeah. And we're hoping that China's going to bail us out. And they're not going to, by the way. And so far, what you can say about this trip is there hasn't been much that came out of it. China issued a warning over Taiwan. We're going to show you in a little bit. Trump was asked a question about Taiwan, didn't even respond. You've got dueling readouts here. You can actually put the A0C, it looks like AOC, A0C up on the screen. This is the White House's readout.
Boo.
On at least the sort of key details, discussed ways to enhance economic cooperation, expanding market access for U.S. businesses.
Oh, shut it. You know that was hilarious.
This is going to be the best, basically, that Trump is able to get out of it, which is why he...
I'm about to send Tigger after you. You know what's up.
Brought all of these oligarchs along with him. Says, oh, Elon gets a deal, and Jensen Huang gets a deal, and Tim Apple gets a deal, etc. Discussed increasing Chinese purchases of U.S. agricultural goods. If that happens, that would be very important. We've had those agreements before, though, where China's just like, yeah, we're actually not going to follow through on that. Ending the flow of fentanyl precursors. Again, this is something that has long been negotiated. Two agreed the Strait of Hormuz must remain open. Now, that is very interesting language because according to the Iranians, they say, hey, it is open from our perspective. You just have to follow our procedure. So the fact that language is left very vague does not mean there's an actual meeting of the minds over the Strait of Hormuz.
Correct.
She made clear China's opposition to the military.
Who's texting on the show?
Militarization of the strait and a toll.
What the fuck?
He expressed interest in purchasing more U.S. oil,
so
and both
noticeable.
agreed Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. No mention, you know, there of Taiwan. Nick Schifrin, who's a foreign affairs and defense correspondent for NewsHour, pointed out some of the differences between U.S. and China's readout. So China's readout does include a stark warning over Taiwan. As I just mentioned, U.S. readout doesn't mention Taiwan whatsoever. Emphasizes business, saying China will buy more agricultural products. And the two sides discussed ways to enhance economic cooperation, mentions cooperation over fentanyl, and says she made clear China's opposition to the militarization of the strait. Those were not the things that were emphasized in the Chinese readout. But the most key difference here is on Taiwan, where Xi really wanted to push the U.S. on our position with regards to potentially defending Taiwan and arming Taiwan, wanted us to dial that back. He's in a position of strength right now. We are in an incredible position of weakness, thanks to Donald Trump, and especially thanks to his foolish war with Iran. So, you know, the best Trump could do is just not say anything about it whatsoever. But bottom line thus far is because of the weak position that we come in with, doesn't appear to be a lot that is going to come out of this. And it's also worth remembering, Sagar, this meeting was supposed to happen a while back, and it got postponed because of the disastrous war in Iran. I think Trump
really? I didn't know
originally thought the war with Iran would be over in a couple days. He could come flying into Beijing, you know, saying, look, we did this with Venezuela, we did with this Iran. Yeah, we're
he's good at taking treats.
Great conquerors.
My other cat, no.
We have all these natural resources.
He got them fangs, dude.
He's now on our side. We can do what we want around the globe. Instead, this is, you know, he's having to come in with his tail between his legs, basically humiliated, and with the whole world having seen that the cupboard's bare, you know, having seen the wizard behind the...
Yeah, now Iran is looking at him and just being like, okay, Paper Tiger, what you got? What are you going to do next? You're the one who started this. You're the one who has everybody mad at you. Now you want us to end this. Hey, it's almost like you got to come with your hands there folded, buddy.
Curtain, because we do not have...
Trump is like, seriously, he's not good at this.
The ability to project power that...
Yeah, and it's not just like TDS bullshit. Like, that's the problem. Like, you do have some people that really do have TDS, which that does suck, where they can't just like turn it off. Like, God, I actually like know somebody that their mental health is definitely impacted by everything that that man does, which is, yeah, that sucks. But
most of the world,
realistically, the ones that are deluding themselves into thinking that he's still doing this great job, like I would argue worse.
Thought that we did and have been completely checkmated with regards to Iran.
Right, and it's not just us saying this, it's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff as well. But let's also take a very close listen to something that was put out by Xi Jinping from his official translation, a warning about the Thucydides trap. Let's take a listen.
The whole world is watching our meeting. Currently, transformation not seen in a century is accelerating across the globe, and the international situation is fluid and turbulent. The world has come to a new crossroads. Can China and the United States overcome the Thucydides trap and create a new paradigm of major country relations? Can we meet global challenges together and provide more stability for the world?
Trump's like, oh, yes.
Trump's nodding his head. There is the best part. Oh, yes.
The Thucydides trap. I remember reading about that.
I thought deeply about this topic.
For those of you who don't know, the Thucydides trap, I think we had a whole unit on it back in graduate school. It's Graham Allison. It stems back.
Oh, Pinkerbell, thank you for the chili.
To the potential, or the war between Athens and Sparta. And the idea was that...
Also, by the way, guys, don't forget that this is back. I need to find a place to put this so everybody knows. The Pepper Hat comes out when we make $100 on the stream, and we're already, I think, 20 in, might be 25 in, but either way, no matter what, when we hit that hundo, it doesn't matter what I'm covering, I have to put this on, and I have covered some pretty serious stories in that stupid thing.
Athens was like the rising, Athens was the established commercial power, and Sparta the rising war state, and that eventually culminated in a war which weakened both powers. And that's the trap. The idea that war was inevitable between the two states, and that made it so that a war that was actually bad for both powers ended up becoming the trap itself. So this has actually long kind of been part of Chinese strategic thinking, and something they emphasize a lot. I also remember this. The Chinese are the master, not of doublespeak per se, but when they say things like, we oppose militarization of the Straits of Hormuz. There's two military powers in the Straits of Hormuz. There's a blockade of the Straits of Hormuz and Iran. So you may read that as, oh, well, they oppose Iranian. They're like, no, that's not what we said. What we said is we oppose militarization in the Straits of Hormuz. They also, they love this language where they'll call it like mutual respect. Well, mutual respect means we don't tell you what to do. You don't tell us what to do. It's not as relevant now under the Trump administration. Nobody's finger wagging over human rights in China. That's like very 1990s coded. But these days, like effectively what it means is they'll say things like, well, you need to have mutual respect in spheres of influence. Well, what does that mean? It's like, well, sphere of influence includes the whole South China Sea, right? And it's like, that means an acceptance of the 9-dash line, or, you know, South Korea and Japan. Like, they're in the same way when we'll say things about the Donroe Doctrine or something like that. They have their own policy, right? So you just have to read between the lines. I actually thought
wanted it until I realized that now people are blaming me and using it as a bad thing.
Most unambiguous red lines came from the Chinese embassy. Let's put A3 up here on the screen. This was released ahead of Trump's visit from the the Chinese embassy here in the United States, and they put out this graphic. The 4 red lines in China-U.S. relations, they must not be challenged. Number 1, the Taiwan question. Now remember, when they say the Taiwan question, what they mean is that their reunification is the policy, the actual one China policy. Number 2, democracy and human rights, which means don't tell us what to do with Uyghurs, with Hong Kong, or anything else. That's just how it is. Keep your mouth shut. Number 3, paths and political systems. So I asked a friend, effectively, and he's like a Chinese-U.S. kind of analyst, and what he said is that paths and political systems kind of links with democracy and human rights, as in there should be no criticism of lack of democracy or of basically like don't
push us towards being a liberal democracy.
Right. Don't try to push us towards a liberal democracy. It kind of gets to that mutual respect. We have our system. You have your system. Let's just keep it how it is. We're not going to tell you what to do. We're not going to tell us what to do. And then China's development, right? Similar. It's one of those where you shouldn't be messing with their internal affairs and the ability of them to conduct commerce. I believe, and this is what he said when reading between the lines, is that they are still very upset over many of the sanctions on Chinese companies. And remember, if you read between the lines of all of these things, it's about mutual respect. It's also about Taiwan. But the second, or the tertiary really thing that they really want is they're salivating at the entrance of the U.S. consumer market for their goods which they're not currently able to sell here, which is autos. So that was a big, big thing that they've been trying to get into U.S. markets now for some time. I think you put all those together and you could see very clearly like what they want out of the summit, what Trump wants. I just think generally it's like you said, considering the position of the United States, we're really distracted because of what happened here with Iran. And it's just created like such a disaster for them in the ability to, it gives it such a disaster on the part of the United States to meet them at a time of such incredible weakness. Like I'm trying to think of a previous historic parallel. I really can't. I mean, in terms, maybe the only one would be some bilateral negotiations between the U.S. and the Soviet Union at the height of the Vietnam War. That's really the last time that something of this level of consequence is happening in Iran. And I know something's not popping off every day, but look, the price of oil is where it's at, and the defeat has happened strategically. It's over at this point. Now, you may have to invade, or there may be some sort of escalation, or maybe even some sort of a deal. But no matter which way you cut it, like from the day one of the war to where we ended up some 30 whatever days later with the announcement of the ceasefire, you can't say that it didn't fail. It is complete and total failure.
Absolutely.
So
I mean, you've got neocon extraordinaire Bob Kagan out there saying it's the worst defeat for the U.S. in its history. And
see, I think Vietnam was worse.
You think so?
I do, because from the U.S. perspective, not to get too bogged down, but it really ripped the country apart. Like in a, we had the draft. It rewrote the way that we had all of our military power. 50,000 Americans were killed. It also, it was a sucking of all of the any of the potential promise of what the post-civil rights era kind of could have been.
Yeah.
All the money that was wasted, the dividends that were being wrought from the post-World War II era, which all could have been spent to make the 1970s actually a great period. Like, it was bad. It really was bad.
Yeah, I think that in terms of the domestic effect, I mean, on the other hand, we're already like divided in the way that it would be difficult to divide us further and create more sort of domestic political chaos than what we already have.
It's almost like that was part
I
of
would
the plan.
say that his argument has merit simply
Honestly, man, like it really does feel like that was...
Because out of this, it really is sort of a nail in the coffin of the U.S. empire, and it's changing the global world order. Whereas Vietnam, obviously, was a disaster for the U.S., but at the end of the day, we did win the Cold War. It did fundamentally completely shift the dynamics of the global world order. Yes, it exposed weaknesses and vulnerabilities, but again, ultimately we were successful in destroying the Soviet Union and coming out on top there. Whereas with this, we're already this very clearly declining empire, and we just showed our ass. We just really revealed to the world how weak we are, that even with a middle income power like Iran, that we could not succeed on the most basic level. We could not achieve literally any of our goals there. And, and our ally Israel also is exposed here too. So I think there is merit to the argument because of that. But
I don't reject it whatsoever. In fact, if I look at it from a Chinese perspective, they're going to care much more about what happened with Iran because of all of the naval power. In a sense, it's almost like it's like you're almost like parsing two disastrous things in and of itself. They're both horrific defeats for the U.S. I actually think this is fascinating. Let's put A9 up here on the screen from the Joint Chiefs of Staff. A new intelligence report from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs says that China has gained a major edge on the U.S. amid the Iran war. A confidential U.S. intelligence analysis details how China is exploiting the war to maximize advantage over the U.S. in military, economic, diplomatic, and other fields. The assessment produced this week for the chairman has raised alarm within the Pentagon about the geopolitical cost of Washington's standoff with Tehran. Produced by the Intelligence Directorate, the report uses what's used as a DIME framework, looking at diplomatic, international, military, and economic power. Officials asked about the finding, talked about, the anonymity. Since the U.S. and Israel initiated the war, China has then sold weapons to Gulf allies of the U.S. as they struggle to defend their military bases. Beijing has assisted countries around the world struggling to meet their energy needs after the U.S.-Israeli attacks prompted Iran to close the Straits of Hormuz. The war has drained the U.S. massive stockpiles of munitions that would be critical in any standoff with China over the fate of Taiwan. The Iran conflict, which has resulted in the damage or destruction of U.S. military hardware, has allowed Beijing to observe how the U.S. fights wars and learn how to plan its own future operations. And Beijing has now incorporated popular criticisms of the war into its public messaging, labeling the conflict illegal. China has long sought to undermine the image of the U.S. as a responsible steward of the U.S. rules-based international order. I don't think they needed to seek anything for that. It views the Iran conflict as emblematic of Washington's cavalier approach to military hostility. So, look, none of this is groundbreaking. If you watch the show, you've heard it every single day since the war began. But still, for a Pentagon assessment like that to make its way up to the chairman, to eventually be presented, at least technically it's supposed to be presented, in some form to the President of the United States, someday in the future, we'll have our own Pentagon papers. I'm sure they're going to cover this shit up. But 10 years from now, we can go and we can read. I cannot wait
that was
until there's an actual declassification or leak for any potential Ellsberg out there. Please contact me about what those assessments in the middle of the war on. Can you imagine? Well, 10 days in, they're going to be like, we have not been able to accomplish our strategic objectives. We've been hit at all of these bases. We've run out of this.
I don't know, man. I got to say that video game did a really good job because I thought about it. As fun as it was, as funny as it was pretty dead on about how, like, yeah, this is where we're at.
Number of munitions.
It really does kind of feel this way. They did a great job of conveying, like, that, oh, do you feel stuck? Well, that's where you're at, you know, geopolitically. Have fun.
China is doing this, and this. It is, and, you know, I'm almost talking myself out of my previous point about Vietnam. Like, it is so stunning to see it all happen. And I know it sounds hyperbolic, but this really is this is the greatest disaster of my lifetime. And Iraq, I never thought it would. I never thought we could potentially
outdo Iraq. Yeah, I thought that too. I thought that, like, seriously, and I used to say that about Trump, where I was like, you know what? Say what you will about the guy, and you can say a lot. He didn't take us into forever wars.
You know, do something worse than that.
And then.
And to a lot of people who are watching, they're going to say, that's ridiculous. This has only been happening for 74 days. Only 13 Americans died. I hear you.
Did I show you that game? Yeah, I did.
At the end of the day, that was a conflict which did not rewrite the actual ability of the United States to project power. You know, we did defeat Saddam. We did occupy the country. Yes, the insurgency and all of that was bad and exposed a lot of problems about the military. In this case, we're talking about the highest, the high-tech weapons of all time, the full force of the United States Navy, the full force of the U.S. Air Force, and 70% of Iranian ballistic missiles still survive. I mean, nobody thought that was possible. I didn't. Ask me on February 27th, I would say there's no way that that's possible, right? And most people would not say. And yet,
and that's based on what's being leaked to our press from our own intelligence community. And the Iranians are asserting, actually, we're basically how we were when we started, and we've been able to, during this period, restock, resupply. But there's no doubt, I mean, all this stuff, they're completely military obliterated on day one. It's just uttering complete bullshit.
I don't know. I mean, I just, you know, when I assess it on such a grand, like, strategic level, if you were to think about that, like the meeting of these two superpowers, the defeat, really, that we've suffered, the inability to change the regime from the air. We knew that was going to happen. But at the very least, we thought we would be able to militarily wipe them out. Didn't happen. It just did not happen. The drone threat, the asymmetry of these high-tech weapon systems.
You know what's fun? When I think back to, like, how some MAGA were telling me how I needed to stop worrying and how, like, oh, Venezuela was such a success, it's going to be just like that.
The lack of our defense industrial base, the inability of our sanctions to properly be able to cripple this country. I mean, look, if we've been doing this now for so long, all the warning signs were there. The munitions problem, been talking about it literally for years, about whenever it came to Ukraine. Remember the Russia sanctions debate that we often had here on the show? I was like, hey, this is going to be a real problem if we ever get into a conflict with China, because they're able to look and to study all what's happening. They did. They've been able to prove themselves. And then really the more meta point is we vaporized probably $50 billion so far. Take a look at that country. It's doing pretty well. And it's one of those where this is not, you know, I don't feel good saying this, but it's just unambiguous. Like, the quality of life there from 10 years ago is not even comparable.
Yo, what up, Dope 1258? How you doing?
To the quality of life.
Welcome to the show. Also, cheers. And if you are enjoying yourself and like a chill vibe, hit that sub button, guys, or double tap the screen. It really helps. It seriously helps me out a lot.
Increase there, not even comparable to any alleged S&P 500 gains that have happened here. If anything, it's gotten worse. I think it's gotten worse.
Yeah, I think most people would agree with you on that. And even we're going to do this segment later about, like, American test scores falling off. I mean, that's part of it, right?
It is.
It's part of a trend of, you know,
How you doing, man?
In previous generations, you could buy a house, you can't buy a house. In previous generations, you could afford healthcare, you can't afford healthcare anymore. You know, in previous generations, kids were reading when they were in 3rd grade. Now, not so much. It's on every metric, you just see this backward slide. And the stock market for most people is irrelevant. I mean, if anything, it's a slap in the face, another reminder that, the rich are getting richer and you're getting screwed, and your kids' prospects are being robbed every single day.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show. Help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
All right. I got triggered. Charlie Kirk jokes. What?
Trigger warning for MAGA hypocrites and snow.
Oh, shit. This is Pondering Politics. Which panel is he? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're watching this anyway. Got a few more clips from what's going down in China and the updates on the economy.
This morning, as President Trump takes the world stage, here at home, the political fallout from rising prices for Americans growing.
Dude, milk went fucking skyrocketing.
With the war in Iran restricting the world's oil supply and sending gas prices skyrocketing.
Nobody is safe from this.
And with rising inflation.
That's the word.
Yesterday,
word of the day.
Data revealing businesses' costs had their highest monthly surge in more than 4
Really? That's a hell of a time to come in here rah-rahing Trump.
years.
You're just like, yeah, gas prices, high gas prices. Woo!
Consumers feeling the pinch at
bad economy. Woo!
the grocery store,
Hell
too.
yeah.
While some staples like eggs have actually gone down in
Trump-O-Nomics,
cost over the year,
baby.
others have jumped significantly. Fresh produce prices up 6.5%, and ground beef going up 14.8%. Communities helping each other. Food banks noting an uptick.
We're definitely still seeing more people come out because more people are impacted.
With affordability on voters' minds, Republicans defending comments from President Trump this week, saying Americans' finances are not influencing his decision-making process when it comes to Iran.
I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all.
Republicans saying the remarks were taken out of context, and the president
can't-
is focused on both the economy and the
No! Taken out of context. We saw the fucking full clip. No!
war.
The president
Holy
has to confront
shit.
all these challenges simultaneously.
Obviously, the president could have phrased that.
God damn, they think you're so stupid. This is for you, MAGA. This isn't for middle America. This is specifically for you to stay in line.
Way more.
Which, god damn, they really hate you.
Artfully.
And they think you are the dumbest motherfuckers in America.
I do think he cares.
Allies say when the war ends, prices will tumble.
When we get the Strait of Hormuz reopened, that will alleviate a lot of pressure.
Do you think that's how most Americans feel?
Well, I think that when you look at the cost of groceries still, the cost of gas, it is still expensive to live in the United States, so there's still work to be done.
While Democrats argue it's Trump's policies that led to the skyrocketing prices.
People get into really troublesome territory when they deny the reality that everyday people are experiencing.
And the White House insists that preventing Iran from developing a nuclear weapon is in the long-term national security interest of the country. But what they can't predict is how long that process will take and how much it will cost to get there. Savannah?
Ryan Nobles, thank you very much.
Hey, thanks for watching. And don't forget, you can...
Hey. Fucking Roker. All right, this one's interesting. Trump admin labels Tucker Carlson a terrorist. What?
I had, sadly, a putative conservative journalist today from the Daily Caller ask me an asinine question. He said, how is the operation against Iran not another forever war? I'm not sure that Nick Fuentes or Tucker Carlson are conservatives.
They didn't start at 2:30.
If you...
What are you talking about? 2:30 during COVID? What? No, the national average, I'm pretty sure, was sitting like over $3 pretty much all through COVID, and then the Russia thing happened, and then it skyrocketed to $5. So I don't understand how that was Biden's fault. He didn't start that war. He had nothing to do with it. It was literally just like, oh, geopolitical consequence. Then he actually did this thing where he tapped our reserve and then brought the prices down pretty quickly.
Real law.
This one was caused by Trump. Literally, we were supposed to be, and we've been told that this was supposed to be over very quickly. It has not been. Now we're all dealing with this. And I think that MAGA, dude, the right wing, Sam Cedar said this earlier, the right wing has nothing to talk about right now. And like, this is why their podcasts are actually like, you're starting to see like these dips. You're starting to see people just kind of fall off in general. Like you're starting to, I haven't seen any fucking new Trump flags or any of that bullshit.
Even the left, I'm shocked. They are so...
Although there is apparently like a rally or some shit going on in suburban, like in the suburbs of Chicago. I'm like...
On their heels. I did a kind of press call when
I have to take a trip out to I think it's in Schaumburg, and then there's another one in it's like Lake County.
We released the strategy. 50 articles were written that day about the press call. Only one of them from those putzes at Politico was even slightly negative.
Is that Dean Cain?
Sebastian Gorka, who sadly is Trump's counterterrorism czar, is basically on a mission to label anyone who criticizes Trump, Israel, or the war on Iran as a domestic terrorist. And as you just heard from that video, he is questioning the conservative, credibility of people like Tucker Carlson, who would ban abortion, period, or Nick Fuentes, who I don't pay attention to, and I don't know how conservative he really is. However, we do know, thanks to incredible reporting by Ken Klippenstein, that there is this effort to essentially slap that label onto Americans, and we should be concerned about it. So the piece is titled New Counterterror Strategy Eyes Tucker Carlson. You could read it over at Substack. Administration deems anti-Trump right-wingers terrorists. In it, Klippenstein writes that Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes have been named by the White House as possible domestic terrorists, according to the Trump administration's top counterterrorism official, Sebastian Gorka. Gorka, by the way, is a former right-wing influencer who somehow made his way to an official position with the Trump administration.
I mean, yeah.
But but
it's not like you're fucking, it's not the stupid conspiracies that we all thought it was. It's not the fucking, like, move on from the Rockefellers, dude. Trump is the new Rockefeller. Honestly, the Rockefellers don't have shit on Trump.
Grandiose monologue.
Trump did it right in front of all your faces, and he is robbing us blind. He's pardoning dude, you want to know how corrupt this motherfucker is? JD Vance is telling us how we need to go tackle Medicare fraud, and that means that we need to really take a look at all the Californians that are on Medicare, and it's going to, possibly take away your care. Meanwhile, Trump just pardoned a dude who robbed Medicare twice. I don't want to fucking ever hear bullshit about how you guys, how MAGA cares about fraud. Otherwise, you guys should be looking really deeply into who he's pardoning.
Vision of a crusade to save Western civilization from anti-American and anti-Christian extremism. Gorka let slip that the administration's war on domestic terrorism isn't just aimed at the left, which, by the way, would be bad enough. It targets anyone who isn't in line with the broader MAGA agenda, while Trump's National Security Directive, NSPM 7, explicitly singles out the left with its list of so-called terrorism indicators. Many of them could describe people on the right as well. Well, luckily, here to answer some questions about this and give us some more insight, we have friend of the show, Ken Klippenstein, with us right now. Ken, thank you for, first of all, doing this report, but also for joining us.
Hey, Anna, great to be back with you.
Awesome. So let's just do a real quick refresher, right? Because we have covered the NSPM 7 story that you did earlier, but for those who might have missed it, tell us a little more about that.
Yeah, so NSPM 7 stands for National Security Presidential Memorandum 7. It was signed into law by President Trump, and it is a directive that, long story short, defines a number of so-called indicators of future acts of terrorism. And those indicators include extremely broad categories like anti-Christian sentiment, anti-traditional family values sentiment, and extreme views on immigration. I mean, these are huge categories. What it does, it tells the entire federal government, hey guys, we're gonna prioritize this for the rest of the administration. Make your FBI, make cases around this. Treasury, go through their tax returns, see if you can find evidence of illegality. We're going after these guys. And so what happened this month was Gorka, who runs the entire counterterrorism portfolio under the Trump administration, he's in the White House National Security Council, he put out what's called the National Counterterrorism Strategy, which is the high-level kind of governing document for the entirety of the national security state, saying here's our priorities going forward specific to counterterrorism. And it echoed a lot of NSPM 7, a lot of those indicators of future acts of terrorism that I was describing before. But what's extraordinary about this document is it's the first one ever. I mean, every administration has a national counterterrorism strategy. This is the first one that articulates American citizens as targets. And if you look at the section that lists its three main priorities, it is narco groups, Islamist terrorist groups like Al-Qaeda and ISIS, and the third one is the radical left. And the reason I did this story was because I wanted to stress to people, particularly on the right or people who maybe are independents, don't
Yeah, it's literally, but the radical left is literally anybody that is anti-Trump.
Consider themselves on the left, that they are not exempt from this because the admin can just go around and redefine arbitrarily what they consider to be the right. And that's what he did when he was
subtle poll as always
asked about by editor-in-chief of Breitbart. What are some, are there any right?
Dude, I'll be honest, it's getting kind of hard to stay creative with these. If you guys get some ideas, don't ever be afraid to kind of shout them out.
People that represent terrorist or extremist threats. And Gorka said, well, people like Tucker Carlson, we don't even really consider them right. So I don't think it's fair to put them in that. And then he cited his example. He says he is pro Islamic law. Yeah, Sharia law. And I went and looked at the example because anyone who knows anything about Tucker is kind of like, what? I don't think.
The thing is, this is more so if you guys didn't hit the, like if somebody that doesn't necessarily hate me didn't hit the like, then they see that, hey, might get the incentive.
Unless
there,
he's radically changed in the last several months. I don't think he is. So I looked it up. And he was making some comment about visiting Saudi Arabia and how people seem more welcoming and hospitable there than he thought that they would be. And he said it was a Sharia law state. And despite that, they seemed open to his Christianity. That is not pro-Sharia law.
Wait,
hey, Charlie,
I'm sorry. Saudi Arabia, the country that we're kind of aligned with and do business deals with and sell weapons to. So is the entirety of the federal government basically a group of terrorists because they're selling weapons, agreeing to sell weapons to Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, this is what people aligned with Trump have been saying about Carlson. One commentator, Laura Loomer, she's been saying he's, backed by Qatar. And, how can he be critical of this war in Gaza unless he's on the take or something? And there's no evidence for any of that. It could just be he thinks these things. And I wish that as a country, we could appreciate that more, because I so often, it's not just Gorka, I see so often people are like, oh, you're clearly getting paid by this, or you got tricked by bots here. It's like, maybe people just think things. Whatever happened to people just, and they can even be wrong, but maybe they're wrong because they came to their own conclusions that were wrong. Can't that be a possibility? But that's the backdrop of all of this terror obsession, is that everyone is an actor on behalf of something else. And it's just so out of control.
I mean, I'm going to throw egg on my own face right now, because years ago I made that terrible mistake. There was something that Aaron Mate, who's a great reporter, had reported that I disagreed with, and I let people get into my head and make me think that he's like some sort of Russian agent, and I made a accusation against him that he could have easily sued me for, by the way. That was totally unfounded. So like, for anyone who's watching this, please don't fall prey to those ridiculous claims, right? And I apologize to him years later, which is embarrassing, but just when people tell you that they believe something, okay, engage with the substance of their argument as opposed to dismissing them as someone who's being paid to say X, Y, or Z. In the case of Tucker Carlson, he hasn't gone through some extreme, evolution or change. The one area where I think he has grown a little bit is he went from saying pretty hideous things about Muslims back in the day to, I think, understanding now that a lot of that propaganda was meant to, manufacture consent for Israel's wars in the Middle East. And so he's been speaking out against that on his show quite regularly. Candace Owens is doing the same. And I think that's part of the reason why they're drawing the ire of people they used to be fully aligned with. Okay, so
hope you're doing well.
What exactly are the so-called terror indicators outside of what you've described? Is there anything else that they're looking at?
Okay, yeah, so the way that the document, and I would encourage everyone to go read it, it's up on the White House page. There's been pitifully little media reporting, just independent shows like yours having me on talk about it. And Gorka at the top, the clip you played, they're spiking the football. They're slapping each other on the back, thrilled at how little critical reporting they're getting for this. And he's publicly bragging about it. I couldn't believe that. And he's right. He's right.
He's so right. No, I thank you for sharing this video, Ken, because I think our audience needs to see it. Here's Sebastian Gorka confessing that our media does not work for us, the American people, at all. They provide cover. Let's take a look at let's go to C2.
Even the left, I'm shocked. They are so on their heels. I did a kind of press call when we released the strategy. 50 articles were written that day about the press call. Only one of them from those putzes at Politico was even slightly negative. The rest was pretty accurate reporting. So we are moving so fast, they just can't keep up with us, which is delicious. It's wonderful.
That's Dean Cain.
And of course, by accurate reporting, he means reporting that's favorable, the propaganda that supports what I'm doing. It's unbelievable, Ken. I mean, what do you think is the reason for that? Do you think it's because legacy media outlets like this and they don't want to draw any negative attention to it?
Well, on the topic of national security, which is what I tend to focus on in the newsletter that I run, the reason I do that is because it's so arcane. It's a little bit complicated. You have to have a bit of a background in it to understand how to decode the terminology that they use. But to answer the question you posed before, some of this stuff is just like on its face crazy. I don't know what other word to use for it. So if you read that national counterterrorism strategy, it defines left-wing radical terrorism. It says transgender extremism, and it lists. I mean, it's like, and there's no evidence. There's no like
mini corn dogs.
Here's why we think this or why that constitutes a threat. So they very clearly are going through and just looking at like cultural markers that they can then define. And it's not, it goes beyond even that, because they included those two conservative figures we mentioned before. So, and that's the point I'm trying to stress to people, is it's like, it is pointed at the left, but not just the left. Because I think that's the message that's getting lost. To the extent that there was any discussion of this at all, there was a little bit of like, oh, it mentions the domestic American left. And that is unprecedented. You don't do that. You're supposed to target groups overseas. And because the whole point is terrorism as an approach is essentially pre-crime. You can open an investigation to someone without a crime having been committed. Because the idea is that 9/11 or something like it, nuclear attack or something, a suitcase bomb, is so dangerous that we're going to suspend the usual Fourth Amendment protections we have, where you bring before a judge evidence of something having been committed. And you can actually preempt the crimes. Well, how do you do that? You monitor speech, and that is what those indicators are for. And so they're going to be looking at people that match whatever their definition of gender extremism or extreme views on immigration or whatever it is, and that's really dangerous.
Yeah, it's interesting because right now, this might be the first time in my adult life where I'm noticing that ordinary voters, both on the left and the right, are finding common ground on some pretty big issues, whether it's the war in Iran, whether it's our alliance with Israel, and they're becoming increasingly vocal about it and actually flirting with the idea of working together to kind of change our system and go in a different direction.
That is
true.
And
so I think the biggest mistake Americans can make is seeing everything through a partisan lens, where they think like, oh, it's my guy doing this to punish the other side. I'm going to be safe. It's going to be fine. But no, when you are willing to turn a blind eye to abuses of power, especially when the government is carrying it out, they're going to come for you too. Trust me. And that's what we're seeing here right now. I want to go to one other video that you shared that I thought was telling. So, Gorka says, anyone asking how the Iran war
You're glad that Anna's coming back to decency
is
again?
going is just a moron. And no,
She's had better takes lately.
This is going well, and anyone questioning it as another forever war is a moron, essentially. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
I had, sadly, a putative conservative journalist today from the Daily Caller ask me an asinine question. He said, how is the operation against Iran not another forever war? The idea, I mean, you just have to be either low T or you have to be mentally challenged to compare decades of forever wars with thousands of American casualties to the pinpoint accuracy of what we're doing in Operation Epic Fury with no boots on the ground.
So the Daily Caller, for anyone who might not be familiar, is a conservative outlet. So a conservative journalist asked him that question, which is a perfectly valid question to ask. And that was his reaction. So my question to you, Ken, is could being vocal and incredibly critical against the war be one of the markers that Gorka uses to label you a domestic terrorist?
Absolutely, because that is what describes those two figures we were talking about before, Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson. They broke with Trump very bitterly over the Iran.
Yeah, but Fuentes is, I don't like using him.
Unwarranted.
Like, Fuentes is literally a character, and if he's not an FBI plant, like, then I'm genuinely like, okay, so he's a troll. I don't think he has any principles on anything.
Particular, and that is,
I don't think he's conservative. I think that he's honestly, like, this is my take on Nick Fuentes. I think that he's a closeted homosexual, who like weaponizes this kind of stuff, or he might not even actually be closeted, like out there. I don't know. Because it seems like he has been kind of open to like sharing pictures with him and guys. So I don't know, but his public persona says otherwise, so I'm going to just call it what it is.
That's why they're on.
But then realistically, it's all just it's character fucking rage bait bullshit.
The outs before that, Tucker
He might as well be like a fucking wrestling villain.
was close with Trump and endorsed him, has since apologized for his endorsement. So there was a relationship there which no longer exists because of exactly the issue that Gorka here in the video you just played is saying not only is ridiculous and idiotic to ask, but he's questioning the conservative bona fides of the journalist asking him it. He's doing the exact same thing as he is to the other two. And so what this provides us is a hint about how the administration sees these terms when they're going around saying, oh, we only focus on the left. Well, but you just move the goalposts around to redefine that as being whoever it is that you're in conflict with.
Yeah. I'm also wondering how this would work, right? So let's say Gorka decides to label certain people in this country, falsely label them as domestic terrorists. What happens then?
So I think when people look at something like that, they tend to go to the extreme and say, oh, or is it going to be like extraordinary rendition and someone shot? That's like the extreme end that we really don't want it to get towards. But at the beginning of the spectrum, we're already seeing things happening, which is having a chilling effect on speech. I have interviewed protesters that have been visited by the FBI over what is clearly an SPM7 related pretext, and then tell me, well, no crime was alleged, nothing happened, I'm fine, but I'm a little bit scared. Maybe I won't go to the next protest. That's what we're seeing.
That's the point.
Cities across.
They're trying to intimidate you out of using your rights.
The country, we've seen that in Portland as well, in Chicago, and I'm sure countless examples that.
But the thing that is also not talked about, and this is something that I should be more responsible for, is making you guys aware that there's a lot of free legal counsel for those specific situations.
Haven't even been reported.
Lots of pro bono work happening. If you guys go to any of these protests,
because a lot of these people are just young people, ordinary people going to a protest, and they don't necessarily have the microphone of being able to go on a national news outlet, or they're just scared and don't want to talk. I've had several cases like that where people don't want to go public.
Yep.
So we're already seeing the chilling effect. The other part that we're not seeing is what intelligence work they're doing. By the time they end up filing charges, that is a late stage in the game. The FBI frequently will spend years investigating something before they feel they have something strong enough to take to court, or they just want to gather intel and they don't want to make it public, because when you go to court, then some of the information gets out there. So the answer is intelligence stuff. And what that is specifically, we don't know, because that's how intelligence stuff works. And that's what I would be worried about right now.
And if you don't know, it's hard to challenge what the federal government is doing in court, right? I mean, how are you going to know they're doing this? How are you going to know they're collecting or surveilling you and collecting information about you and your whereabouts, what you're doing, who you're messaging? I mean, this is crazy stuff. And to your point about the failure in our media, that makes it more difficult for some of the possible good actors in our government to potentially sue the Trump administration over this, to prevent it from happening, or to fight back in any way. Right. So it's
I mean, the fact that it isn't happening like with somebody in Congress, that does bother me.
Not good, and I'm grateful that you're reporting on it at least. Yeah. Has anyone shown you any interest in this reporting from legacy media?
No. And it's kind of funny because the picture is so distinct. Legacy media, almost zero interest in it, as Gorka said. Like, what was it, 1 out of 16, or even slightly negative? But on the part of independent media, it's been overwhelming, including conservative media. I watched Alex Jones had a segment on it, and it was actually pretty good. And it makes me think,
I saw it, yeah.
Yeah, and it makes me think, like, man, maybe if there could just be more reporting of this sort, we have some infrastructure to be able to get stuff out there, even if it doesn't reach the kind of big corporate outlets. Because the independent media, they were incensed about this, and not just the left. There were some really big conservative commentators I saw talking critically about this, which I hadn't expected. So that says to me, I need to stress more the stakes that people who are not just on the left have in regards to this stuff, because there's a lot.
Absolutely. So for everyone who's watching this right now, when we upload this video, please share it and share it with anyone you can. Share it on your socials, because we want to build a critical mass that pushes back against this. It's wrong to see someone like Gorka brag about how he's getting away with it, and he's getting away with it due to the failures of our legacy media. So again, Ken, thank you for your reporting. Everyone go check out his work over at Substack. It's an incredible news. I don't even like calling it a newsletter.
This is one of those
I feel like
things
that
where
minimizes
it's like
what you do, to be honest with you. But
you don't have to care about his politics behind it or anything. This is just factually what's happening. So this is something that you guys should we should all be more aware of. And I'm glad that TYT platformed him.
Excellent reporting as always. Thank you so much, Ken.
Thanks so much, Anna. Good seeing you.
Oh, solid. All right. So this is kind of funny. Kash Patel exposed for bogus arrest numbers.
Hi there, everyone. It's 4 o'clock in New York. It hasn't even been 24 hours, but Kash Patel's testimony on Capitol Hill yesterday is already raising major alarm bells over whether or not the director of the FBI was telling the truth to Congress, not just about the news accounts of his excessive drinking on the job, the administration of polygraph tests at the FBI, or of firing agents for political reasons, but also about the very statistics that he relied upon to defend his job amid all those embarrassing headlines. According to brand new exclusive reporting from our colleagues Carol Leonnig and Ken Delanian, when it comes to the arrests Kash Patel boasted about yesterday, quote, Patel's FBI has imposed new policies that inflate these numbers and overstate the FBI's progress in stemming crime. That is according to a half dozen law enforcement sources with knowledge of the changes. Kash Patel's lack of transparency is even causing some from inside the FBI to speak out, with one current official telling MS Now this, quote, they are absolutely padding the stats and claiming arrests they would not have claimed. And one former official adds this, quote, agents inside the Bureau complained frequently about Patel's bogus arrest numbers. Kash is definitely engineering things to pad his stats, the former official said.
Jesus.
Here is what
Dude, his own agency's coming out and saying this.
Kash Patel
That's
said
fucked up,
yesterday
man.
before Congress.
We've arrested 8 of the top 10 most.
One thing to have a politician come out and accuse him of this, but it's like, dude, it's the calls are coming from inside the house. Oh no!
In 14 months, that's twice as many in the 4 years combined. That is what the men and women of the FBI are doing. Well resourced. Everyone should take a look at this. If people want to continue the baseless, fraudulent, false personal attacks at me, that's great. Keep the target on me, as I've always said. But the mission has never been better.
According to an MS Now review under Kash Patel's leadership, quote, the FBI has manipulated that iconic Bureau program in a way that falsely suggests rapid progress. In that time, the Bureau has quickly added the names of some fugitives just hours or days before agents capture them. When reached for comment, the FBI disputed that arrests were being counted improperly without providing any specifics. Kash Patel being willing to inflate statistics about his agency's work to try to save his job.
Why am I not surprised?
That's where we begin today with senior investigative reporter Carol Leonnig, whose byline is on that reporting. Also joining us, former assistant special agent in charge at the FBI, national security and intelligence analyst Michael Feinberg. Carol Leonnig, take us through what you're reporting.
Yeah, thanks, Nicole, for focusing on it. You know, my colleague Ken Delaney and I have been working on this for a little while, and then we'd been hearing tips for some time that the statistics that Kash Patel sometimes mentioned, they said were juiced or inflated.
This is just another example of how the Trump administration just lies about all of it. This is why I keep using the jobs report as a prime example where it's like, no, guys, does it make sense that the one thing that they have control of is the one that, like, oh, great numbers.
Unfairly and intentionally.
But the rest of the fucking stuff they can't really have that, that huge of an impact on, because there are global markets that also kind of reflect this.
And while we were working on this, Kash Patel is brought before the Senate to answer questions, and instead of answering those
questions, dude. I'm surprised he's not going out there just like telling everybody gas prices are not $5. Nuh-uh.
He waves a black placard in the air and says, this is the proof that I'm really running this agency quite well, and this is the FBI under my leadership, and started to cite these same statistics that we have been hearing were bogus. We began
here in Australia, class of 2000.
Advertising our work.
I was 05.
Corroborating, going back to sources, and the two big findings were these. One, that the FBI has begun counting arrests, particularly immigration agents' arrests, whenever FBI agents are present. Or simply, assisting. FBI agents, as you know, Nicole, were ordered in the summer and the fall of this past year to begin going out in huge waves of teams, joining immigration agents and local police to try to arrest, detain, and eventually deport immigrants from this country at the behest of Stephen Miller, the White House Deputy Chief of Staff. So now all of those arrests are being counted as FBI arrests, which helps Mr. Patel, Director Patel, claim that there is a huge spike in arrests, at least in the way that he's counting them. The second big takeaway here, Nicole, is about, something that everyone in America probably recognizes about the FBI, the most wanted list. This is supposed to be the 10 people that are the most dangerous villains in the world, and that we've been hunting for them for possibly years. What my colleague Ken Delaney and I found in reviewing those, based on good information from sources, was that 4 of the 8 people that Kash Patel says were arrested from that fugitive list, that most villainous group, 4 were added within a month of actually being captured. And one of them was arrested in an hour and 13 minutes after being put on the list. As sources told us, these kinds of operations to seize dangerous fugitives don't happen in an hour and 13 minutes or even in 24 hours.
No.
And yet, again, 2 of the people that he says we famously
Jesus Christ.
captured were added to the list.
It's
in a
so
time
fucking
when
egregious.
FBI agents said they
What
knew
the
they
hell?
were going to arrest those people.
So I just want to make sure. Let me just.
Is it bad that I kind of miss the good old days where like this would be like one of the biggest scandals in politics?
Try to dumb down
Like,
the 2 categories, the
what
2
is
ways the numbers are
happening?
being fudged and inflated. The first one is if the FBI is assisting another law enforcement agency, federal or state, they're adding all those numbers, whether they were the top cops on the job or not. Is that right?
That's right. And whether they put cops on anyone.
And then the second is feels really manipulative. They know they're closing in on someone. They either have a wiretap approved or they know that they've got the goods or they have planned to make the arrest. So they add that name to the most wanted and then just, coincidentally capture them within hours, days, or weeks.
That's right. Again, 4 of the 8.
Pep Talks is like the Mystery Science Theater of politics. I really appreciate that.
Arrested within a month. 2 of the 8
I'll take that
were
one.
arrested
That's a
within 24
great
hours
compliment.
of being added
Yeah.
to the list.
Chat box is
So
huge.
Michael Feinberg, it's clear that Kash Patel thinks that we're dumb. I don't even know that Kash Patel would dispute
It's a little
that.
smaller
But he
than-
also thinks that the Bureau is as dumb and as shallow as he is. And I wonder how this collides with the integrity of the men and women who are still there.
You know, I think I've said before on your program, I don't know a single person still at the FBI or who has recently left it that has the slightest iota of respect for Kash Patel. He is widely viewed as a clown within the organization, but he's a clown.
Guys viewing, for anyone viewing this on vertical, is the chat better up there or
with a flamethrower, and a
below?
clown with a flamethrower can still do a lot of damage. And he
Let me
has
figure this out.
to the individual lives of agents he's fired for political reasons, to the programs he has deprioritized in favor of immigration priorities, and just to the institution itself with the manipulation of statistics, as Carol and Ken have shown. But we can't put all the blame on Kash Patel. I'd be remiss if I did not point out that this is also a failure of oversight. At every hearing where he has struggled to defend himself and distract from the various allegations against his integrity and character and situational judgment, he has screamed or paraded the statistics about crimes like murder or rape or robbery or other violent crimes. Most members of Congress...
What type of cancer does my wife have? Colorectal cancer.
Members of the Senate, most representatives, have been to law school. And somebody who's been through the first week of law school should realize none of those crimes that Kash Patel mentions are actually federal crimes. They're all state offenses over which the FBI does not have primary or original jurisdiction. So this has been painfully obvious to many of us when he talks about the murder rate dropping, when he talks about violent crime being stopped. What he's actually doing is stealing credit and honor from state and local law enforcement agencies that are doing the majority of the work. And he's taking credit simply because there might have been one FBI task force member out there with them.
I take your point on oversight, but and I take the point that the men and women who
How's Uni doing? She's doing well.
The workforce of the FBI would find this
Had a little bit of a rough go last few days, but
offensive.
feeling better today.
But what does it say that it takes a piece of investigative journalism and that no one really pressed him on this in yesterday's questioning, Michael?
It's, I mean, look, I really think this is largely a failure of oversight. It should not be news to anybody in Congress or anybody in the media or anybody in the judiciary that Kash Patel dances around questions. And with
You need to go mow your lawn. You're losing sunlight. I know how that goes. I mowed my lawn today.
There have not been aggressive attempts to pin him down. Now, I do want to tie this back to the workforce you asked about for a second, though. And the reason the workforce may not be speaking about this largely is because the last thing that a real FBI agent cares about is statistics. You care about working your cases, you care about getting the bad guy off of the street, you care about protecting witnesses, and you care about making victims whole. Who gets credit doesn't matter. Whether it impresses the White House doesn't matter. whether you can wave a flag and statistics in front of Congress does not matter either.
Oh
The
shit!
only
Thank you for the
people who
$2.
care
I
about
appreciate
those sorts
that.
of things are people
At
like
Bob
I
Kat
will.
Peterson,
Patel,
McPherson,
who have no familiarity with the work
$21.63. Cancer
and
Fund.
realize that the
Have a
mission
good night.
and
Peace.
the purpose
Peace sign
has very
emoji.
little to do with the statistics you report.
I was about to say, I knew one of you was down here. What you doing? Here. We got the cat cam. Let's give the cat his treats. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. Want some treats? Want some treats? Here you go. There you go. All right. Good night, Bob. I'll catch you later, man. Thanks for being here. Also, cheers, everybody. West Coast. Now it's Friday. It's official. All right. Why the Strait of Hormuz closure could trigger a global food crisis. The mainstream media is finally catching up to this.
The impact of the ongoing closure of the Strait of Hormuz
We've been talking about this for at least, what, a month?
is extending well beyond oil as some 2,000 ships wait to transport a variety of essential goods around the world. That includes key ingredients for producing fertilizer, causing new concern for farmers and the risk of food shortages for millions of people. MS Now international reporter Ines de la Cuetera has more.
Year after year, hard work pays off at Huglow Farms in the countryside of Kent in the UK, a summer burst of strawberries.
These were planted last year in July. We took one crop off them and then we overwintered them, and now they've just started harvest.
But this year, the typically sunny harvest season clouded by a conflict thousands of miles away. The deadlock in the Strait of
Oh, yeah, you got the... Oh, that was a hell of a pep talk.
Hormuz has seen gas prices rise, while fertilizer supplies are dwindling.
Just looking at this crop, we need to get a certain output, and without fertilizers, we wouldn't be able to do that. You know, the flavour wouldn't be as good, and the productivity would be lower.
Wait. Play it again. Love it.
Sustainable.
Thank you for that.
The impact is being felt by farmers around the world.
You're
This will be go to mill in the UK and be milled up for flour to go into bread.
But the concerns are even greater for arable farmers.
It's essential. Without fertilizer, we'd have a very pale, very small crop here. It wouldn't yield.
Experts are sounding the alarm. The World Food Program warning that if the crisis doesn't finish by the end of June, 45 million people will be at risk from hunger and starvation.
Yeah, and this is also made a lot worse by like him canceling, USAID and all that.
Worldwide. Those who already don't have enough to eat, likely to pay the price for a standoff they have no control of.
Famine is always preventable. Famine is always a man-made, human-made crisis.
And for countries already experiencing catastrophic levels of food insecurity, even a quick resolution may not be enough to avoid the worst outcomes.
For some, it's already too late. Even if supplies were to start flowing today, it takes...
Yeah, the news would rather wait to report on a disaster than report on it early and help prevent it. Yes.
Time to ship and to bring to market these critical inputs. Even with immediate action, we're already going to see an increase in humanitarian need.
In the U.S., that could mean higher prices at the grocery store, as some farmers may pass the costs on to consumers. Data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics shows prices in April rose 3.8% from a year earlier, marking an increase from the year-over-year inflation rate of 3.3%. But back on the farm, Tom
a lot of
says
potash
the
U.S. needs from Canada.
We grow this crop,
really,
just like someone in Ukraine or Argentina or Australia or Brazil or whatever. So we can't just say to the consumer, "Well, we're going to put the price up," because they can go and buy it somewhere else.
While many farmers had already purchased fertilizer for the year before the war broke out, the effects could become more obvious in time. So Tom says wheat farmers are now talking about potentially not planting their fields next year.
The economics of growing a crop of wheat now is so tight that some farmers are saying, well, we could leave it fallow for a year and lose less money than growing a crop and losing a lot of money.
And with no end in sight to the deadlock in the Middle East, the fear is the consequences here will only worsen in the months ahead. Ines de la Cuetera, MS Now, Kent, England.
All right, so Steve Ratner, talk a little bit more, if you could, about the economic impact of what's going on with the Strait of Hormuz, but also how China could help with this, and what would that look like?
Well, the Strait of Hormuz, as we know, being closed is a huge problem, and as your piece just said, it's not just oil, although oil is a very big part of it. If you talk about oil, what's going on out there is that we are drawing down world inventories very, very quickly, which means that prices are just going to continue to go up. It also means that even if the Strait reopens, it's going to take a good while to unwind all of this. There are a whole different set of kinds of reports about how much damage has been done to oil facilities in the Middle East. We don't really know. At least I don't really know. They're not saying publicly, and that may have an impact on future oil production. But as the report said, a lot of other things like fertilizer and plastics and things and chemicals come through the Gulf, and not having those supplies is going to create world disruption. You saw our consumer price index report 2 days ago, and you saw our producer price report yesterday, and those are really tough numbers, and they're just simply going to show inflation rising over the next few months at least. And that's going to put the Fed in an unusual position. So none of this is really good for us or for the rest of the world. In terms of China, look, I'll defer to Richard on some of this too, but China obviously gets, as I said before, 30% of its oil roughly through the Strait. So they have a huge incentive to get this thing open. That said, they don't seem to be doing a heck of a lot to actually accomplish that.
Yeah, it's not clear how much influence they really have. I think what the Chinese also want to avoid is the war restarting, and once again, the energy infrastructure of the region getting destroyed. That would be a nightmare for them. So they could be helpful like margins, but they're not going to be decisive here.
Sorry, guys. I have got to figure out this chat. All right. So Cuba. I have a feeling that we're going to be hearing about this in the news a lot more coming up. But here's the, we're in the early stages. And like I said, mainstream media is just catching up. And for CBS to be reporting on it, I think that it's happening now.
Sources tell CBS News the U.S. is taking steps to indict Raul Castro. He's the 94-year-old former president of Cuba and the brother of Fidel Castro. The case involves a deadly plane crash that happened 30 years ago. This follows a visit to the island yesterday by CIA Director John Ratcliffe. CBS News Homeland Security correspondent Nicole Skanga reports on this from Washington.
3 decades after 2 civilian planes were shot down by Cuba, the Justice Department is taking steps to indict former Cuban President Raul Castro in connection to the deadly incident, according to U.S. officials familiar with the matter. The planes, operated by a Miami-based humanitarian group, were struck down by Cuban fighter jets over international waters back in 1996. 3 Americans and a U.S. resident were killed. Cuban officials have argued the shoot-down was legitimate, claiming the planes violated its airspace. At 94, Raul Castro is widely considered the most powerful person.
They're trying to indict a 94-year-old? Like, what?
Even though he stepped down as the leader of its Communist Party in 2021. CIA Director John Ratcliffe met with his grandson, who's viewed as his representative, yesterday. He shared Trump's message that the U.S. is, quote, prepared to seriously...
Hubby's awake, gonna go. All right, good night, or, good day, Rebecca.
Engage on economic and security issues, but only if Cuba makes fundamental changes.
Cuba is not doing well. It's a failed nation.
A potential indictment comes as the U.S. increases pressure on Havana. The Trump administration has threatened heavy tariffs on any country that exports oil to Cuba, leading to energy shortages as oil shipments are largely cut off. Rare protests have erupted across Cuba as frustration over fuel shortages and power blackouts grows.
The Trump administration sees this as the best opportunity to effectuate regime change.
Mark Caputo is a CBS News contributor.
The problem that all of us have is understanding how power really works in Cuba, who's really calling the shots. And so it's difficult to understand the degree to which an indictment of Raul Castro would change the way in which the United States sort of interfaces with whomever they're talking to in Cuba.
While a possible indictment could be used as a pressure point in ongoing negotiations with Cuba, it could also make Cuban officials less willing to engage. Now, the potential indictment would need to be greenlit by a grand jury. The Justice Department declined to comment. Nicole Skanga, CBS News, Washington.
All right.
The latest now on Cuba, where protesters have taken to the streets as the island faces more blackouts amid an unusual mission to the island by CIA Director John Ratcliffe for meetings with top Cuban officials. Matt Rivers has the story. Matt, you just returned from Cuba.
Yeah, and the situation on the island, George, really unprecedented. This surprise, unannounced trip to Cuba comes at a time of some of the worst tensions between the United States and Cuba that we have seen in generations. CIA Director John Ratcliffe heading down to the island with a message to tell the Cuban government to stop being what a senior CIA official called a national security threat. Ratcliffe telling the Cubans they need to stop allowing adversaries like China and Russia unfettered access to the island. The Cubans, for their part, acknowledging publicly the meeting took place and saying they told the CIA they pose no such threat. The meeting comes as a U.S. oil embargo continues to put near unprecedented strain on the island, choking off its fuel supply. Blackouts, which have long been a problem on the island, are now worse than ever. Just yesterday, half the island's power grid failing. You see those protests there. They are unusual. And we know Donald Trump has threatened military action against the island for months now, repeatedly saying that if Cuba's government doesn't make significant reforms, he is not afraid to take action. That is a message the CIA says was reinforced at yesterday's meeting. Rebecca?
Yeah, looking for fundamental changes there. Okay, Matt, thank you.
Oh, yeah, did you guys see this shit? This is fucked.
Disgraced movie mogul Harvey Weinstein's third sex crimes trial ends in a mistrial. We begin with that breaking news. The jury couldn't unanimously decide on whether to convict the ex-Miramax boss of allegedly raping actress Jessica Mann in 2013. Joining me now are Peter Haralambous and also legal contributor Bernarda Villalona. So, Peter, this is the third trial, as we mentioned, for Weinstein in Manhattan. What led to the mistrial?
Why are they... What is it about, like, these billionaire sex offenders just getting away with this stuff? Like, it's getting a little fucking arduous, you know? And this is one that, like, this was a W before that now is just not.
Of deliberation, the jury sending back a note yesterday saying they were having trouble reaching a verdict, and the judge ultimately throwing out the case today after the jury said they could continue to be unable to reach that verdict here. Really, the central point in this case was whether the testimony from Jessica Mann was consistent. Harvey Weinstein's lawyers have argued that they had an on and off relationship, and this argument used by Weinstein's lawyers successfully resulted in another mistrial last year. At this point, Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg is thanking Jessica Mann for her testimony and saying that they're thinking about their next options in consultation with her.
So, Bernarda, just your overall reaction, and does this now mean that there will be a fourth trial?
So this is a very difficult case for the prosecution because just how has been explained, this is the third time that Harvey Weinstein is being tried in regards to this specific victim of Miss Mann. And as time passes, there's more testimony that's out there that she can be cross-examined on. You're also trying to think that there was a complicated relationship because she continued her relationship with Harvey Weinstein even despite these acts. So I highly doubt that Mr. Bragg will actually go forward with the fourth trial because Harvey Weinstein is already serving a 16-year sentence in California. And also remember that Harvey Weinstein was convicted last year on another count, and he is facing a 25-year sentence in regards to that conviction.
Well, on top of all of this, sure doesn't look like...
All right, well, at least he's not getting out.
He's in good health.
MFers pretending to limp. He's trying... Yeah, that's his, like, I'm going to garner sympathy.
Bernarda and Peter, thank you both.
Don't you remember Miramax? Come on, guys. You remember Miramax? Come on. Come on, guys. It's like, yeah, we do. And we remember exactly what you did.
You're fucking detox.
All right, that one is going on the soundboard when I eventually get that back up. So thank you, Dave. Appreciate that. All right, let's do it. Let's do this frickin' fucking whatever streamer bullshit. This guy sucks. He actually kind of made, like, anytime that I do like man on the street kind of stuff or IRL streaming, whatever the fuck you want to call it, I feel douchey because of guys like this guy. It's already kind of like, it is a little douchey, like, especially if you have a rig where you're just like walking around and they're just like, look at this doofus. I mean, honestly, this is kind of the nicer part about, living in a city is also you have so many people that do that at least we, it's not as prevalent. But when I went back to my hometown, god damn, I felt it. So what this guy was doing, I was like, I couldn't imagine. There's certain areas I wish he would have come like here to try this shit in, where it's just like, oh, okay, man, cause I don't think he understands like what kind of danger he was putting himself in. And it's no surprise that this happened. Live streamer known as Race for racist content faces attempted murder charge. Bond set at $1.25 million, which thank God. Although it seems like he actually posted, he's going to be able to post bond because he had a GoFundMe that reached just about that as far as like the 10%. On Friday, live streamer Dalton Earthly, or Etherly, there we go, Dalton Etherly, known online as Chud the Builder, appeared in court. I mean, dude, this is one of those things where it's like, I don't even want to give this guy publicity, but holy fuck. I mean, at least this is like bad enough to where it's like he might actually go to prison. It's not like clavicular or whatever, where it's like this guy hit a guy, he shot an alligator. Like he's always doing things, but the thing is, he knows these are things he can pay for. I hope the justice system catches up because you know how you have so many misdemeanors and, you know, so many things that they kind of label you like a menace to society. But in Florida, I'd be shit shocked if that was a thing. You got too many Florida man stories for me to believe that that's a thing. Like, you guys have to allow a certain amount of crime to have like the reputation of the Florida man. I mean, damn, you guys got the Florida man. Anyway, all right, so he appeared in court charged with attempted murder after a shooting outside Montgomery County Courthouse in Clarksville on Wednesday. General Session Court Judge Reed Poland III set his bond at $1.2 million. Oh, 1.25. Come on, that extra 5. That's something. Confrontation outside the courthouse Wednesday before 2 p.m. escalated when Etherly shot a man in the stomach and shot himself in the arm. Etherly recounted in a live stream video that the man approached saying, you start saying that chimp shit to me, I'm going to hit you, and then struck him. Prosecutors documented Etherly's history as a live streamer who filmed racially charged content with racial slurs targeting black people days before he was arrested May 9th in Nashville after refusing to pay a $371 meal at Bob. I mean, right there, he filmed himself dine and dashing. Good job. Becoming disruptive and then asking to stop live streaming. Attempted criminal homicide carries a possible 15 to 60 year sentence. The other thing that they're going to have to do is they're going to have to get some of these guys that have shown up on his stream to kind of to testify. Like there's a lot of witnesses to this kind of shit that if I was the prosecutor, I would be looking for them. Criminal homicide carries possible 60. Preliminary hearing set for the 26th. Another bond hearing is scheduled for the 21st. With Etherly closing his eyes when the judge announced the bond amount. Haha. No matter what, he was just like, "Oh shit, I don't have that." Etherly faced a separate civil hearing Wednesday over a $3,300 debt to Midland. Oh shit, he got sued by a credit bureau. The same courthouse when the shooting occurred. Unidentified victim described it as black by a witness to the Associated Press was flown to a separate hospital. And here he is getting told the amount.
We're gonna have a bail. I'm gonna set just a bond right now after we have our bail hearing. Then I'll let you make all the arguments. We can go through all the factors in the statute and see if that gets amended up or down. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to set initial bond at $1.25 million.
It was just like I thought. Yes. Just fuck.
Based upon the fact of how many
even the lawyers just like, there's no getting you out of this one,
people
bud.
in the courtyard. We're here at the courthouse, and the seriousness of all these felonies.
Bail's gonna.
That was worth it.
Tonight, a man is in the hospital after he was shot outside of the Montgomery County Courthouse yesterday. The accused gunman is controversial online streamer Dalton Etherly. He's in jail tonight and expected in court tomorrow. WSMV's
I'm actually kind of glad they didn't give him a plug as the name.
Jayanth brings us
Or
the latest.
am I wrong? They're doing
Tonight,
here.
a mother and wife is pleading for help after her husband, Joshua Fox, was shot in the stomach and shoulder outside of the Montgomery County Courthouse as donations continue to pour in on her GoFundMe page for the disabled veteran.
I heard the gunfire and looked up, and everyone in the cafes, everyone's heads turned. We're like, what's going on? What's going on?
Clarissa Greaves works in a coffee shop nearby and learned the commotion she was witnessing involved 28-year-old Dalton Etherly, an online streamer known for using racial slurs and provoking people of color.
I've seen other videos of what that man has posted. I don't agree with it whatsoever.
The Montgomery County Sheriff's Office says
Wokey.
Dalton was outside of the courthouse.
By the way, what up, Robert?
when he
How you
got into
doing,
a
man?
fight with
Welcome to
Joshua
chat. Appreciate you
Fox,
being here.
Which escalated to gunfire, which also led to Dalton being shot. Joshua's mother tells us they are still trying to process what happened as he continues to recover. Clarissa says she feared something like this could happen.
Well, yeah, when you see what he's doing, dude, he also, like, is brandishing.
What I've seen from his video.
Like, dude, if he did what he was doing in Chicago, he would have been locked up a whole lot quicker.
I don't know.
The fact that he brandished is, like, again,
How
that's,
that could make anyone
you
feel-
pull that shit, especially with a cop around, because at one point he did it with a cop around, even the cop was just like, yo, no.
Safe, personally.
But they were trying to help him.
I think I'm really very, very sad that this had to happen, but if it's something to put him away, then I'm for it, and I think most of the city would be for it too.
Nice.
She says her heart goes
Calling
out to
him a
Joshua's
nuisance.
family, and she hopes he makes a speedy recovery.
What do you want to see come from this at this point?
People to do better. I think there's a lot going on in the world right now, and I don't know, just as people, there's still good people out there, and I just hope we can all learn from this.
Dalton is now facing several charges, including attempted murder and aggravated assault. Amber Jayanth, WSMV4.
What a dickhead. Oh my god, this guy sucks. All right. Philly D has the best breakdown of this, by the way, so we're just gonna do this as our Philly D segment.
We gotta talk about how this Chud shooting problem is just crazy and exposes a lot. Rashi's dangerous Taiwan threat to Trump and more, freaking people out about what happens
cover any
next.
of that.
Well, this Georgia election could change everything, but almost no one knows about it. We're talking about all of that on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, so buckle up, hit that like button, and let's jump into it, starting with this. It's gotta be one of the most racist people I've seen on the internet in maybe ever or
Where'd this happen? Nashville, Tennessee.
a long time, which is really, that's a crazy high bar. Considering the existence of Elon Musk's version of
That's a
Twitter.
crazy high bar.
Or old school Call of Duty
He's not fucking wrong.
lobbies, has now found himself in what many have been predicting was going to be the inevitable outcome, though maybe one that he won. So his name is Dalton Etherly. He's 28 years old, but some people know him as Chud the Builder.
We're sick of living in the bomb shelter as white people. We're sick of being told that we don't have the freedom of speech anymore. Says who? My ancestors fought and died for that. I'm going outside, I'm taking
you
my
thought
helmet,
Florida?
I'm taking a deep breath. Look, nothing's gonna happen. They're just gonna keep chimping out regardless on whether you call them the word or not.
Right, and that guy, he's now been charged with attempted murder. So let's start with some context. Chud the Builder, he styles himself as a free speech patriot. What that appears to really mean is that he films or streams himself walking around in public, calling black people the N-word and challenging them to fight. It's generally what I describe as just disgusting content, but apparently there's a number of people that want to watch
The thing
it.
is, when he challenges them, I mean, in Illinois, right there, like, then you've given yourself permission to get hit.
Because he's got hundreds of thousands of followers. And as he's been getting more and more attention, his bigoted antics, they've kind of escalated more and more, with him appearing to use pepper spray on someone who knocked off his hat last week, for example.
You heard me. Fuck your shit. Touch me again.
And more than once, he's landed himself in hot water. Like last November, he got arrested for harassment, or
bitch.
last week, he was arrested again for an incident that happened at a steakhouse in Nashville. Apparently, somebody called the restaurant to notify them that a notorious bigot was there, and then the staff asked him to stop recording.
Filming? We're live streaming. I would prefer you not live streaming. Okay, you can turn that off, please. Hey man, don't touch me. No, I'm not touching. I can leave if you ask me to leave. Don't come in my face like that, sir. I'm not. I'm just asking you not to record video in the restaurant. And that's fine. We can leave. It's time to go. Hey, Pajit, calm down. Why don't you go in the street? Why don't you go poop in the street? Hey man, don't get aggressive with me. We'll get up and leave. Thanks for the free food.
Though according to the police affidavit, that food was not free. It actually cost $371.55. But still, it appeared that he left without paying unless you considered a handful of racial slurs payment, and then he continued to make a scene outside.
Well, I would not eat here if I were you. Because they just kicked us out because
What a Karen.
Leave my guests alone, sir. Don't come here. They don't like freedom.
Shortly after
That's
that, he
crazy.
was back
I
on
know
the street
exactly where
throwing
he's
the
at.
N-word at a guy and making monkey noises.
Look at them chimping out. Look at that monkey. Go climb a tree. Somebody get him a banana.
Right, and so with that, he ended up being charged with theft of services, disorderly conduct, and resisting arrest. And so now, apparently, he's well known in this community for this shit. Pretty much no one likes him, and even Nick Fuentes, right, the white nationalist, who maybe you've seen a video where he's talking about how he thinks Hitler is cool. He thinks that Chud lobs the N-word at people so aggressively that it's a bit much.
I don't think people should be fired for uttering the word. And I think it's a funny word. I don't think it should be treated like a blasphemy, but let's be honest, it's not a nice thing to say. It's actually not a very nice thing to say. And I don't know that we should actually be out there saying, hey man, we should be able to go up
When Nick Fuentes has the moral high ground, you done fucked up.
to black people and start blasting a slur that offends them without expecting them to be offended.
But now the reason that we're talking about this today
Dude.
is about what happened yesterday, where you had Cut the Builder going to the Montgomery County Courthouse in Clarksville, Tennessee, where he had a civil case. So that one, not over racist harassment. He was reportedly there for an unpaid debt. Well, while he was outside of the courthouse, he got into an altercation with someone that witnesses described as a black man, and you can see the video of the fight here. And it's not 100% clear exactly what happened, but reportedly a gun was fired, and shortly afterward, Chud live-streamed himself talking to first responders, saying that a group, including the black man, were laughing and pointing at him as he walked by, and then
he said, walk away from me. I walked away from him. He came back up to me. He literally said, I have PTSD. I feel like I'm in. He said, you start saying all that chimp out to me, I'm gonna hit you. He hit me. Started wailing on me even after I had to defend myself by shooting him.
Now, according to authorities, that man was hospitalized and is in stable condition. Also, Chud apparently shot himself during the scuffle, according to the district attorney general, though he was only grazed. So at first, he got charged with aggravated assault, reckless endangerment with a
I heard
deadly
it wasn't
weapon,
just a
and then fleeing
graze.
the
I heard he shot in, like, it was a, it was considered a graze, but it's because the bullet left.
firearm during a dangerous felony. But now,
Like it
some
went
of the
through his
biggest news is that
bicep.
he is facing another charge, attempted murder. And as far as the reaction that you're seeing to this, it really depends on which corner of the internet you go to. Though I will say, a big thing that you're seeing is, besides concern for the shooting victim and the glee over the arrest, is a lot of people going, I mean, what did people expect? What did Chud expect? People arguing that you can't go around with a gun yelling racial slurs at people and challenging them to fight in the most obnoxious way possible and not expect something to happen. With many saying that what he's doing was incitement, especially when it appears that he's constantly posted about how he's ready and willing to shoot someone. But he's doing what you're seeing in these streams and writing, I'll defend my life with lethal force. Do not approach me with intent to threaten bodily harm. And then adding, and this is the one that's getting a lot of traction, series finale is dead chimp on the pavement and you monkeys rioting when I walk free. Stay tuned. Right? Even in that encounter on the street that I showed you right after he got kicked out of the steakhouse, he threatened to shoot the guy.
I'm about to blow his
Right
brains
there.
out. He pulls back around here, I'm about to blow his brains out.
And you've got people arguing that these aren't outliers. He threatens people all the time. But then also with this, you have a lot of people pointing not just to Etherly's individual trajectory, but also kind of that of our whole country. You've got a lot of people seeing this guy as the culmination of two very disturbing trends in our culture. The first being kind of the rage bait content where people act as abrasive and antisocial in public as they can just to kind of provoke reactions, game the algorithm, get clipped and clipped and clipped. And then second, just being the normalization of open, unabashed, in-your-face racism that we've seen over the past couple of years. A lot of which it comes from, and I hate to be that fucking guy, but it's like,
The worst part is, it's like 13-year-old kids consuming that content.
it's right there in your face constantly, though I know a million things happen, so it's very easy to forget, but it comes from Trump. It was only just 3 months ago. I know it feels like probably a million years that he posted that video showing Barack and Michelle Obama as apes in the jungle. A thing, by the way, he refused to apologize for, and criticism of which Caroline Leavitt dismissed as fake outrage. Same dear leader that called Somalis garbage who don't contribute anything. He claimed Haitians were eating cats and dogs in Springfield. He also said that Haitians were poisoning the blood of our country. He said that criminal illegal immigrants are just not human. I mean, I could keep going on and on. But as far as what happens with Etherly, we're gonna have to wait to see. On one hand, you have a lot of people saying they hope the charges stick here to make an example of a person doing this so that you don't see other copycats out
Somebody's
there.
like kick
Especially
his
because
ass
there's some
one day.
arguing that he's been trying to provoke a situation like this, whether to be able to try to provoke someone, to be able to claim self-defense and get famous off of it. But also, this guy has plenty of supporters. A number of people seeing him as a champion of free speech. Right now, you're even seeing a surge in donations to an old donation page that he had out. And it's a page that appears to have been started by Etherly that says, sometimes I've used the N-word in what I thought was edgy, harmless humor, adding, I know it's controversial, but it's my right to speak
My wife has fucking cancer.
freely. With that appearing
This
to be
motherfucker literally got like a donation. That is like the whole fucking. That's the shit that bugs me about the fucking internet, like the internet, man. Like realistically, the worst people make it.
connected to a campaign where initially he wrote, I was fired from my previous
Goddamn.
contracting job after BLM activists targeted me over words they shared online, jokes and opinions they twisted to end my career. But hey, for now, we're gonna have to wait to see what happens with this case, right? Do we get more information, more video, anything?
You guys have a shithead 13-year-old son? You might want to check and see if he's like, donating to some of this bullshit.
That, and also what happens with the charges and everything else. And so in the meantime, I'd really love to know your thoughts, opinions.
Can you imagine how many like parents are like unknowingly paying for some of this shit?
And then, what a transition this is going to be. We've got more that we're going to dive into in just a minute. But first, let me thank a sponsor and say, there are certain things in life that just quietly take your money every month and your phone.
Alrighty. Let's do this. I was gonna save this for later, but fuck it. I really want to cover this. Actually, no. We'll do the Dave Smith one after the war one. Let's do the serious one first and then the funny one. There we go. All right, torture does not work. Explosive report on brutality against Palestinians in Israel-Hamas war.
Torture does not work at all. You will get to a point where you hurt someone so bad they're going to tell you what you want to hear.
A lot of people in these prisons, members of the prison service and IDF officers, are completely aware of the use of dogs.
I think it actually is an insult if there are indeed victims, as he described, who have been abused in the ways that he described.
You are not a journalist.
Can we get back to the topic of this debate?
Justifying the slaughter of actual
I'm here to
while
speak
pretending
about
to be a
what's
journalist
actually
on a
happening
show.
on the ground, not to hurl angry
There we go.
insults at people.
Acting as a think about what's actually happening as a propagandist for Israel. That's what you are. You're a propagandist.
Yes. Oh, Anna Cook.
A bombshell report on the Israel-Hamas conflict has ignited global fury about the appalling depravity of the combatants. In lurid detail, the reporting lays bare the twisted and grotesque sexual violence used to subjugate victims. Those who read it and believe it emerge more certain than ever that one side's righteous and the other is evil. But there are, of course, two reports. And the chances are that your own social media timeline
What's up, Andrew?
or the
How you doing?
publications you choose to read will determine whether you believe
Welcome to the
I'm talking
stream.
about Hamas or Israel. New York Times journalist Nick Kristof, twice a Pulitzer Prize winner, compiled a report which alleges the systematic rape of Palestinian prisoners by Israeli security.
I went to the West Bank to talk with Palestinians who experienced sexual assault firsthand by Israeli soldiers, settlers, and prison guards. Their harrowing accounts, backed by lawyers, surveys, and international reports, suggest that sexual violence by Israelis against Palestinians is widespread. One woman, 23 at the time of her detention, told me that she was regularly stripped naked, forcibly bent over, and groped all over her body by male and female guards. One journalist said he had been held down and raped by a dog, a claim backed by other accounts from prisoners who report they underwent the same thing.
Well, the reporting is based on detailed testimony from at least 14 Palestinians. It does not allege that IDF soldiers or security personnel are commanded to commit these
I don't
crimes.
blame you. Yeah,
but
neither
it
do
does
I,
conclude that they happen so often that they are standard operating procedure. In that, it echoes reports by the UN and others. Israel's foreign ministry called it one of the worst blood libels in modern history. A flood of high-profile social media accounts have moved quickly to condemn and discredit the testimony, as well as peddling a false rumor that the New York Times is preparing a retraction. It isn't. In fact, they've doubled down. And while this storm has gathered force, the exact same thing has been happening on the other side. Like many people, I read with horror the details of the Israeli Civil Commission's report on October the 7th. Heads were decapitated, it says. Pelvic bones shattered. Even after death, sexual assault continued.
He started touching me and I resisted. And then he dragged me to the bedroom.
Disfiguring their faces and their sexual organs. You'd see that multiple times.
It's like they wanted to inflict pain in the cruelest manner possible. They have redefined evil.
Well, the Commission's report draws on hundreds of interviews and thousands of photographs. It too echoes work by the UN, which concluded that Hamas used sexual violence. And it too has been ransacked and trashed by people who support the opposite cause. As far as I'm concerned, the only cause is basic human decency. If your first instinct about either report is to look for ways to smear them, you might have run out of that yourself. Well, joining me on the panel is US-Israeli journalist and commentator Emily Schrader, the former US Navy SEAL Robert Neal, the former IDF soldier and whistleblower Shael Ben Ephraim, and Anna Kasperin, the executive producer and host of The Young Turks, and Doran Kemple, who's a former Special Forces commander in the IDF. Well, welcome to all of you. Let me start with you.
Well, this should actually be very interesting.
Anna Kasperin. Two reports have come out, one in a newspaper, one by a commission. One detailing the appalling atrocities of October the 7th, and one by Nick Kristof, somebody that I know well. When I was at CNN for 4 years, he was a regular on my show there. He's won a Pulitzer Prize twice. He is unquestionably one of the best journalists in the world. Now, that doesn't mean that he is not capable of making mistakes. But so far, he has doubled and trebled down on all criticism, stood by his reporting completely, and so the New York Times. So there's a lot of stuff going on, a lot of noise, a lot of anger, a lot of rage, a lot of discrediting. Where do you sit in totality with both of these reports?
I think it's very simple. Sexual violence carried out by any group of people, whether we're talking about IDF soldiers or members of Hamas, is wrong, indecent, immoral, and should be condemned. I don't know why this is such a difficult thing to do. This shouldn't be considered a one-sided thing. Okay, sexual violence is often used during war. Now, in the case of Hamas, I think the argument is whether or not Hamas used rape specifically as a tool of war, and it was a widespread act. And so that's where the debate lies on the Hamas side. On the Israeli side, you know, Kristof was very clear in noting that there's no indication that IDF soldiers are commanded to carry out rape. But what stood out to me about his reporting is that, you know, there were individuals quoted who said that basically no one stops them. Like it's common, it's known that this is happening, it's been happening for a long time, but no one in a position of power in Israel is stopping them from doing it. And so it's just, I mean, it's so wrong. And I don't know how anyone can read the entirety of that Kristof piece and not be brought to tears over the just cruel and unusual punishment of individuals who were never even charged with a crime, by the way. That's the other thing. These are individuals who were arrested soon after October 7th on suspicion of doing something wrong. They were never charged with anything. They never stood trial, yet they were imprisoned and raped in some of the most horrific ways imaginable. So just long story short.
It's hard for you to take them seriously with the overly dramatic music.
Rape is wrong. Sexual violence is wrong, regardless of who does it.
Okay. Emily Schrader, welcome back to Uncensored to you too. You've posted Nick Kristof should really be fired over this. If such crimes actually occurred, there needs to be a respectable investigation into this behaviour, not an opinion column citing Hamas-affiliated sources. The NYT published an opinion column accusing Israel of systematic sexual abuse the night before a major report documenting Hamas October 7th sexual atrocities was released. Not an investigation, but an opinion piece built heavily on claims from Euromed Monitor, whose leadership has documented ties to Hamas networks. If abuse is happening, it should be investigated, but regurgitating absurd claims such as that Israel trained dogs to rape Palestinians does not help victims of sexual violence. It makes a mockery of them. Shame on the New York Times. So my first question is, I presume that you found everything in the, I don't want to speak for you, but you can clarify quickly. Did you find everything in the Hamas reports credible and entirely accurate, and you would just take it unquestionably as fact?
We have no way of knowing if every single claim that's made in the Civil Commission's report is accurate. I personally, of course, have no way of knowing that. But what we do know from the Civil Commission report is that it relies on 1,800 hours of footage. It relies on more than 10,000 photos. It relies on forensic evidence that was collected from dead bodies that were there, as well as eyewitness and survivor testimony from the hostages who returned. So there is a lot more evidence that's provided in that report, which I did read in its entirety. 30, 289 pages. In regards to the article by Christoph, my problem with it isn't that such abuses could occur or that there aren't abuses in prisons. I believe that there most certainly are, as I think there are in most countries that have a prison system, especially one involved in a heavy conflict like we see here. I think this might be the first time on Piers Morgan I actually agree with Anna Kasparian. It doesn't matter who did it. If it's happening, it's wrong. It deserves a thorough investigation. And I don't believe that Christoph did them a service in this article. I think it actually is an insult if there are indeed victims, as he described, who have been abused in the ways that he described. There needs to be a much more impartial investigation. And furthermore, the sources that he used, I mean, the way that he didn't disclose the associations between Euromed Monitor and Hamas, between what Rami Abdu has said and stood for, what the chairman of the board, Mazen Kahel, has stated. They have both explicitly supported the actions of October 7th on social media themselves. Euromed itself has been a denier of sexual assault and rape on October 7th by Hamas. So there's a lot of complications and problems that simply were not disclosed in this piece.
But what is
interesting,
Emily?
Emily,
here's what I would say. What is interesting to me is your mindset about these two reports, because on the first one, you conceded immediately that you don't know for sure if it's all accurate. And yet you're not calling for anyone to be fired. You're not throwing rocks at the quality of the reporting. You're just accepting you don't know it's all true, but you 100% support it and endorse it. Whereas with the Christoph report, and again, to remind viewers, this is not just any old journalist. He is one of the most experienced and highly awarded journalists in America. He's won 2 Pulitzer Prizes. He didn't lob this up as a piece of opinion. As he says himself, he defended...
Sure, but the sources he relies
Well, hang on, let me finish.
The sources he relies on are very different than 1,800 hours of raw footage and photos from actual dead bodies.
Okay, but he, as he says, I deeply believe the best opinion journalism is based on new reporting. So my columns are rooted in travel and reporting. In this case, I saw a story and pursued it, and because I'm a columnist, it ran in the opinion section. What was intriguing to me, and maybe you can shed some light on this, but within minutes, there was this bombardment of people on social media, high profile, Bill Ackman and others piling in to Christoph, denouncing it all as just complete nonsense, fantasy, blood libel, and so on. How could they possibly have known? In the same way that you were open and honest enough to say you don't know if everything in the Hamas report is actually correct, why did you not collectively apply the same view to what Nick Christoph did, given his background as an award-winning journalist?
Because the Civil Commission was based on evidence. It wasn't compiled by a journalist and it wasn't published in an opinion section. In fact, I would probably have been more likely to believe some of the claims that were made by Christoph if it had been done as a news article. And frankly, I think the New York Times has the resources, they have the time, they have the ability to conduct a thorough investigation about this, and they didn't. And I think that that actually does a disservice to any of victims who actually have suffered from sexual harassment or abuse in captivity or otherwise. It's a huge problem journalistically. That said, I'm not denying that something could have occurred, but what? We don't really know. I mean, when you're using sources that are praising Hamas, that have affiliations with Hamas, this is incredible.
We all witnessed an IDF gang rape of a Palestinian hostage in one of these.
You didn't witness that, Anna, because that's not what the footage shows, and that actually has been investigated in the courts.
I watched the video myself. You
interrupted me, as a matter of fact, and what you saw is not what you think you saw. This has already been debunked.
Oh, it's not what you think you saw.
By the way, I just want to be clear that this woman is not a journalist. She's actually a spy who works for the 8200 group within the IDF.
By the way, that is legal defamation. I have never worked for the Israeli government in any capacity, and I also have never served in the Israeli army.
You yourself have posted about it on X.
No, I didn't.
I have
Apparently,
a screenshot.
You have problems reading.
I have a screenshot. I'll share it immediately after this interview.
I have a screenshot too, Anna. In fact, I have a screenshot of you defaming me on social media, calling me a traitor to the United States.
This is kind of
when you have no such evidence.
You are
such a serious topic, but at least Anna's just like, she's cooking.
So maybe stick to the actual conversation here, which is not about my background, but about
can we not talk over each other?
All
right, don't talk. If you talk over each other, no one can hear. And let's not get into the tit-for-tat on who's suing who about what. Let's stick to the story itself.
Can I finish my
the
point?
point you're making is what?
The point I'm making is there was a group of IDF soldiers who were caught on surveillance footage. This is a video I watched. This is a video that many people have seen themselves. The gang rape happens, okay? The Palestinian man who suffered that sexual abuse had internal injuries that were so bad that he had to be in the hospital for weeks upon weeks, okay? They used objects to rape him anally. I mean, it was one of the most horrific things I've ever witnessed myself. And you know what happened, Pierce, after there was some indication that maybe, just maybe, these IDF soldiers would suffer some punishment for what they did?
Hello.
There were protests in Israel. There was rage over the notion that they would ever suffer any consequences for what they did. And later, they were made to be television stars. They were brought on interview shows, celebrated. There is a sickness in the society right now that needs to be addressed. If you see anyone being raped like that and you think the rapists should be let off with not even a slap on the wrist, there is something wrong with that society.
Okay, let me bring in some of the other guests. So, Shael Ben Ephraim, welcome to you to Uncensored. You're a former IDF soldier and whistleblower. I believe you spoke to Nick Kristof as part of the reporting he did for his piece. So, give me your view of what he published.
Yeah, so I think it's important to move away from this attempt to compare what Nick Kristof did to this commission, right? Nick Kristof is working in an environment where he can't investigate properly because the authorities aren't letting him. So he's doing the best he can as a journalist in order to force the authorities to investigate it. That's the whole point here. There have been absolutely no convictions, no serious investigations into any cases of wrongdoing. Not only has no one been imprisoned, but no one's even been removed from their jobs, despite one investigation into a murder and another investigation into a brutal sexual assault. So what Kristof is doing is he's going into an environment where the authorities are in no way willing to cooperate and breaking the lid of silence. And that's not the same as a commission that has the cooperation of the authorities, that has the cooperation of the military that's in control of the area and is able to do that kind of forensic evidence. So, of course, the forensic evidence...
You respect anyone who stands up for injustice? Nice. Hey, Kiko, welcome to the show.
Much more impressive in that committee. The two are just completely unrelated.
Agreed.
Now, what's most striking and amazing about what Kristof did is that he managed to get the survivors of sexual abuse to talk on the record with their faces exposed in some cases in the video, which to me was absolutely incredible. Because you have to keep in mind that in Palestinian culture, if you've experienced sexual abuse, that has a stigma of shame that is far, far greater than in Western society. I mean, we have it too in the West, we have it in Israel, in the United States, but there's no comparison to the Palestinians. And I know that their families are being harmed in their status as a result, but they felt that they needed to speak out despite the incredible damage that this could do to them personally. And the fact that Nick managed to get that done is an absolutely incredible piece.
Can we admit that that's problematic as shit?
Now, specifically, Shael, the most contentious allegation that's in Nick Kristof's report is this suggestion that Israeli guards used dogs to rape Palestinian prisoners. Now, you, I believe, can corroborate that from your own personal work. So tell me about that side of it.
Yeah. So when I first read about dogs being used to sexually assault victims in these prisons, I didn't believe it. Of course, at the time, I didn't believe that Israel was committing many of the crimes that it later turned out that it was. So I talked to guards in Sde Teiman first time in June 2025. And I didn't even ask about that because that didn't seem realistic to me. But then I kept hearing more and more reports of this. And I talked to someone in Gaza who had been in one of these camps, and they told me that this had occurred. So I asked the two guards that I had talked to if that had actually happened. One of them said he'd heard talk about it, hadn't seen it. The other one said that he had seen it. Now, it has to be said that the guard who said that he had seen it wasn't speaking about penetration or anything like that. They were talking about having the detainee be sort of exposed and having the dog sort of seem like it was about to mount him. So a very disturbing,
doesn't really change much,
threatening kind of thing. So all this talk about whether there's
still
been penetration
fucked.
or not, I don't know if there has been or hasn't been. But this guard saw them using a dog in a sexually threatening way, and the other one, it was just hearsay. When Nick was doing the article, he asked me to put him in contact with them. And
my cat just looked at me like, don't invite him down here.
One of them immediately said no. The other one chickened out in the last minute. So that's why you don't have any corroboration, unfortunately, from guards. But a lot of people in these prisons, both members of the prison service and IDF officers and people who served on the ground there, one of them was just a reserve officer serving there who usually did combat duty, are completely aware of the use of dogs. And, Christoph said that there's no evidence that there's orders from above to do these sorts of things. But honestly, I would be shocked if they weren't getting orders from their immediate superiors. I don't think any of this is coming from Netanyahu, but I'd be shocked if it wasn't coming from their immediate superiors.
All right, let me bring in. Okay, let me bring in our two other guests now. Rob O'Neill, welcome back to you. Always great to have you on Uncensored. I've got a long memory. I remember in the Iraq War in 2003, the Abu Ghraib scandal, where a lot of Iraqi civilians were being abused by American forces in that case, and it turned out quite a few rogue elements of the British armed forces were doing similar things, and some of them got court-martialed. I was personally involved. I lost my job over it for pictures which were
God, he loves to
alleged to have been
you guys remember
faked, but actually, interestingly, regardless of the veracity of the pictures, the reports that we published alongside them were never denied. So clearly, there has been a history of rogue elements of armed forces, both in the US and other countries, including mine, and guards in prisons. We read about this a lot, abusing detainees in some capacity. So when you've seen these two reports, and let's take the New York Times report first, Rob, what is your view about this? Because a lot of people are like, no, none of this happened. Others are like, I believe every word of it. Where do you sit with it?
Well, like anything else, Piers, and thanks for having me. Like anything else, that's the extremes on each side. It didn't happen or everything happened, and somewhere is the truth in the middle. You're going to see with prisoners and guards, there's always going to be, there was a famous test. I should have researched, I didn't know I'd be talking about this, but there were students that were volunteered to be guards, volunteered to be prisoners, and it turned into debauchery after like 12 hours. This happens all the time. I remember when I was in high school, with the first time, when Saddam invaded Kuwait, and there were stories of mass rape and all this stuff that turned out to be true or untrue or whatever. It's always happened. I mean, I'm not saying it's always happened. There's always stories of this. Now we're at a place where, well, yeah, I saw a video of it. Well, there's deep fakes everywhere. Everything you hear, most of it's not true. Everyone's got an agenda. They're all doing stuff. I mean, I was happy at first. Emily and Anna were on. We all agreed rape is bad. I'm like, wow, this is going to be a great Wednesday. We all agree rape is bad. Then you get the human element involved, and you don't know what's happening. You don't know what's true. I mean, okay, we saw it on TV. I saw a tape. Yeah. Well, I also saw weird footage. I wasn't there when they landed on the moon, but somehow it panned up as the thing took off. I saw it on TV. It must be true. The Exorcist, the movie, scared the shit out.
Did he just go there?
Because I saw it on TV. It must be true. Got to take a wrap off and realize not everything's true, and everyone does have an agenda.
In a way, Rob, I think everything you just said, I completely agree with. It's becoming increasingly difficult to get to the truth because AI in particular is so sophisticated, and will get more so, that the fakes are just everywhere. And it's very, very hard to sort the wheat from the chaff. But that's why, actually, I put an even higher premium on journalists like Nick Kristof, who I personally have known a long time, who has won 2 Pulitzer Prizes. If we can't believe the reporting of somebody as good as him and as experienced as him, particularly in the area...
That's the PSYOP, is to make sure that all reporters are scrutinized and they only propagate anything that fits the regime mold.
So I'll read the statement from the New York Times after all the furore yesterday. They said there's no truth at all to any retraction being published. Nicholas Kristof is a 2-time Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist who's reported on sexual violence for decades and is widely regarded as one of the world's best on-the-ground reporters.
I don't have the confidence to explain this to him, so I haven't been watching. He hates Trump too. Oh.
Documenting and bearing witness.
Well, your dad's awesome, and also, just in general, good to see you at least.
The sexual abuse experienced by women and men in war and conflict zones. He traveled to the region to report firsthand on the stories of Palestinians who suffered abuse, and his article collects accounts in the victims' own words, backed by independent studies. You know, he's not a fly-by-night guy. He's not a guy with a litany of big mistakes or fake news or any of these things. And I just think we've got to somehow separate the reporting and journalism of people like Nick Kristof from
Again, Piers, it's almost like you should bring up why people think this way. Your buddy has something to do with it. It's kind of weird. Like at some point, he's gonna have to kind of choose where it's just like, do I protect journalism or do I protect this person who I claim is my friend, but realistically, I was on a show with him and I have a big enough platform in the media that he still respects me.
Just been talking about.
Well, I'm assuming you heard of Seymour Hersh.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say he would just throw, journalism to the wind and just be like, "Fuck it."
He won a couple Pulitzers, didn't he? I think so. But he wrote I was there for the Bin Laden raid. He wrote a horrible article about how we were cutting up his body and throwing it over the Hindu Kush. 100% bullshit. But hey, it's Seymour Hersh. He wrote a great article in the '60s. He's full of shit. That's it. I mean, guys can lie just because they have awards given to them by other guys who write bullshit doesn't mean
I never heard about that.
they were there.
What is he talking about? I heard that he was wrapped in bound. They didn't allow any photos or any video or any of that, and they just threw him over the side of a fucking aircraft carrier.
Do you know why I like having you on? The reason I like having you on Uncensored is because you are the epitome of uncensored, Rob O'Neill. You always say exactly what you're thinking, and I appreciate the candor.
Well,
You gonna challenge him on any of it? What the fuck? This goes back to that video that we were watching about how, like, Democrats or anybody that's sensible can spend all the time in the world just trying to make sense of something. But then you get this bullshit where it's just like, he just said, yeah, the moon landing might be fake. I don't know if I can believe that. I don't know if any journalism is right. And yeah, this one guy that's been really good that you just went out of your way to kind of protect. Well, fuck him. He wrote something that anecdotally hurt me.
I'm trying to tell the truth as I know it is on.
The thing is, I don't think that that's what he wrote.
I'm trying to, just seriously, and if I'm wrong, I'll admit it. I just think that's the truth.
You're making a valid point based on your own personal experience. So I completely understand the passion that you're making it. And I actually meant what I just said as a compliment.
Oh no, I know. I'm good.
Let me bring in Doran Kemple, former Special Forces commander in the IDF. Doran, what is your view of this? I mean, my view of the IDF generally since October the 7th is they've obviously been waging an incredibly difficult war against Hamas. They've obviously had a lot of losses on their side. They've inflicted a lot of losses on the other side, including many civilians. That's been very contentious. It's led to all sorts of global debate about whether the proportionality of Israel's response has been correct or not. We've debated that on this show many
Chaz,
times.
what up?
But there have been a few things that have popped up which have, to my mind, questioned the constant refrain that the IDF is the most moral army in the world. One very recently of the IDF soldier desecrating a statue of Jesus Christ, for example. That's not the actions of the most moral.
Hey, does anybody know the name of that journalist that they were talking about?
Army in the world. Now,
I don't want to rewind
there
it
are
here.
rogue elements of any army. Okay, so I'm not pretending for a moment they're not. But I think when you make a claim like that, it can sometimes be used by people as an all-encompassing kind of protective shield to any legitimate criticism. Similarly, when I see members of the Israeli government, like Ben Gvir, being given by his wife on his 50th birthday last week a cake with a noose on it, that makes me think, wow, maybe you're just as psychopathic as the people you're going after. So there's a lot of stuff here which I am uncomfortable with, whilst at the same time, as I did many, many times from the start of the war in Gaza, for example, I've always accepted Israel had a right to defend itself. So I'm not one of those people who says everything Israel does is wrong. I have nothing against the country or the people. I have a problem with elements of this government and with the actions that have been going on, particularly in the last year or so. So in the context of my positioning of that, what is your view here of this series of revelations from Nick Kristof? Do you think, as some people do, that none of it can be true, it's all fantasy, he's made it all up? Or do you think there's a more nuanced way to respond to this?
Thank you for having me, Piers. Let's start with what I think we all agree about, which is that any type of rape, doesn't matter if it's women or men, any type of torture or abuse is bad. We agree on that. Mm-hmm. Let me add one more thing that I'm sure, Piers, you agree with, and also Brother Robert from the SEALs. There is no excellence in an organization without having moral excellence at the core. The SEALs, and I'm sure that your program, Piers, starts with the fact that there's moral clarity. And from that, let me get to the most important point. The survival of Israel should not be taken for granted, not in the past 50 years and not in the next 50 years. And if Israel wants to survive, it needs to maintain that type of excellence.
I'm reading the article right now. I think it's the one he's talking about, called After Osama bin Laden. It was written on May 2nd, 2011. I see nothing about this whole like chopping him up and throwing him over the cush.
It starts with morality, through intellectual integrity, and then operational excellence, which includes courage. And I'm sure that the Israeli pilots over Iran that are sacrificing their life have this type of courage and has that morality across these three layers. And for that reason, and of course, I don't know what has happened in those prisons, I have no idea, but Israel should investigate this professionally and fairly. And to the extent that anybody is to blame, they should suffer the full extent of the law, or there's going to be no Israel in 50 years. I think those are the core points that I wanted to communicate. I can double click on any of them, Piers.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting because one of my big problems, for example, with the war on Gaza, one of my big critiques of the Israel position on it and the way it was conducted was, to this day, the Netanyahu government bans international media from going into Gaza, even though there has supposedly been a ceasefire for many months. None of that makes sense to me. If you have nothing to hide, if you genuinely have waged this war in the most moral way imaginable, as they keep claiming, then let the international journalists in to do their job. Yeah. Unfettered, you know, untied to government walking around with them, and allow the top journalists in the world to go in and investigate whether those claims are true. And the other part of the Gaza story was that there were repeated allegations of outrages, the killing of innocent journalists. Not all of them, I'm sure, were innocent. Some probably were attached to Hamas. I don't know, because I only know the claims come from IDF, and where there appears to have been some atrocity or some wrongdoing, they immediately announce an investigation. And then some people have gone back and gone, well, what happened to all those investigations? Most of them...
Israel is basically a corporation that took the name from the Bible.
Never get any conclusion. You know, and we're seeing a similar pattern, for example, in Iran, with the killing of the school, with the 200 schoolgirls or however many it was who were killed. We still don't know, apparently, who fired that missile. And yet, every part of my journalistic gut tells me, of course they know who fired that missile. So why aren't we being told? Similarly, with all the investigations the IDF have done into all the alleged wrongdoing as it was happening in real time, well, where's the results? Where are the published statements about all these things? A lot of them just disappear from public view and public purview. And I have a problem with that. You know, I have a problem with the lack of transparency and the apparent lack of accountability. What would you say to that?
Well, a lot of very important points. I think that all of this should be investigated and published. And again, I believe that no organization or society can survive without a kernel of morality, legality, integrity, etc. And for that reason, all of that should be investigated, and whoever has done something wrong should be suffering the full extent of the law. Having said that, you also said something about allowing journalists everywhere. That's not really possible in the time of war, because war includes a lot of elements that are undercover.
But there's a ceasefire.
And for instance, yes, but you know that the
Mossad
and the CIA are not on vacation right now in Iran.
No, but where there is a ceasefire, historically in modern times, where there's a ceasefire, journalists are allowed to do their job. And I cannot get a straight answer out of why the Israeli government continues to ban international journalists from doing their job.
You're not
going to
get
one. It makes no sense. It's an infringement of their freedom of speech and expression to do it. It's a failure of accountability, a failure of transparency. And, you know, my message to Prime Minister Netanyahu, if you have nothing to hide, then let the journalists in, let them report. You know, and that's, you know, it's not connected directly to the New York Times reporting.
I agree with that.
But if you don't have reporting like Nick Christos, I'm not sure where it comes from.
In general, I agree with that. It's part of democracy. The only point that I was making is that if Robert's SEAL team had a journalist with them on their way to bin Laden, it wouldn't have worked in the same way. So there should be some areas 100%. That are concealed. But when there is a ceasefire,
but that's a good point. But hang on, but Doran, on that point, But journalists did go to the compound afterwards. They were allowed to go and investigate what had happened after it was all over. So that's the analogy I would use. Of course, you don't want to have journalists on the actual missions or during combat operation. I get that. But once it's over, once there's a ceasefire, even if there are, breakouts from that ceasefire, the journalists should. In the end, it's down to the journalists and their bosses to determine the risk assessment. It shouldn't be down to a government to say none of you are coming in. I mean, Emily, let me ask you that question because you're a US-Israeli journalist and commentator. As a journalist, do you feel comfortable that journalists are not allowed into Gaza unless they're taken by the IDF and are perceived to be friendly?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're on the same page. We have been for some time. Even while there was no ceasefire, I argued that international media should be allowed in at their own risk. And I say that with the caveat that I know why the Army doesn't want, and it's not because of hiding something or not hiding something. The equation here is that they consider the risk to be too high, too much operational activity occurring within a very small area. It's not unheard of for certain zones to be off limits for journalists. We see it in Ukraine with zones that journalists can't enter. That being said, I agree with you. I think that should be up to the journalists to assume that risk, and that's who should be making the ultimate decision. I just want to add one more comment about what you mentioned with the accountability. I think that's the case in many countries, especially when it comes to war, that we don't really hear about the follow-up. This is a problem, but I do want to say, at least in some of the more recent examples, including one that you brought up, that disgusting behavior from one of the soldiers in Lebanon, mocking the statue of Jesus that was in one of the villages there. There was a response to this. He was removed from operational duty, and those who stood by doing nothing were also suspended. In addition to that, we also had condemnation from right to left, from the very top of the government with the president and the prime minister himself, all the way to community leaders.
Okay, but Emily, my response to that would be, yes, you're right, because there was widespread condemnation all around the world, and because I think the Israeli government panicked and realized how bad it looked, particularly with Christians in America, who are their biggest paymasters and supporters. Yeah. But then it begs the question, if they can respond that quickly and with such clarity and authority and decisiveness and take disciplinary action, why couldn't they do the same when you had people being killed wrongly in Gaza, as happened multiple times, including, in my estimation, a number of journalists who were just doing their job. Over 200 journalists were killed in that war. And
I hear a train coming, the great Trumpy train.
I'm afraid.
Oh no, it's derailed.
So I'm going to dispute you on that figure, but
no,
it's not disputable.
Now an environmental disaster on top of everything. God,
is whether any of them
Trump sucks so bad.
Many of these journalists were not journalists, Pierce.
It's not disputed that
you're not a journalist. You are not a journalist.
Hey.
Okay, you born and raised in
I hear a lot
LA.
of background noise.
Now you're
I hear a lot of background noise, and I would like to get back to the question that you were asking,
genocidal regime in the Middle East. That's what you are. You're propagandist for a genocidal regime in the Middle East. Talking about
can we get back to the actual topic of this debate, please?
No, we're focusing on the topic of the debate.
Can we get back to the topic of this debate?
You are justifying the slaughter of actual journalists.
I'm here to speak about what's actually happening on the ground.
Okay, look, I'm making. Let me hang on.
As a propagandist for Israel. That's what
you can respond in a moment, but I'm making the point, which I think is a valid one, which is why is it the IDF and the Israeli government could respond so quickly to the desecration of a statue of Jesus, but cannot respond with anything like the same speed to the killing of journalists, many of whom were genuine journalists doing their job?
Probably Rob and Doron can answer this even better than me, but I think the most distinct and obvious difference is that one occurs in the fog of war, and it takes time to be able to determine who was where, when, what footage is there, what information is there available, versus a photo where you can clearly see who it was and what happened, and they evaluated that fairly quickly. Now, that said, I agree with you. I think there needs to be more transparency, and there also needs to be more speedy answers to a lot of these things. We're on the same page on this. I'm not disputing you at all on that front.
And on the question of the 9,000 or so Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails, why is it that so many have not had a free and fair trial yet?
Good question.
Under administrative detention, Israel does reserve the right in order to preemptively arrest people up to 6 months with court permission, and that is what's happened. All of those 9,000 are not under administrative detention, but we know that after October 7th, there were thousands of arrests in order to determine who was a part of what happened. In fact, I would go even further than that and point out that a lot of the Palestinians who were arrested, we didn't know, because we didn't know on October 7th who had entered Israel. There were people they found many months later that were involved in the October 7th massacres who had been hiding inside of Israel. So there is an over response to what happened in order to get control of the situation. That's not really unique to Israel. That's something we see a lot of times in war.
Let me bring in Rob O'Neill back on that one, because of course, you know, anyone who's watched the great, you know, Zero Dark 30 about your incredible raid, which is a brilliant movie, but of course it shows
great movie.
Yeah, and it shows a lot of the detention scenes are pretty harrowing, and you see people being held at Guantanamo Bay and being, you know, effectively tortured for information. And the thread in the movie shows that ultimately a piece of information that was elicited that way leads to identification of a compound and so on. So you can see a thread through that movie and that narrative that in a way means justifying the ends. But of course, the argument against it is, particularly when Barack Obama himself being a lawyer, is that if you're fighting to defend democracy, including the rule of law, then is it right that you should hold people in detention? For sometimes in Guantanamo Bay's case, there were people there for 12 years or more without ever being brought to trial. I had a real problem with that. It's like, if we're fighting for freedom and democracy, we should be fighting for the rule of law, and it should be the rule of law. It shouldn't just be, well, we're going to ride roughshod over that
getting rid of
when it
due
suits us.
process
What do you
and
think?
Yeah, I mean, it's.
ICE? Wait a minute.
I'm going to start this off by saying I'm not a journalist either. I'm fortunate, though, over 400 combat missions, I was what we call the battlefield interrogator until we softened it to tactical questioner, which means after we take down a house, after we killed people and there's people still alive, I'm the one that gets to interrogate them. So I get to talk to them face to face. And I'm going to tell you, from the time I had, from the first time I did that in Iraq to the last time I did it, probably in Afghanistan or Pakistan, I learned along the way, torture does not work at all. So you will get to a point where you hurt someone so bad, they're going to tell you what you want to hear. So what works is just catching them in lies. And the easiest way to catch them in a lie is ask them a question that you know the truth to. Whose house is this? Who are the men of the house? What are their names? If there's 5 guys you ask that, 3 guys have the same answer, guess what? They're not the bad guys. And I mean, look, I've been in places before after a gunfight questioning someone and I had to smack this taste out of their mouth. That's fine. But the torture stuff, I was never into that. I never saw it. None of my guys wanted to do that. I like to say we're the good guys. But again, unfortunately for me, no one on the battlefield thinks they're the bad guy. I'm just telling you right now, if you can catch him in lies.
Yeah, it's just weird because he's got that thing where it's like if Obama didn't make the hard decision, this guy wouldn't have a career.
That's good. You're going to get a lot further with.
But he has a lot to say about Democrats and all that bullshit. Like,
torture.
it's just, I don't know, man.
Anyone that tortures is wrong, and it's not up to me to judge whether or not you cut down a picture of Jesus. Someone else will do that eventually. So I'm just saying what's right or wrong. It is bad on the battlefield, but it's also really bad on what gets reported because not everything is the truth. What I found, it's a hard truth, and anyone who's listening who's never been to combat, I'm going to tell you, everyone in a war zone, about 99% are not combatants. Not everyone's fighting. The ones who are bad. You try to get the truth. You try to get the targets however you can. But I'm going to say, if anyone's a young soldier right now, I'll save you about 17 years of experience. Torture doesn't work. Try another way.
See, that's a really fascinating and honest answer. Yeah. And on the particular point that I made, which triggered that amazing response, by the way, holding people in detention, whether it's in Guantanamo Bay, whether it's in Israeli jails, for years at a time, without giving them a trial, it seems to me the antithesis, really, of what a free democracy should be doing. Mm-hmm. It should be setting the moral and legal code for... especially if you're going to, take a morally superior.
I worked with the U.S. Army in Iraq. It was a BS war based on racism and greed. Blood Moon, you were correct.
Superior view of the way you run your country. We hear all the time.
Very much
says,
correct.
We're the only democracy in the region. Okay, well then behave like one. Having all these people in prison without ever giving them a trial seems to me that's not democracy. But what do you think?
Well, no, I mean, you're going to be, if you keep someone on...
It took him 17 years of experience to figure out the Stanford experiment.
If it's unlawful, if you just thought there's something, you can lock them up, you're going to make a bad guy. And again, both sides of it.
Wait, apply that to, I don't know, indiscriminately bombing a whole bunch of fucking places within the country. What's that do?
One thing now I think another, because they've locked me up for a decade. I don't like them. Again, I wish I had all the answers because this would be a much shorter show. I don't. And I'm still trying. I just turned 50. Thank God I can learn for hopefully another 50. But it's like, I mean, and people throw democracy around like it's anything else. Like if you say, hey, I don't want my borders open, let 20 million people in. Well, if I don't do that, I'm against the Constitution. It's like we're losing a lot of definitions because we're bringing too many lawyers and politicians into it. It's a lot of stuff in life I think is simpler. We love to make it complicated. I mean, I'm just, again, I'm going to refer back to the beginning of the segment. I'm glad this entire panel is in agreement that rape is bad.
Yeah. Anna,
I think we really need to look at the comparison of what we're talking about here. On the one hand, people who commit crimes in Israeli jails, it's fog of war, we can't arrest, there's no way of knowing. And then in Gaza, you have this massive net where you arrest every single man you see, lock them up, torture them, possibly kill them, and then see what happens later. All of a sudden, the fog of war doesn't matter. You have the widest net possible. And when it's Israelis committing these crimes, no one gets arrested, no one gets investigated. It's fog of war. What can you do? But with Gaza, you can bring everyone in. It just shows you that Jews are not held accountable in Israel and Palestinians are held accountable, whether they committed crimes or not. Every Palestinian is seen as an enemy.
Also on that
and
point,
that's why all these journalists are
well,
being
on that
killed too.
point, and Anna, I will come to you in one moment. But on that point, Emily, for example, the thing that precipitated Ben Gvir getting this cake from his wife with the noose on it was the scene from the Knesset of him celebrating wildly with champagne after winning a new policy going through in the Knesset to have a two-tier system of death penalty policy now, where if you're a Palestinian that the Israelis deem to be a terrorist, then you can be executed. But the same law doesn't apply to Israelis who may commit an act of terrorism. And, you know, this is a country where you've had prime ministers killed by right-wing Israeli terrorists. Okay, so it's not like it doesn't happen. So what do you say to that? Are you comfortable with a two-tier legal system about things like the death penalty?
I am not a supporter of this law. In principle, I don't have a problem with the death penalty being applied. However, I do want to clarify, just for the viewers, that the law that was passed, the one that we saw Ben Gvir celebrating, is less about being two-tier. What it states isn't that anyone who's a terrorist can qualify for the death penalty. It's that anyone who is convicted of murdering people, so it has to be a capital offense, and it also has to be of a nationalistic nature. That's what it's classified as. Now, how that affects Palestinians differently is because Palestinians are prosecuted in military courts. So it operates through a different system because they are an active combatant. They're considered an active enemy entity to the state of Israel. I do have a problem with the application of it, but all of that being said, it's not going to stand. It's going to get struck down or at least modified by the courts, and frankly, it should. I think we need to be very smart about how we deal with such situations. We don't want to see people like Yahya Sinwar spending time in Israeli prison being treated by Israeli doctors for brain cancer and then being released and planning things like October 7th.
Oh, Jesus.
We need to be in.
Now she's making the argument, well, I don't want my tax dollars going to, you know, supporting the medical care of somebody that we're holding.
Intelligent about how we're
God damn it, these ghouls.
dealing with
these fucking ghouls.
murderers with blood on their hands. And I don't believe that this law was
Like, after watching The Boys, when the fuck did the world just turn into everyone thinking like Homelander and just not caring? And like, what is this like just general nihilism that seems to have just washed over everybody?
way to do it, but I do think that
Holy
we do need
fuck.
to revise how we review some of these cases.
I remember when we actually used to kind of like pretend to value life.
I mean, obviously, it is a two-tier justice system when one group of people, and I want to note, Emily Schrader didn't say Hamas. She said Palestinians
yeah.
are seen as enemy combatants.
Yep.
But yeah, the application of this law
With
is
capital
obviously
offenses?
meant
Yes.
to, excuse
if
me.
you murder
yeah,
someone, you are a terrorist.
Including Jewish Israelis? You think they should, if Jewish Israelis carry out murder, you think they should be, okay, all right, as long as you're
If someone
applying it
commits
fairly
a terrorist
and equally.
attack, absolutely.
All right, as
But I
long
think
as you're
I stated
applying it
already that
equally
was
and
my
fairly.
position.
But okay, so can I finish my point without Emily and her screeching voice interrupting me constantly? Let me just finish my point, okay? The issue is the fact that Palestinians are tried in a military prison, or I'm sorry, military courts, as opposed to, Jewish Israelis. I mean, this law is an extension of the apartheid system that Israel has been operating under for decades now. That is the problem. This law is yet another symptom of that deeper foundational problem within Israeli society. Israelis would like us to believe that they're the only democracy in the Middle East, that it's a wonderful utopia that Americans would love. It's very much in line with the Western world. It is not in line with the Western world. It is very important for the American people to understand that our special ally operates in ways that we would find absolutely horrendous.
Yeah.
We would consider it treachery. And the idea that
No, we would call it war crimes if, like, Russia was doing this in Ukraine. We would call it what it is.
we continue to fund that
This
government.
is why a lot of people in the United States did support Ukrainians.
Fund that military,
And still
despite
do,
all of the
ish.
atrocities that have been committed in Gaza, in the West Bank, now in Lebanon, also in Iran. By the way, quickly going back to your point about we don't know who bombed the school in Manab, we do know. Sadly, it was the United States because we're the only ones who have Tomahawk missiles, and Tomahawk missiles were used to bomb that school. And it wasn't simply one strike, it wasn't two strikes, it was 4 strikes. Okay, so that was a horrific
Yeah, save us.
situation. And I hate the fact that we as Americans have blood on our hands for carrying out that atrocity. But atrocities happen. It's one thing to realize you've committed an atrocity, use actual punishment to prevent it from happening again. But that's not what's happening here. It's certainly not happening in Israel. It's not happening with our government, certainly under the leadership of Donald Trump. I mean, the guy thinks that we're winning the war in Iran. He keeps telling us that he's decimated their military. We just got New York Times reporting yesterday saying that Iran was able to access most of their mobile, missile launchers along the Strait of Hormuz. 70% of their missiles are still intact. Just it's lie after lie after lie, Pierce. We have to be honest about what's actually happening right now, or we're going to keep compounding
And every
the same
time that
mistake.
you come at it with like the alternative information that Anna was, it's always the same thing where the U.S. and like Trump's regime just says, fake news. Sorry, you can't trust the Iranians at all. State regime media. It's like, yeah, dude, but you understand, like, if you're, it's like you do understand that that's bad. Yet,
In a way, this plays back to what Rob O'Neill said, which is there's a lot of lying goes on in wars.
Yeah,
Is
Iran's
that-
out of the
it's
fight.
almost
Their
like you're
entire
trying to
navy's
make that
on the bottom of
okay.
the ocean. Jesus.
But isn't the truth? But Rob, isn't the truth? But Rob, isn't the truth? Isn't the truth about the Iran war, Rob, that what the Iranians have discovered is they can get pounded militarily, but as long as they can control the Strait of Hormuz in the way they have done,
Pierce,
as long
we're
as they can fire
controlling
off
the
rockets.
Straits, and that's pressure on the Chinese, Pierce. There's logic to all of that. There are so many points here.
Okay,
We
well,
now
Doran,
control
let me
the
come to you in a
Straits.
moment. I just want Rob to. I mean, it's
No, I'm just saying, with all due respect, Anna just said the New York Times says, yeah, okay, I didn't know Baghdad Bob from the first war in Iraq had a job again. The Americans are committing suicide by the thousands. Their Navy sunk, their army doesn't matter. They've been physically destroyed. It's a matter of you and the media waiting it out with them. I mean,
Then why haven't we opened the Strait of Hormuz? If their military's been decimated, why haven't we militarily?
Ooh, she kind of got him there.
Going across the Holy Land in
Pressure
Saudi
on
Arabia,
China.
and then Iran and Straits of Hormuz are going to be obsolete. That's why we're giving them a chance. Do you want to still be in Iran? If not, fine, beat it.
I think the problem with giving them a chance is that Donald Trump
fuck
is
you. No, you're the one who fucking posited it, you
constantly
coward.
set new timelines for this. It was going to be over in 2 or 3 weeks. Then it was 6 weeks. Then it was 8 weeks.
God, there's nothing more annoying than a soldier who knows nothing that fucking he wants to be the smartest one in the room.
And I think the problem is, if I was advising President Trump, it would be like maybe less is more in the constant announcements about all
Look,
this.
I didn't want to start a war in Iran. I'm just saying Iran is not in this militarily. They're
Hi, you're from Maryland. Hey,
decimated. They don't even
welcome
have
to the show.
leadership. Some of these guys are just despots
Happy
because
to
they
have
have
you
some
here.
missiles or launching them because they want to die because they believe in their
Danita Parker.
version of heaven. Get your head in it. They've lost. It's
Thank you for
a
watching.
matter of the media holding out than us being weak again. That's it.
Suicide bombings are
Pierce,
carried out
another
by Sunni
perspective on
Muslims,
Iran, if
by
I
Sunni
may.
Muslims, not Shia Muslims. Sunni Muslims do the suicide
let
bombings.
me bring Doran in. Doran, you want to comment on that?
Just on the point of Iran, the tactical goal has been to eradicate their military. That happened very quickly. The strategic goal is to get the Iranians who work for the Chinese and the Russians to collaborate with us. That calls regime change or having some friendly general lead the uprising. I believe that this is still being pursued. As I said earlier, the Mossad and the CIA are not on vacation right now. And we have already demonstrated, by the way, I'm a US citizen, just to be clear when I say we've already demonstrated that we can take any piece off the chessboard when we choose, which means that if we're okay with the people that we're negotiating with, we probably decided that these are the people we want to speak with. With regard to the Straits of Hormuz, that's a strategic choke point relative to the bigger chess game, which is China, US. President Trump is on his way to speak with Xi. When the oil that typically China gets from the Gulf is not coming there. 50% of the oil that goes to China comes from the Gulf. So I think that we're comfortable as Americans with that particular leverage points that we have over China. There's no other way to interpret why President Trump is okay with this futile negotiation, because there's no rush until he completes the negotiation with Xi. And we have accomplished the tactical objective of eradicating the military in 1 week.
Yeah, look, I don't agree necessarily with all your characterization of the current state of what's happening there, but I totally agree that what is happening right now in Beijing, or tomorrow morning, actually, I think they're all asleep now, but tomorrow morning when they have their first meeting, if some of the reports are right, that President Trump is thinking of offering a gigantic trade deal to China to build
didn't materialize
factories in the United States for Americans to have product. It will be a very contentious thing with his base. It will be very contentious with the conservative right in America. But
it's so empty.
If it takes that for this Iran war to be resolved, to give him enough time to maybe repair the damage in time for the midterm elections, he may well take that deal. So I think there could be some massive announcements coming out of Beijing, and he could precipitate the end of the war, which I suspect everybody would like to happen sooner rather than later. We've run out of time, but thank you all very much indeed. A very interesting debate, and I really appreciate all of you coming on. Thank you.
Stop CEO, right?
Legions of fanatical followers.
Don't care. All right. Time for the, ooh, shit. Do we do the fun half? No, shit. All right, hold on. I do want to go into this, Piers Morgan. So Dave Smith was back on with Adam from the PBD podcast. Round 2. Apparently, it did get, it was good. So, here, you know what? Let's take a little breather. Let's catch up with chat here for a second. How you guys doing? I feel like I haven't spent enough time with you guys because I kind of just went into the show today. China is the new world. I mean, dude, my dog's homework. Yeah, it kind of seems that way. The way that, like, the more that I keep learning about, like, all the strides that China took just within the last 4 years is crazy. So, yeah. It's more so disappointing that, like, we can't get on the same page. Seems like progressives live in denial of what the Al-Aqsa martyrs. Again, it's different. It's literally, you guys like to conflate Shia and Sunni Muslims, and Shia and Shiite. Whatever. You like to conflate the two, and then you like to fucking disingenuously be like, oh my god, Sharia. I mean, listen, you guys lost when you started saying that Mamdani was going to institute Sharia law. You guys are you wear your racism so on your sleeve that we just go, oh, there's no listening to you because you're just a racist. If somebody, like, on the right then go, like, all of a sudden goes, yeah, well, you know what? He did actually, like, do this, and, like, it's also, we do tend to see things, hear things, and then make these decisions as they come. You guys like to do this fear-mongery bullshit where, this guy's proud! This guy's proud! Oh my god, I can't like this guy! Ah! Too much! Modern Islam practitioners in the United States typically are neither. Yeah, a lot of them practice the same way Christianity is practiced. A lot of y'all deep down inside know it's all fucking bullshit, but you need spirituality and the connection and you know, the community and all that. fine. But realistically, it is like, well, I mean, these books are not to be used like that. They are actually, like the Bible, you know, it's supposed to be taken literally. Same with any of these other holy books. They're holy books. But like I said, most of these people know it's bullshit. Adults that believe in fantasy and fairy tales creep me the fuck out. Yep. Oh yeah, and then they like live their entire lives by it. And here I can finally say it.
You're fucking dead dogs. You're fucking dead dogs.
I love it. What was your MOS? I don't know what you're talking about. What's that acronym? I don't know it. MOS. I'm not even going to work that hard. Government created religions and nobody thinks of its origins. I mean, I guess that's kind of, no. I'd say religion's kind of like, it was all organic, like to control the populace. Like, so yes, in a way you're right, but, you know, religion kind of was the government for a long time in many places, so I don't know. Two tyrannical governments created Christianity in the Council of Nicaea. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Let's get everybody believing, you know, we'll take a little bit of here, a little bit of this, and a little bit of that, and we'll make our own thing, and boom. We got ourselves a Jesus. Your orders from the armed forces. Oh, well. I don't fucks with the military because I actually kind of saw that being, you know, used by the military is not something that I'm all for. So without any mandatory service, I wasn't about to go fuck with that. Oh, also did kind of see like the contingent of people that they were letting in weren't exactly what I would call deep thinkers. And I actually made the right call. I've had many different vets that didn't agree with the war and after they got back realized what it was, telling me that I made the right call. So spare me that, oh, you didn't serve bullshit. I don't give a fuck. Doesn't make me any less American, therefore I still get my opinion, so fuck yourself. Oh, so basically he's trying to say since Pep isn't in the military, they don't know what they're talking about. Yep. I know how it goes. Trust me. I've dealt with these idiots my entire fucking adult life. I will just say. Nothing worse than some of the, like I said, the contingent that they let into the military that then got out of the military, and they were immediately those people that, like, they'd go to, you know, a hockey game or some shit, and they'd just be like, stand up, you have to respect me. You know what I did for you in this country? It's like, motherfucker, and like, to hear this from a dude that literally, it was jail or military. Yeah, get fucked. Like, seriously. And that's it. Like I said, for some reason, that's always who has the biggest mouth about it. You know who I truly respect their service? The ones that did it quietly. The ones that don't demand that I fucking, you know, respect them. Yeah, Pep, like, you didn't risk your life so that Lockheed Martin could have another phenomenal fiscal quarter. Do you hate America? Yeah, I guess if I don't, you know, I wasn't the good cannon fodder kid, you know? I asked too many damn questions, you know, and now I'm a commie, according to them, so. Oh, look at this commie. It's always been bad on racial justice. Ooh, really? So, Emma was on the Bituation Room, and they talked about Anna Kasparian. Ooh. just asking questions. Why have the chalupas gotten smaller? How come they started putting chicken on them instead of beef automatically? It's almost like they're trying to save money and get us all on a chicken diet. I'm just asking questions. Respect my authority. Good vibes, good vibes. Why do you think that they're trying to incarcerate so many people? They'll pump up those numbers, whatever it takes. I mean, it seems that way. Private prisons, you know, you need people to be in them prisons. You need to, like, the thing is, for every time that they talk about, like, how much it costs to house a prisoner, the thing, like, that's from us. Somehow they are, like, creating these private prisons that offset the cost by taking federal dollars and state dollars to house their criminals. Criminals. Because let's be real. There's a lot of people that are in jail and, like, you know, just petty, for fucking petty shit. Specifically, like, drug users. Like, I still can't wrap my head around that. What's hard to figure out, Jimmy Carter stole Iranian money from the Shia in 1978, then creating the Mujahideen in 1979 under Operation Cyclone. You do know whose policing policies created OBL and al-Zawahiri? For the most part. I also know that this dates back to Nixon, so... I don't know, man. It's almost like America's always been kind of bad at this. It's like we do this thing where we create our own enemies, and then we're just like, why are they hitting us back? I didn't expect that, bullies. I mean, this is why we have Trump. Let's be real. Trump is just a microcosm of what we are. Bunch of cry bullies. Like, realistically, there is a part of me that thinks that we did deserve Trump. This is my Hassan, clip bit. You guys can, like, this is what anytime that people need, like, ammunition against me, they'll come to this. Yeah, no, I think that we deserve Trump. I think America, we deserved him again. We really did. After Biden, you know, like this thing where we were just like too boring, you know, not entertaining enough. I didn't really pay that much attention, but and then, you know, the people that paid too much attention, like it was all bullshit. It's all bullshit. You know? So fuck it. America deserves Trump until we can fucking shape up and get some leftist policies. Oh, spice with oh, Pep with the spicy take. Yeah, I mean, is it that spicy? I don't know, but I know it's one of these.
You're fucking dead dogs.
Thank you again, Dave, for the drop. I really appreciate that. Especially, I just shotgunned all of Gen V yesterday, so... Well, Season 2. I never watched it. Which, if you haven't watched... Like, if you're interested in this, if you're gonna watch the last season of The Boys and haven't watched any of it, and have not seen Gen V or Gen V Season 2, don't fucking go right into Season 5. Go watch Gen V. I kind of am mad that I didn't watch it before I watched Season 5, because... Yeah, I got some stuff spoiled, and yeah, you don't want this stuff spoiled for you. Man, Gen V's so good. The Boys is woke trash. Oh, is somebody sad because they can't take the hit from satire? This guy was so angry. He was like, I wanted to think Homelander was a badass, but then I found out that he's kind of a piece of shit. You fucking Starlighters. God, you woke Starlighters. Bunch of garbage fucking woke shit. God. Could you imagine having that much invested in just hating everything around you? That you're just like, I can't like this because its social commentary strikes a little bit too hard. Leftists can't do satire. That's why The Boys is the #1 streaming show in the world right now, with very high ratings and a pretty strong fan base. So I think that you're just kind of salty there, Dready Knot. You're all knotted up there, Dready Knot, because the lefties did a funny and it made me mad. My emotions are confusing. It's almost like that time where I was jerking off and then I realized that I was actually thinking of the guy's dick. Oh my God, am I gay? I hate myself because my dad and everyone around me said I should. That's you. That's you. Dready Knot. Man, I just did this thing where I channeled him perfectly. Far left Obama. I didn't even need to read the rest of that comment. Somebody's just like, far left Obama. That's cute. Oh, man. One of these days, this is what's kind of funny to me, is with how much joy you guys take in watching the liberals cry. We're going to take that same exact joy watching you guys freak the fuck out when you actually get a real leftist. Like, God forbid we actually get a president AOC, because we're never going to hear the end of it. It's going to be big Latino booty, blah, 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 blah. When in reality, you have a crush on her and you're just mad that you don't have a shot and never would. Like, you don't have any, like, personality or anything like that. God forbid you guys even fucking try. The only women that you guys talk to might have been your mother, but I'm not even sure if they gave you enough love for you to actually, like, figure out how to go and be social and, you know, live like a normal human being. But that's why you guys need that Trump daddy shit. You guys have an emptiness, like a true emptiness inside you, where you guys, like, need him to fill that. And the idea of him, like, it's genuinely fucking weird as shit. Like, I'm not sure if you guys worship him, but it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me if you guys, like, legitimately do look at pictures of him and you're just like, why is he making my pee-pee hard? I gotta say, I think that little, like, that tuft of hair on top of his head, I don't know, it just does it for me. Oh, that's right. I'm the sexiest. They know that I'm too sexy. Too sexy. Too sexy. I drive all the MAGA heads wild. They think that I'm the biggest manly man. Anytime that I do my little double jerking off dance, they know what they're thinking about. They know. Therapist Pep APM solving the MAGA psychology. I mean, it's not. Listen, I don't exactly need a psych degree to go down the fucking rabbit hole that is the psyche of a MAGA chud. They make it a little easy. I mean, goddamn. I bet, like, a therapist, when you guys have to do your mandatory therapy for your court dates because you don't pay your child support, I guarantee you that those therapists, like, they get these guys and they're just like, oh, this is a layup. It's just like, go me. All right, pay that insurance bill. Let's go. Oh, you're not covered? Ah, well, too bad we add another $20 to $40 on top of that. Trust me, dude. We know. You got pay your child support, guys. Just remember, I'm pretty sure that Trump is doing that thing where you guys won't be able to use your passports if you keep negating your kids there. But we know how it is. Oh, please, look at you standing up on your little soapbox. You know what? It's not a soapbox. This is my internet stage, and it's pretty tall. Looking down on you. You're looking up at me. Oh, God, you got those bedroom eyes. Oh, no. Guys, I'm not. Oh, it's making me uncomfortable. Oh. All right. Well, go do something about it. We know you're pent up. Pep Talk says double entendre for typical butt hurt. Meanwhile, what you support can only assume. That's funny. Did you hear the dad on the Necessary Conversation went into heart failure and had a heart attack the other day? There is a God. Telling me that he's still in the hospital. Or is he just like, I don't know. I don't know. Hope he doesn't need too much health care. I'll just say, I'm not sure if I'm comfortable with my taxes going to someone like that. See, it's not as much fun when they're on the other side of this shit. And he said that he was perfectly fine with his own daughter and son getting locked up and possibly K'd. So I'm just going to do what they don't have the balls to. Because Bob ain't my dad, so fuck you, Bob. It couldn't have happened to a nicer fucking guy. Amazon. Did I say HBO? Oh, Amazon. I'm aware that it's an Amazon Prime. Sorry. Are you going to start watching The Boys? I remember somebody in chat said they don't like they wanted to start watching it. I was like, you need to. It's very good. And honestly, experiencing the last episode with everybody is pretty cool. The mom has actually been doing really well 1 week without Newsmax. She was already going against Trump in some regards. No shit. All right. Well, isn't that weird? The mom was bitching about how hospital care at the public hospitals sucked, and it was unfair that they lost all the workers, and how grateful they were for the private religious hospital. The private religious hospital is just as bad. And private religious hospital? You mean the one that's still fucking like? We'll take the insurance money, but they'll charge it a different... Whatever, that fucking bullshit. Yeah, one of those religious hospitals almost killed my grandma a lot faster had she not gotten a second opinion. So... Grandma Flatterson, it's Pep. Yes, it is. What's up? How you doing? Thank you for being here. Wow. All it took was for her horrendous husband to have a heart attack. It's funny. Do appreciate that. What the hell is Mala? Does that make America left again? If that's what it means, then Mala. It's the reason the guy in chat started talking about viewership numbers, because they went to their chatbot of choice and looked up what you said. Oh, that's kind of funny. That's hilarious. Hanging in there. How am I doing? I'm okay. Honestly, I'm just happy to be here hanging with you guys. Things have been a little rough, but getting through it. Feeling a lot better today because I took a day off yesterday, so needed that. That mental health day really, fuck. That's why those Thursdays, man. I think what I'm gonna start doing is I'm gonna try to plan it where as much as I can, where it's every other Thursday or my non-game days. But we've had to move our game nights, so I'm kind of at this weird place because yeah, it's awesome. Pep, you need to take more time off. Yeah, I do. I'm going to I'm gonna start shortening up the shows a little bit. I think I'm gonna start capping at 6 hours, unless really I mean, that's kind of part of the problem. I just nailed it before I even said it. It's because we have fun. Dude, I very rarely have to push for content or chatting or any of that. You guys are awesome. So, and MAGA started it as a KKK thing. Oh, did it? I didn't even know that. Shit. Has Pep gotten more spiteful in my absence? Welcome to the dark side. Legend of Sean. How you doing, buddy? Fuck, dude. It's good to see you. How have you been? I still see you on the PS5 occasionally, but man, I missed you. Yes, I have gotten a little more spiteful. I will admit that. But I've also... It's fun. It's like fun spite, yeah. When it's fun, it's worth it. Yeah. It just flows naturally before you know it's been 12 hours. Yeah, and that's kind of like... It was funny. I was thinking about hitting up Alex yesterday. I popped up in chat for like a minute. I had just gotten home, and I was getting settled, and I'm thinking, man, I could probably hop on. But then I realized that it was only about a half hour left in his block, and I was like, shit. If I hop on now, that's gonna be another hour and a half, and I don't wanna do that to Alex. Chillin'? Hell yeah, man. Oh, for real. I hope you've been well. Fuck. Been able to get some things done in Tejas. Also, what you been gaming on? You're actually gonna start seeing me playing. Oh my God, Crimson Desert. My buddy insisted that I play that game, so I think I told you guys this. He bought me a physical copy for PS5. I was like, oh shit. All right, I will totally. If someone is that enthusiastic about a game where they purchase it outright, and this thing was like $70. All right, I guess I'll play it. Yeah, I still haven't beaten Sephiroth. I think I told you guys that I'm still on the final form of Sephiroth in Final Fantasy Rebirth, and oh my God, it's not cool how hard they made that battle. Yeah. I'm trying to take care of myself, and you guys should take care of yourselves always. And that is
your fucking detox.
That's right. Do we get to watch you play Crimson Desert? Do some more Hope Slayer. Oh yeah, no, I actually was thinking about playing that a little bit tonight. I mean, we got 10 minutes until the 420. You've been playing Civ? Oh, no shit. You're playing Civ. Phasmo and, of course, Smite. Oh, man, you love Smite. Yeah, I gotta figure this out, because I wish I could get over, like, my whole not being able to have fun in co-op, or, like, oh my God. Versus co-op. Fuck. Having a brain fart. PvP. Jesus Christ. Got it. But yeah, I've been having issues with that, where I like having chill sessions while playing video games, so yeah, thank you, I got it. So yeah, I've been playing a lot of RPGs. Lots of RPGs, like fuck. Still playing Pokemon ZA. Love that game. Also, yeah, still playing Pokemon Yellow. I've got a save file I just started of Pokemon XD. And that's on top of everything that I also play as far as Final Fantasy and Crimson Desert. What can I say? Japanese RPGs are always fun for me. That's why that the Trump game is so fucking funny. God damn it. I do kind of want to play it. Cringe. Yeah, okay, I'm going to take what you say at face value. Also, it's kind of sad that you don't, like, allow people to just enjoy things. You really are just one of those, like, we call people like you a crumb bum. You're just a crumb bum, dude. Like, you have no joy. You're just you're a sour asshole. Like, we get it. Nobody loves you. Nobody even likes you. You don't have friends. And so this is how you have to take it out on people. That's insane. Rip Haven, how you doing? Haven't seen you in chat in a minute. How you been? They said hello, everyone. Nintendo gonna con me into getting a Switch too. Yeah. Yeah, it's a damn good system. I'm glad I got it before I was broke. You have butt crumbs and sand in your vajayjay. Another day, another dollar. Hey, you know what? Jesus. That's like one of like the oldest like small talk, like, hey, another day, another dollar. Ain't that right, Jimbo? Yeah, you know, it's also the weather was nice, you know. Just nothing of substance. Just keep repeating like a whole bunch of fucking terms of phrase. Kudos to taking the crumbs bucket. Why not go to Benny Johnson and listen to what you want to hear? It is kind of weird that, like, again, the hate watchers, I'm more fascinated by them. I have to say, like, there's something about it that I just don't understand, and I kind of want to. Where it's just like, it's not like understanding means that I have to be that. But I do kind of want to know where they're coming from. Why are they so miserable? I'm eating soup and, what? Forget about it. I'll never understand hate watchers. The thing is, I don't have that energy. I don't have energy to hate watch shit. Like, anytime I see, like, Matt Walsh or any of that bullshit, I fucking either say, do not recommend, or just pass it by. I don't ever have to go into their comment section. I don't care. At least they're watching. I mean, that's true. I mean, ironically, they are contributing. Which listen, as a growing YouTuber, I always appreciate that. But I will also say, like, when I get, you know, a little bit larger, and I'm saying when, because it's happening, yeah, then I won't have to deal with it as much. Kind of like the chill music. Thank you, Grandma Flatterson. I curated this, God, it's been over a year. Let's see, when did I set this up? I set this up before I started stream. September, yeah, that's what I thought. That took me a minute, too, because I had to get permissions for pretty much every song on there, and I have 240 songs. And I have, let's see, I think there's 20, yeah, 26. There's 26 different contributors, so that took me a minute. It's relaxing. That's the point. Want to give people a, you know, a little bit of a chill vibe. I've had somebody, like, it was funny. Somebody was like, oh yeah, you know, streamers that use lo-fi, it's a crutch. I'm just like, well, then give me the crutch. I don't care. I want to lean on it. Look. I just like having some chill music. It helps me, like, this is how I actually, like, hang out with my friends, too. Like, I always have to have some music on in the background. Just feels right, you know? I hate those, lives where those dudes act like they're gonna let a toy alligator bite their hand if enough people send gifts. Side angles! Yes, me too. Yeah, we actually, we did a whole, segment on that. If I was smart, I would, I don't know, have somebody edit those into something that I can release later, but how is it a crutch to make a vibe? The fuck? Yeah. The weirdest part was it was somebody that I really respect, and I was just like, oh shit. Hard disagreement with them, but that's why I don't want anybody going after him. You know, he's a good fella. He just happened to have one bad take. You guys are my only friends. Oh, Robert. Well, that sucks. Sorry. But at the same time, this is a community, so just know that you are appreciated here. And if I can help you by trying to get you out there to make some IRL friends, man, you know, that is, trust me, it's not as hard as people make it out to be. Gotta put yourself out there, man. But then again, I got a personality that I make friends wherever I go. I can thank my mom for that. My mom kind of gave me the gift of gab. I'm not afraid to talk to anybody. Every town I've ever been in or gone drinking in, I've always, ended up making, some pals, whether they're acquaintances for that trip or, I have some that I still talk to this day. One of my favorite ones was I went to C2E2. God, it was 10 years ago, at least. It was 10 or 11 years ago. I made a lifelong friend. Actually, you know her as Wrecked Angles. Which, she has been having some health issues. So, that's the reason you have not seen her in chat. But shout out Wrecked. That was a good time. Anyway. Where are y'all at in Discord? Yeah, you guys need to check out the Discord. Yeah, Robert, join the Discord. You need to. You were kidding, you chodes? Damn, I was trying to be nice. Fuck. Just fuck me for that. Called me a chode. Now I'm just saying, all right, Dingleberry. For going back to elementary school insults. Let's effing go. You would not like it when we go into not nice mode. That is true. Yeah. We tend to go, you guys can match my energy pretty hard. That's one thing I love about you guys. When it is time to to kind of gang up on somebody because they have gone completely out of line. You guys are pretty good at that. No, and I appreciate that. All right, guys. We're going to do the Dave Smith thing. I've been waiting all day to watch this with you guys. I haven't seen any of it. When I saw that it was Dave and Adam, I was very happy. I ran into a Pondering Politics where, thank God I didn't see the clip, but he did say that Dave Smith did kind of body Adam. So, let's see. Let's get this here. Do not invoke my fury. Or furry. Either or. You don't want to fuck with them.
Podcaster and comedian Dave's tickets are definitely available. Smith, Adam the Body Bag Sosnick, his very last chance on Uncensored.
No one told me Adam was going to be on this.
Why is Adam on the comedy panel?
I just need a minute to gather myself.
Listen, I did stand-up comedy in my 20s, and I know funny.
Well, you failed out of stand-up comedy, and Pete Davidson became a multi-millionaire famous success from it. So maybe you're not in a position to determine whether it's good comedy or not.
What's the
Oh my God!
funniest joke Pete
He's already done right there. Boom. Done.
Davidson has ever said other than that joke? Dave Smith, comedian.
Adam, you really are like one of the dumbest people who talks for a living.
We're all ignoring the Wigger question because that's riding the line.
Who is this, WLK right here?
Thought it'd be in the spirit of a roast to roast one other panel member.
Oh, no. I'm going to roast you. Here's you a real Wigger.
Woke is dead. And one
Oh, I have such cringe right now. And I think that somehow the guy that did the last bit there was even worse.
Well, I'm famously not a fan of self-promotion or of saying I told you so. I did write a best-selling book explaining why. This week, another case in point.
That's funny.
The roast of Kevin Hart aired on Netflix on Sunday and has been debated breathlessly ever since. There's something to offend everybody. Racism, sexism, ableism, classism, sizeism, anti-Semitism. A bit like one of our debates if you watch from the standpoint of Ben Shapiro. It was, by some margin, more shocking than the kind of content which used to result in literal walkouts by woke left Netflix employees. The era of anything goes is truly back in full swing, it seems. That doesn't mean everyone's enjoying it. Jokes about Charlie Kirk and George Floyd, for example, have sparked a heated debate about whether insult humor oversteps the mark and about the competing hypocrisies of a left.
No, what makes it cringe is that it becomes literally about like being politically performative through comedy sometimes.
Right. So
and this is coming from me, trust me.
Comedy ever go too far? If you,
I get
the
it.
The answer is yes. Where?
But at a roast?
Where's that line?
That was like Chelsea Handler's, it was good, but it was cringe as fuck too.
Who should get to decide? Regular view.
And honestly, Shane Gillis, like going there, like bringing the political humor at a roast was, it felt out of place.
There's probably no my view. The line is wherever I decide it should be. Often
Big J Okerson crushed it.
Based on whether I personally like or know the person involved. And so for a change, I'm going to let my comedy panel have their say. They each have a strong track record for making us laugh, in some cases unintentionally. Podcaster and comedian Dave Smith, who's back on tour in June. Tickets are definitely available, although I'm here running out quickly. Returning to Uncensored, Adam the Body Bag Sosnick. PBD tells me this will be his very last chance on Uncensored, which I'm sure he will grasp. Media personality Emily Wilson, host of the Emily Saves Qatar podcast, and Jay Dyer. So welcome to all of you.
Why is Adam on the comedy panel?
Let's start.
Emily, I was a failed stand-up comedian. That got into finance and decided to focus on making money, which I know a lot of you influencers need to learn a little bit more about that, but happy to be here, Piers.
Well, hopefully we'll learn as we go along about comedy in the modern age, particularly this year.
What up, Lib Fam?
Because, Dave, as I said at the start, I wrote a book called Woke is Dead, and the premise of it was not that it was actually finished.
Yeah, not one for self-aggrandizement.
Finished off, but the worm had turned about this kind of thing. And there can't be a bigger example, surely, than Netflix, which has historically been filled with many, traditionally woke employees who had protested, numerous times about stuff, who on this occasion have allowed Netflix to air one of the most inappropriate, outrageous, shocking, shaming, and all the other isms that I recited earlier about absolutely everything shows imaginable. What does that tell us about where we've reached in the woke trajectory?
Yeah, I mean, it's been, it's very interesting for me because as you know, Piers, I'm kind of like a hybrid or what, like I'm kind of in both the political and the I'm a touring stand-up comedian. But when I come on your show, I'm not really coming on as a comedian. I'm also obsessed with politics and I like talking about this stuff. I've watched this. I watched the whole rise of wokeism, its effect on comedy, and the fall of it. And essentially what happened was just that the market spoke. Guys like the best example I thought ever was when Shane Gillis got invited back to host, and he's done it a couple times now, Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, the guy got fired as a cast member and then got brought in to host the whole show. And you know why? Because he was selling out stadiums all over the country. And like at a certain point, the Netflix and Saturday Night Live, they look at it and they go, well, we need the people. I mean, that's our business model. And because of, and we could get like a whole book could be written on this, but by the very fundamental nature of what wokeism is, it cannot be funny. It's impossible to be woke.
I totally agree.
And so,
yeah,
in the comedy world, when wokeism came in, everything became a lecture. Everything became about like making this point. And that's just the enemy of funny. And so you watched it. Comedy Central was like...
Well, it depends on if it's coming like, again, the punching down thing, I'll even say it's like, yeah, but sometimes punching down, it really does like come down to, does this make the person a hateful, bigoted person in general? Like there are some people like Tony Hinchcliffe that I think that he's just such a mean-spirited asshole that he does truly just like, he holds all of that because he doesn't care.
Dude, when I started comedy, so I've
which
been doing
means that, yeah, he does like have that racism in him.
And for 20 years, when I started.
But every once in a while, somebody will say something with like a racial joke that I know, like coming from the person, that person is 1000% not racist.
Comedy.
Fuck, I've seen the other one is like where, and this is where you get the stupid fucking hack bit from a bunch of white comics. It's just like, how come I can't say my version of the N-word?
Central, the comedy network in America, had the Chappelle Show, South Park, Tough Crowd with Colin Quinn, The Daily Show, and The Colbert Report. It was like some of the greatest comedy shows that have ever been made. And in the era of wokeism, they just produced like nothing. And so essentially, yeah, I think you're right, Pierre.
No, the era of wokeism. You mean just under Biden? It was no, because there wasn't as much to talk about.
Wokeism still exists. The tides have turned, and it's now a super majority issue to oppose it because it's stupid, and it always has been.
Well, what I thought watching
Again,
the net.
Saying it as wokeism instead of like, this is what pisses me off is that they changed it from political correctness, which I kind of agree with this. Like word policing and just fucking policing comedy is in itself kind of cringe.
Netflix special was that
like, again, especially if you're going to a comedy show and like, yes, there is. I kind of brought it up about the line where sometimes you got the, like what I call the Austin comedy scene, where, yeah, they use like the most cringy humor. And I'm talking like 2000 fucking like 5 bullshit cringe humor.
I used to watch a lot of those roasts.
But this is also where I think Scary Movie and like that kind of shit is not going to do that well.
I remember them. And they
because
were always
enough people also like know a try hard when they see it. And now you're trying too hard to be cringe or to be the fucking shock. You're trying too hard to be shocking.
Completely outrageous. And they always involved incredibly shocking.
They all lament for the good old days where it's like, oh, you remember when we could make fun of like, you know, women and just like, you remember the Man Show? Let's bring that back.
Outrageous jokes and deeply offensive. That was the whole point of being roasted. The roastee would be absolutely torn to pieces in the most shocking, personal, and offensive manner imaginable. And I remember there was a famous...
Yes, the roastee, but the thing is, it's hack as shit when you need to roast other people, like, or like just a group of people and use them as an example. I mean, I'm gonna just say it. The low-hanging hack-ass fruit, that's what needs to be called out. It's just like, boo, that was like, you could have done a lot better. You want to talk about knowing funny? It's just like, yeah, that's why it's not funny when they go with the fucking lowest common denominator.
Northern comic in the UK called Bernard Manning, who was deemed too outrageous after the 80s to appear on television. But he used to sell out all his shows. And I went to see him
Jimmy Carr
in a working men's club, and he was completely hilarious, but shocking. And
yeah, Jimmy Carr has had that same shit.
Outrageous, and would have fitted in very nicely to the roast kind of format. But when I interviewed him, I said to him, you know, he told jokes about everything, right? And they were all offensive and would have got him cancelled left, right, and centre if he'd done it in the last few years. But what he said was, I took a view, he said, early on in my comedy career, that I wasn't going to make an exception for anybody. Because the moment you make an exception, the moment you give one section of society a comedic pass from being offended by a joke, you never stop. In other words, once you say, right, I'm not going to tell jokes about, you know, Jewish people or black people or whatever it may be, once you eliminate one section of community from your target range, he said, actually, you're being very exclusive, right? You're basically saying there's one rule for them and another rule for everybody else. And it made sense to me then. This was back in the early 90s I did this interview. But I thought of him when I watched the Netflix thing. Because, Adam, when I watched it...
The thing is, you also haven't been watching comedy for a long time because it never really left, dude.
I was like...
Nobody has been going to comedy clubs saying, you can't say that, some, my nose.
In a way, although some of the...
like, for real. It's more so people going to Austin and then hearing a set at Rogan's Club, and it's all just, you know, effing R-word this, effing N-word this, oh, hey, isn't it funny that white guys can't say the N-word? Like, hack-ass shit.
I felt crossed a line, and I've said in the mono I'm a bit hypocritical, honestly, about my humor, and it really depends who they're
this guy
doing
on the
it to.
end, I don't like characters, where, like, his whole thing
How
is
they're doing
just
it.
being, like, the character.
And I think I have to admit that. And
the Andy Kaufman.
Say I have a bit of an inconsistency on this. But it was refreshing that it seemed like all the restrictions had come off. It was no...
Dude, all you have to do to prove this wrong is listen to one episode of Dave Smith's old podcast, Legion of Skanks.
Holds barred. Kevin Hart found
yeah, never left.
The whole thing hilarious. Everyone who was the subject of a shocking joke laughed, whether it was Chelsea Handler or Lizzo or The Rock or whoever it was. I mean, Tony Hinchcliffe did 7 minutes of... It was literally jaw-dropping. It was so offensive. But everyone was laughing.
Yeah, that's how it goes. You're the only one that has this weird conception that woke killed comedy. Like, you guys, like this is insane, like, that he does this, like, his woke is dead bullshit. Well, number one, if woke is dead, cool. Like, that just means that I guess there's no line anymore and everybody can just say the most offensive thing, not feel any repercussions, right? Because everybody's apparently a working comedian and there's, you know, not there isn't supposed to be like nuance or anything like.
And then it comes to the crunch point, which is what...
Wait a minute. I just realized how stupid that is.
I want to ask you, Adam, which is a joke that Pete Davidson
We won
told.
over woke.
And it was this. Let's watch.
Tony reminds me of Charlie Kirk, in that he's definitely been on camera letting a guy unload in his throat.
So there will be a lot of people.
Oh, that was fire!
Who will have found that crossed a
I
line.
need to go and watch this roast, man.
That it was too offensive. That it's
seen
too
only a
soon
few
after
clips.
Charlie's murder. And you got to think of his wife, his widow.
Oh, shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Comedy's legal, bitch! Knock it off!
His family, his kids.
Oh, his family, his kids. That was just that was bad taste. I just sat here guffawing about how fucking, we could say the N-word in comedy and it's hilarious and we can make fun of short people and say retard. But Charlie Kirk is a bridge too far.
People
get fucked
around him who would have probably found that horrendous. When you heard that joke from Peter, which got a mixed response, but when you heard that, did you feel that crossed a line?
Well, listen, Pierce, I did stand-up comedy in my 20s, and I decided to end up focus on making money, and that's how I met PBD in the finance world, and we started the podcast together in 2020. But I know funny. What happened with me personally, and I'll get to Charlie Kirk, because I knew Charlie Kirk very well, is I said, rather than being a stand-up comedian and sleeping on friends' couches, let me make some money. 10 years later, I made a bunch of money. I owned a stand-up comedy club, and I hired comedians. In fact, the biggest star on SNL, I found him when he was 19, Marcelo Hernandez, who has the #1 show on Netflix right now. He actually worked for myself and PBD at Valuetainment. So I know funny. I'm sitting in a van down by the river right now, sweating my...
I've met a lot of people in comedy, and I've never had to have somebody tell me that they know funny.
Tush off right here. I'll shout out to Chris Farley. I've been around funny people. In fact,
Except when you hear something like this, apparently.
Vinny Oshana.
Then you're like, no. Now I have to argue this.
Who's on your show? One of the funniest, greatest people. Who's about
old school Howard Stern would go over like a lead balloon today. Yeah, because some of it is like cringy as shit. Like even he understood like calling Gary the retard like was not hitting anymore. So now he's Gary the Conqueror. The thing is, it's a lot funnier having him be Gary the Conqueror.
to cross 1 million in comedy. He's incredible. But there's also people who make their name in this career by not being that funny. Pete Davidson is one of them.
Dude, Pete Davidson, number one, he crushed that line, but also, no, legit, he's been doing stand-up since he was like 14.
Jimmy Kimmel is one of them. I'm not going to go there and say Dave Smith is one of them. That's not what I'm going to do. But the reality is Charlie Kirk was an absolute hero. And what's happening with him...
Oh, cry harder.
People are literally taking their proverbial shots at him. The bottom line is this. Pete Davidson, name one famous joke he's ever made. I can tell you jokes that Dave Chappelle made,
that one,
that George Carlin made,
Actually.
that every single comedian famously made, Chris Rock, right? Bring me the big piece of chicken. What has Pete Davidson ever done that's been funny? In fact, when your dating career is more in the headlines than your comedy career, you're probably not that funny. So it's just par for the course. But the bottom line is this. We need to stop being so offended in this country and realize that free societies love comedians. And that's where we are.
Right, but so you end with a little stinger at the end because
Wait, Pete Davidson's a MAGA shit? How?
It looked like you were going down a path of saying you thought Pete Davidson crossed a line. So do you think he crossed a line? And should Netflix have aired that joke?
I haven't seen anything about that.
I don't think there's any line you can cross. The market will speak.
God damn it. See, now I actually got to agree with him.
Pete Davidson wants to start doing stand-up comedy shows again, and nobody shows up. Let the market speak. I believe in free market capitalism. I don't believe in censorship. I don't believe in cancel culture, even if you're unfunny. If we were canceling unfunny people, there's a lot of
He's being
comedians
consistent here. I got to appreciate that.
that would have been canceled years ago, Pete Davidson being one of them. So there's no line to cross.
Okay, and Dave, I didn't get a chance to
think that-
specifically
yeah, I
ask you
think
about
this
it.
was
So just very
Pierce
quickly,
being like,
what did you
what
think
heard
of that
about it?
joke?
It was hilarious. It was a great joke.
It was a great joke.
I don't even like understand entertaining this conversation of whether it crossed the line. And as you pointed out, Pierce, right? Like it just shows everybody's hypocrisy immediately because like the people who are outraged about the George Floyd joke aren't
The thing is, I don't even think that, like, this is the bitch about roasts, is they don't write all their own material.
outraged about the Charlie.
And 99% of the comics on that dais did not write their own material. They had help.
Kirk joke and vice versa. It's a roast. It's edgy comedy, and if you don't like it, then don't watch it. It's really that simple. And you know, I mean, look, I'm friends with Pete, or I was friends with Pete when we were coming up in comedy together. And like, again, Adam can have whatever opinion he wants on who he thinks is funny and who isn't funny. The bottom line is that millions of people love Pete Davidson. And if he does go on a stand-up tour, he'll be selling out giant theaters. So like, if you don't like it, that's fine.
And he
But
also
that was a hilarious joke.
He also does a lot of these roasts, and he regularly has awful jokes told about his father who died on 9/11, and he laughs and accepts.
Right, but Pierce, but it's all about, obviously, right, with comedy, it's all about the intention, right? Like, the intention of anyone doing comedy is to try to get everyone in the room to crack up laughing.
Right.
That's the goal. Pete does it. The goal when Pete tells that joke isn't like to get people to walk out. It's to kill to make it as edgy as possible and still hit you with a big punchline. And that's it. That's the natural. That's the way comedy works. It's a discussion between the comic and the audience.
Well, I'll say that
It doesn't
joke
matter
was
who's not there.
the reason that we're having this discussion right now is because the joke was actually, in my opinion, Dave, you're entitled to yours, not funny. It was completely offensive. Gay, Tony Hinchcliffe, sexual reference to the throat.
But Adam, couldn't you acknowledge, like, and I'm not trying to take a shot at you here, you failed out of being a stand-up, well, you failed out of stand-up comedy, and Pete Davidson became a multi-millionaire famous success from it. So maybe you're not in a position to determine whether it's good comedy or not.
No, the fact
he didn't need to get into finance to make money.
that I owned a comedy club and
That doesn't mean shit. Anybody can fucking buy a fucking building and put comedy on the front.
hired hundreds
That's actually kind of pathetic.
of comedians gives me the credibility to say,
Oh my God.
I know what's funny and not funny.
There is no
because
opinion.
I've seen people
There's no opinion.
who sell out
Let me just
crowds.
tell you this.
Dave, listen.
Anybody that's worked in a club, it just knows. It's like, no.
Let me speak, Dave. Let me speak. You just spoke.
There's no one's
Relax.
opinion.
Relax, Dave. Let me at least speak. Okay, are you gonna let me speak or no?
I'm pretty relaxed.
You started so well, you two.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. The reality is this: the reason we're doing this show right now because it really wasn't that funny. What's the funniest joke Pete Davidson has ever said other than that joke? Dave Smith, comedian.
The second that he had.
Exactly.
The thing is, he does this like where he'll structure the show for a personal debate between two people. and then go into a deeper panel with those people. I'm kind of upset that he brought these other two numbnuts on for, reasons.
Exactly. He's never told a funny joke.
All right, let me bring in Emily.
Yeah, see, now we have to do this. No one's interested in what I have no interest in what these two have to say. I want to hear everything about these two fighting.
Dumbest people who talks for a living.
Let me bring Emily back in.
Go ahead.
Welcome you back to the show. Emily, what did you think of that joke? Because the George Floyd joke
just rolled too.
Which Dave,
you're one of the dumbest people I've ever heard who talks for a living.
Reference was this was Tony Hinchcliffe, who said the black community is so proud of you to Kevin Hart. Right now, George Floyd is looking up at us all, laughing so hard he can't breathe. And again, there were gasps.
It's funny.
And then some people laughed.
I'm sorry, it was funny.
Some were clapping. Did you find that joke funny?
All of it, oh my God. Oh, they went for it. The thing is, when you feel that, you can laugh. You can laugh and not be a bad person. You do know that, right?
Well, yeah, Pierce, I can't be a hypocrite. If you recall, you were very upset about my joke about George Floyd that I had made previously. So, yeah, I do think it's funny. I also don't put George Floyd and Charlie Kirk in the same category. I thought the entire special was really good. I thought it was really funny. The only problem is I just didn't think that joke about Charlie Kirk was funny. I think he could have took that
Dude, they're burying themselves in this.
joke, used anyone else in a different scenario, and I think it would have been more funny.
Then for you?
Comparing a line.
Picturing an ugly sweater wearing Armenian club owner telling me he knows funny.
That is supposed to be crossed.
I had something very similar happen to me.
It's comedy.
If comedy don't work out, you're just because you're shit.
Do I think it's inappropriate? Yeah. Do I think it was
Which in itself was kind of funny.
uncalled for? Yeah. Do I think he could have done a better job? I don't think he's funny, and I don't think the joke was funny. You're comparing a guy who has children that are going to grow up and see these things, whose throat got shot out, traumatizing.
Yeah, George Floyd had kids, and he had a knee on his neck. Honestly, if you're not offended by the one, then don't talk about the other.
Millions of people around the world to I'm sorry, what's the politically correct statement? Blowing loads in the guy's throat?
That's hilarious. The fact that she said it. She did.
Those two things have nothing in common. It makes no sense, and I don't think it's funny.
The fact that you repeating the line out of context is even funny.
Point out.
No, that means it's a banger of a line.
Okay, but should Netflix, look, you're perfectly entitled to find
Oh my God, cry harder.
it funny or not. And as Dave said, there were lots of people that were cracking up and there'll be other people who were outraged. But a lot of people felt Netflix shouldn't have aired the Charlie Kirk joke or the George Floyd
No,
one.
Netflix should 100% air it. The
Okay.
irony of Netflix is how woke and sensitive they are. So for them to ironically choose to air the one thing that targeted the most loved conservative.
They aired it all. That's what this whole thing is about, is glazing how comedy's back. We can be offensive, baby. Now let's be offended.
Is such bullshit. I'm sorry.
Or this entire dude, where's the leftist comedian? Or where's just a comedian I don't know, a long-haired dude that has a pretty good outlook on some of this stuff.
That's the hypocrisy of it all. I mean, obviously you have Ted Sarandos, who is a huge liberal, but I'm like, these are the same groups of people that were supportive of canceling Kevin Hart, that were also supportive of canceling Tony Hinchcliffe, but when it's aimed at a
Who was canceling Kevin Hart?
conservative, all of a sudden
He canceled himself when he fucking worked for DraftKings and was doing all these commercials instead of trying to be funny.
rules go out the window.
I mean, it is interesting. I do remember Tony Hinchcliffe when he gave that speech at the rally for Trump just before the election. Outrage over some of the jokes he made
Does every conservative woman just adopt the same annoying accent by default?
then and calls for him to be cancelled and so on. And
Ali.
they would be by a lot of
Good one.
people who would consider themselves
I think,
woke left, who have been
also,
oddly a
some
little
on the
bit
channel.
quiet about what Netflix have done here.
Good vibe here.
Let me
Also,
bring in
appreciate
Jay
the
Dyer.
joke.
Welcome to Uncensored. Jay, what did you feel about not just the Charlie Kirk joke, but also the George Floyd one, those two in particular?
Well, my first inclination
Yeah, about
was
his kid.
to
Yeah.
feel that it was inappropriate.
You mean the joke that was stolen from Tracy Morgan?
However, I remember the last time I was doing it.
That was the cringiest part, was that he was on a radio show recycling a bit from Tracy fucking Morgan that was already hacked.
Stand-up event in LA. I made the joke that
I will make you pregnant.
We know what happened to the magic bullet in the case of JFK because it went into the throat of RFK. So I feel like that joke.
Look at me, I got a big belly. Wouldn't I look fun in a doo-doo diaper?
Which went silent to the
God. That was like
the
It's
entire
actually funny.
audience.
Yeah. Sorry.
Thank you. That was silent for the whole. The audience didn't think it was funny, but then I realized inappropriateness is actually the part that makes comedy funny. So while it may be inappropriate, it doesn't mean that it shouldn't be aired. And I'll have you know, Piers, the last time I was on, we were disagreeing about a certain word that starts with the letter N. And I'll have you know, the black community has given me 23 N-word passes, and I have chosen, out of respect for you, to not use them on your show.
Well, that would be entirely a matter for you.
Go for it. Go for it.
Yeah. People can behave
Well,
how they want on the
didn't
show.
the market? Hold on. So in the case of what you said about the PBD guy, didn't the market speak in the case of Pete Davidson? You said let the market speak. Didn't it speak?
Well,
you
actually, to be honest, Jay Dyer raises an interesting point. Dave says that we bring you back in here.
Oh my God, we doing
If he
this?
decided to tell a joke right now, Jay Dyer, including
The sad part is, I'm not sure who did what the bit first, but that streamer that got arrested and shot himself by accident.
the M word repeatedly, would you feel that crosses a line?
You remember what I said about like it just being cringe, where it's like, oh, see, he's trying. Whoa, oh, you're so edgy. You're so edgy. Now, do you have a joke to go with that N word or what?
No, personally, no, I don't. If you're talking about a joke, if the intention is to be funny, then I think he's trying to make people laugh. And again, people can have whatever feelings they want to about this, but could I just point this out? Because this is a very, like, I've made this point a lot through the years of wokeism. But Piers, imagine, let's say, because like I grew up in Brooklyn in the 80s and 90s, and like I've been in a few project buildings in my day, and I don't know if anyone's ever like hung with black people in the hood, but you wouldn't really characterize them as being sensitive. You know, like that's not really the way. It's always like white.
Dave straight from the hood right here. Dave,
Liberals.
okay?
No, but the thing is, they will check. They will check a person.
It's kind of like white liberals in defense of black people will like get very offended by this stuff.
There's a difference between what like that Chud dipshit was doing and like just saying like, oh, I don't even have context for this because I don't think there's anything that really does make it funny.
Just for example, let's say I had a really offensive joke, okay? Like a really edgy joke. And I were to go tell it on a job site, and I were to go tell it on a job site, and then I were to go tell it at an Ivy League university. Where do you think I would draw more outrage? We all know it's at the Ivy League university. See, the thing is that people who have been through some fucked up shit tend to laugh at some fucked up joke.
Wait, you're supposed to make it. You're supposed to make a joke? I thought the Edward was peak comedy.
And people who haven't been through
now that's funny.
That are like, what are you doing? I'm offended on behalf of these people. A lot of comedy is like a coping mechanism with the tragedy of life, and this is the way we do it. We try
That's
to laugh
why
at
we
that.
all started. That's why the lamest comics are the ones that come in with that had loving families.
My grandfather was a Jew.
There's a reason we all hated Brian Regan, because he was one of the ones that actually made it successful. And it was like, oh, do you know what my favorite dog is? Golden Retriever.
Who escaped Nazi Germany, and he loved Holocaust jokes. Like, life is complicated, man, and it's just I don't.
All of us just went, and he's making millions.
The best jokes, Dave. You're the best at that.
Okay, Adam, what are you trying to do here, buddy? Like, what are you trying to do?
I'm just saying those are good jokes. You're good at the Holocaust jokes.
Anyway, okay, Adam. Okay.
I'm giving you a
watch our
compliment
debate from last time. Okay. So anyway,
great. We're
I'm
bringing
just
up
saying
previous
there
debates.
is
Let's
this.
stay on this,
there's-
Dave.
Yeah, I thought that's the rule. We're allowed to bring up previous debates where someone got destroyed.
Sylvie, actually, that's not true. Only certain comedians can even have the benefit of doing that. Most working comedians, you're working rooms that you don't know what it is. I can't tell you how many times. Like, I went and worked a bachelorette party, and they always said the same thing, like, "Oh my God, I didn't realize that that we were getting story time." Like,
Droid, remember? That's what you did last time.
There we go.
worst heckling ever, and I mean literally. They're not good at it, but it was also just like the entire show. Come on, comedian, make me laugh.
Okay, except I have one
just
that
like you
I
and Coleman
did.
Hughes, so let's
that I'm
go.
curious about. But this is what I want to know. Do you think if what happened to Charlie Kirk happened to
No, sometimes you bomb, sometimes you kill. Like, that's just how it goes.
a well-known and loved Democrat, that they would be telling any of these jokes? Absolutely not. Also,
Yeah,
if you're
that's
saying
fair.
the
That's
whole
fair
point of the
question.
joke is for the audience to
Read the room. Oh, I mean, you try to do that, but the other thing is when you have the benefit of doing kind of it, like, I hate to call it in the middle comedy, because like when you're just telling a story, you do have like some cringe elements to it, like. Because this was also part of it where you had clean comics that would come in. And I felt bad for those guys, especially like because that's one of the hardest ways to work is clean. Like those buttoned up fucking family guys like Nate Bargatze. Fuck. Even he had to do dirty comedy as he was coming up and slowly buttoned it up.
Thank you. And the whole point of the audience is to be like, this is hilarious.
I don't
I'm
know.
a little, let's just say, unwell about the fact that
Oh, the hecklers? Yeah.
the joke to the audience about getting his throat shot out, which traumatized millions of people,
Trust me, they're not exactly what I would call enlightened by any means.
was like,
Or have self-awareness.
ha ha ha. But yet Shane Gillis was like half the time getting oohs when it came to race, women, Jewish jokes. And I'm like, so they feel way more comfortable laughing about him. And they wouldn't say that about a Democrat. They just wouldn't.
Well, I
They
certainly
wouldn't
think
make
it's
those
true.
jokes.
I mean, had you had
true.
had you
Liberals
had
are
had you had
hypocrites,
a
but
had
let's
you
not
had
be
a
that
big
ourselves.
well, had you had a big leading liberal
You got to see it.
Democrat figure assassinated like Charlie Kirk was, I don't think for a moment Netflix would have aired that joke about that person. So that I suspect there is a double standard, notwithstanding the fact that.
Because I'm speaking in terms of if you know the audience you're going to have, as per his example he gave. Oh, okay.
Netflix, in many people's
I mean,
eyes, deserve credit.
Okay, so like for instance, if you're working a corporate gig, I mean that's fair. You will tailor your stuff for that a little bit.
Credit for sort of barreling through the woke
Any comic that says otherwise is full of shit, especially if they're taking a nice payday from it.
period and saying, right, we're going to put this on our platform, right, with all its outrageous stuff.
Pierce, I think you're making a good point. By the way, I think Emily made a great point. And who said that women can't be funny? Look at Emily Save America right now. But I'll tell you this. Let me just shift the conversation. I think we should stop being so offended by jokes and be offended by the people who actually committed the crimes. The Tyler Robinsons, the Luigi Mangionis, okay? I don't think the Ayatollah or Nazis are that funny. We should be outraged at those people, not people telling the jokes about the people that were...
I want to hear him say that in a club. Dude, Dan Soder I remember seeing Soder, it was like the week that happened. He had some banger jokes about that.
Assassinated.
And a lot of people, like, when the entire room was just like, yeah, he was just like, yeah.
by these people. So Charlie Kirk was an American hero. It's a shame to see how he's sort of a punchline at this point. But I believe in a free society. I believe in the free exchange of ideas. And even though I'm disgusted by the joke, he could say it all day, every day, Pete Davis.
Well, look, it's interesting. I mean, if you look, let me just say what George Floyd's family said by way of response, for example. They responded through a spokesperson saying that Hart's decision to allow Tony Hinchcliffe on stage was sad for the culture, arguing that Hart should have stepped in before the joke.
Who the fuck cares?
Landed, given Hinchcliffe's history of making similar remarks at other events.
Hinchcliffe is just Hinchcliffe.
They said we're trying to...
And honestly, having him on the dais was much better. Dude, Chelsea Handler's joke about Tony Hinchcliffe, that was a banger.
Rebuild things for our community and make things better in our community. Let's try to be a little bit more positive and not sit up there doing colon inspections by white comedians.
That's not Vinny, that's Adam.
Pierce, who said that quote, if you don't mind?
This was the George Floyd family.
Okay.
Why do we care what George Floyd family says about anything?
Yeah, why are we worried about their family?
Well, George
Why are we worried about Charlie Kirk's kids and his family? Shut the fuck up. You see? Do you not see how fucking ridiculous you are? I'm glad that this episode happened because here it is.
George Floyd was...
They really are this stupid.
Was killed by a police officer who's now serving
Oh,
a very
the
long
hero,
prison
George
sentence.
Floyd, the innocent angel who helped society. Exactly.
Well, the
This
police
amazing
officer was
person,
found
George
guilty
Floyd.
of deliberately killing him. So, you know, you can have your own view about it, but his family are entitled to take a view that they have. In the same way that Charlie Kirk's. You know, it's interesting to me, Emily, you're outraged about the Floyd family having any feelings about him, who was killed by a police officer, but you're equally outraged the other way about the Charlie Kirk joke because you feel like he should be...
No, George Floyd overdosed. It was in the autopsy. The policeman did everything he was supposed to. The other policeman threw him under the bus.
Jesus Christ, she really is when the entire country goes, nuh-uh.
You go through the training and all the legal stuff. I thought we had been over this and reached like a normal statement. He was a career criminal and he was a horrible person.
We gonna go there?
And I don't care what him or his family that's happy to get money has to say about
Well,
it.
I don't think police officers should go around
let me pick up on what Emily said
die.
there. I think Emily is partially right, everything she said. I don't care about George Floyd. I think the bigger picture is this. We're comparing Charlie Kirk with George Floyd. Let's just sink that in for a second. The fact that these two names are on the same page is hilarious, and it shows how ridiculous society has become. The greatest person on the right, the conservative that led the movement to helping Trump get elected on colleges versus a career criminal drug addict. This is the parallel. Stop it, guys. Let's go up a little bit.
Okay, let me ask Jay this story. This was Kevin Hart defending the concept of a roast on social media.
That, my friend, is what the fucking roast is supposed to be. It's goddamn hard-hitting, relentless jokes.
Yeah, when you lose your voice from laughing so hard.
No comment.
How old is Chelsea Handler? I think 52 or some shit like that.
It's the concept of a roast.
I don't know. She looks great for her age.
Go hard, you go home.
That's what Hollywood money will do for
no
you.
No emotion, no fucking feelings, man. It's not what a roast is about. Leave the emotions and the feelings at the front fucking door. People are coming in and they're looking for the shock factor.
You know, that's the guy who was the target of most of the jokes. And like I say, when I watched it, the atmosphere in the room was very much like they're all sticking it to each other. All bets are off. There's no limit. You can say whatever you like, and everyone was having a good time. But the reaction of people who weren't in the room has been different in many cases. Should there be no line? I mean, you know, you raised a point about the use of the M-word. Nobody would do that on a high-profile television show, radio show, podcast, or anything else. You just wouldn't hear it, right? You wouldn't hear it.
Unless your name's Nick Fuentes.
Well, you wouldn't.
Unless you're black.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking about white people wouldn't do that. High-profile white people wouldn't because they would believe it crossed a line. So there is a line there, isn't there? But it's a question of how far that line goes.
Wow.
Exactly. And we're all ignoring the elephant in the room, which is the W question. We could talk about the JQ. We got Jews here. We could talk about that. But what about the WQ, which is the Wigger question? Because that's riding the line. And as a representative of the Wigger community, in fact, many people think that I'm kind of the emperor of Wigxanthium. I think that's a great segue. If we start using the word Wigger, if we accept Wigger culture, we can then transition into the normalization of the full-on N-word, and then everyone will have an N-word pass. Then we're done. Then we really have free speech.
Okay, I get the point you're making.
This is who is this, WLK right here?
No, I get the point you're making, but Dave Smith, is there no line? I mean, if you were listening to this, listen to
Adam's uncomfortable face after he just bombed so hard.
This debate, it seems like if there's no line, there's no line, but there are lines, so we know that. It's a bit like the First Amendment. You know, everyone thinks it's protective of all speech, but it's not. There are limitations. But if you listen to the first half of this debate, you'd say, well, these guys don't think there should be any limit on a joke. So why is there a limit on using the M word, for example?
Okay, here, I mean, look, I think it's kind of subjective. Like, in the same sense of saying whether you think something's funny or not is kind of, whether you think a joke's funny or not, you're right, I guess, because to you, that's what it is. I will say this, okay, Pierce, there is one joke ever that I've been genuinely offended by. I think this is 20 years in stand-up comedy. There's only one joke I was ever genuinely offended by. And it was when Barack Obama got on at the White House correspondent dinner thing, and he made a joke. He said, Sasha and Malia are now old enough to date. I have 2 words for you boys, predator drones. And I remember being like, yo, dude, you can't joke about that. Like, you actually murder people with, that's the joke? That like, hey, people get murdered by my predator drones? Like, so...
Honestly, it's the closest thing to a fucking Trump joke that I've heard. Get fucked.
In that sense,
we know comedy, these wokies.
That's the only time I've...
Dude, as somebody that kind of feels this way, where I'm just like, there are lines, but that's for you to figure out.
Never been offended by a joke.
Like Sylvie kind of said, you got to know your audience too.
You'd have to be an actual murderer who is joking about the murders that you commit. I think that's over the line. Aside from that, Pierce, no, I don't really think there is one. And if you listen, again, you don't have to watch the show. You don't have to go to a comedy club. You don't, if you're offended by it, you're not wrong. It's just, then it's not for you. But if we want to have a free society, then yeah, people have the right to do it, including using any word.
Oh, he knows 4chan speak. The thing is, yeah, he's a cringe, like, online douchebag.
Out there.
That, like, I'm not sure if he's ever set foot in a club.
Yes, people don't have a right to initiate violence or incite violence against others.
And also, he's the guy that I, like, want to show everybody, like, in the, I'll just say it. Everybody in the black community needs to like see this guy and just I would love to get their takes on like the shit that he's saying, where it's just like, all right, so when you see a dude like this, and what he said about like the black community not being offended about a lot
other people, but they have a right
there's something
to make whatever joke they want to, and if there's an audience that finds it funny, then God bless them. That's what being in a free society is all about.
Yeah, Adam, do you agree with that?
Yeah, look at us agreeing, Dave. I thought the Obama thing is, I mean, that's his own thing. I'll let him deal with that. But I agree with Dave. It's a free society, free speech. You know, what I used to say when I did stand-up comedy, because I did some racial jokes, blacks, Jews, I live in Miami, Latinos, Cubans, I would do accents. I said, the one thing is this.
I'm guessing he likes the Chud the Builder guy while he's trying to be him.
It's not racist if you make...
The thing is, like, this whole... Again, I am cringed the fuck out by this guy's, like, persona.
Make fun of everybody.
It's just
if you're just like,
cringy.
you know what?
Like
the only people
it's like it's the douchiest of douche. Like I have douche chills.
Mexicans.
Like,
it's like, all right, now you're just a racist.
Yeah.
But if you're an equal opportunity employer and you're judging comedy based on merit, there's no racism. Anyone can say whatever they want to say if you're just an equal opportunity.
Would you do it?
employer.
Okay, but Adam, would
So
you do it?
Dave
Would you
Smith.
do it on the PBD podcast? Would you tell, as Shane Gillis did, he did some Jewish jokes?
Stop.
Would you tell genocide jokes? Would you tell Holocaust jokes? In other words, you know, would you do that on your own platform, or are you saying this because you think it sounds good as part of a debate like this? But actually, when it comes to your own platform, you would be more self-policing.
Time and place, Pierce. There's things that I will say and that won't cross a certain line. PBD, if you know anything about PBD, high standards. Let's get this thing right. He's a leader amongst leaders.
Yeah.
He doesn't play that game, and he's helped me raise my standards and raise my game. Same with Vinny, same with Tom. Shame for everything that we're doing in Valuetainment at Bed David Consulting. High standards, high standards, high standards. But that's different from me listening to a joke out in the public, atmosphere. So no. There's things that I won't say. I won't say the N-word. I won't cross certain lines. I think that's lowbrow. But I'll defend your right to say it or be unfunny and deal with the consequences of that. So in essence, yes, I'm agreeing with the comedian Dave Smith in this regard.
I think we now have our headline, which will go viral. I agree with Dave Smith, says Adam Sosnick. All right, Emily, what do you think?
You're actually trying to be funny today, so I got to give you credit.
I'm naturally funny, mate.
Well, I don't understand, because
the British accent is always
the funniest line of the night.
We have an advantage. When you have a British accent, you're naturally hilarious. Everybody knows that in America.
How do I think that Andrew Dice Clay would go over these days?
Well,
certain jokes would be just fine.
okay, so we're saying that we all agree that there shouldn't be a line, but at the same time, there will always be a line.
I don't understand how Dice's whole shtick worked as well as it did.
For white
I mean, I got sick of it pretty quickly.
people, because you can have black comedians go on and say whatever they want, or pretty much everyone else, but a white comedian could never go on and say the N-word because they would legitimately lose
But it's fucking nursery rhymes, yeah. Those are timeless.
everything. They'd be canceled. They would not have a
Right.
way to make a living. So it's like we're all saying that there shouldn't be a line, yet we all know that for, I would say specifically white people, there will always be a line and that line won't go away. I would also like to point out the hypocrisy
What the fuck? Unless it's Charlie Kirk, I guess?
of everyone on that stage is a Democrat. There wasn't really any huge Republicans on that stage, and I'm like, but those are the people who have pushed for censorship, who get offended at everything, who say
No. No. You're the ones who made this about, oh my God, I can't say that. I can't make the black joke that I wanted to make.
that we can't make.
No, because a bunch of Democrats in the room convinced my friends that they were offended and it was a banger of a joke and nobody laughed. I was sad and I felt uncomfortable, but because I bombed, that was their fault.
Jokes. These are the same people that killed Hollywood, killed comedy, and now all of a sudden they're like, you guys, we're back. Don't get butthurt.
Killed Hollywood. What did that was was just nobody wanting to go out.
Yeah.
Well, I'll give you one caveat. Cat Williams, I don't know where Cat Williams is these days. That was the storyline that got lost through all of this. Pierce, I'm not sure if you're following what happened with Cat Williams and Kevin Hart. Are you familiar with that drama and that saga?
Yeah, of course.
And that beef? Do you know about that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so it was great to see that them squash their beef. And just like me and Dave Smith, we can get along in the spirit of comedy, even if you're perceived as enemies. Look at that. Shout out to Cat Williams and Kevin Hart.
Okay,
pretending to be friends.
In this
Okay, so can Republicans be comedians now?
Well, I think, look,
Everyone can be comedians.
Do you know what? Funny enough, in all the debate about things like Jimmy
Apparently
Kimmel,
not.
in all the thing about Jimmy Kimmel's jokes about Trump or whatever it may be, or the Charlie Kirk one he did, which got him into big trouble, I did remember thinking that I admired the intellectual honesty of people like Ted Cruz, who refused to join in the conservative demands to fire Jimmy Kimmel over a joke, because he said, we have complained about the
Damn, she was just like, intellectual honesty? Ooh.
woke left doing this to us for years. Are we really now going to turn around and when we don't like a joke, we're going to call for that person to be cancelled? I admired that. And there were quite a few that did that. But there were others who didn't. I mean, Ben
so cute
Shapiro has
earlier.
led, he's had a difficult few weeks, Ben Shapiro, from what I've been reading. But he said this about the Charlie Kirk joke in particular.
The Coke has done its work with Pete Davidson. That is a horrible joke. I gotta say, I'm not here to scold people for telling jokes. Making a gay oral sex joke.
It was very funny.
And a Charlie Kirk being shot to death joke in the same joke. That's a new low. I'm not sure that I've ever heard a joke quite as bad as that joke right there.
So, he's making his point about the jokes. But what was interesting is if we go back to that joke I referenced about Tony Hinchcliffe at Trump's Madison Square Garden rally. I actually went to that. It's the only rally I've ever been to. Let's take a look at what he said that day.
There's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. Yeah. I think it's called Puerto Rico.
Now, there was absolute outrage about that. And yet Hinchcliffe 7 minutes set in this roast on that.
The thing is, it's not a roast. That was a political fucking event. That's the difference. Now, you want to talk about nuance and all that. Could you imagine if somebody made that Charlie Kirk joke at a DNC event? Shut up.
Netflix.
Nobody's listening to your fucking fake outrage anymore. Just so you guys know, if you're right wing and you're watching this, you might want to drop this pretty quickly.
Infinitely more offensive.
Because you got a lot of people that are call bullshit on your asses.
To infinitely more people.
Yeah.
And there's been nothing like the outrage. And that's the bit, I think,
Nothing
Jay.
like I said, this whole thing has been hilarious to me, watching these guys talking about how I don't get outraged by anything. There is no line except for Charlie Kirk.
Look at this and go, there remains just a weird inconsistency, double standard, intellectual dishonesty about this whole thing.
Well, in the words of Cat Williams, Piers Morgan, ain't nobody going in my booty hole. Not an alien or not Hermes.
This guy deserves his own special.
Listen.
Well, I was going to ask you all, actually.
This guy's funnier than you, David. He's not even a comedian. This guy's good.
In the spirit of a roast, then, Jay, if I give you all...
It's even cringier because it's one good impression. That doesn't carry a special.
I'll give you the line. I'll give you the line. I'll give you the line. The line for this is you look at, there's a trend right now on TikTok where you got teenagers and they're sort of mimicking the assassination of Kirk, right? So when the left does a lot of these jokes, and I grant that it's hard to usually tell intention, they are actually at times trying to spark people to be violent. We all remember Kathy Griffin, right? She was saying, I wish people would do, Madonna says, people do this because they know that lunatic leftists will pop off because they're inspired by their God, the media, that tells them what to do.
I love when they play this game. This is fun.
So I think that might be a line if we were trying to find a line.
As a moderate leftist, this is where it is kind of, and I'm going to just call myself that in context of this, but...
Okay, look...
It's so funny.
Given there's no holes barred...
Because, no. He's so full of shit.
On this show, I'm called uncensored. I thought it'd be in the spirit...
Like, does he not understand that he's technically offended by him not being able to use the N-word? So it's technically an offense.
Of a roast. That all of you could have this opportunity to roast one other panel member in any way you see fit. And that's how we'll end the show. So, Dave Smith, what do you want to say about Adam?
There's nothing left to
Give
roast.
It to me
I
good,
already
baby.
roasted.
Does my wife have cancer? Yes.
Give it to me good.
That's what that's for.
I left nothing behind, man.
Come on,
There's
Dave,
nothing
you're
left-
a
there's
comedian.
nothing
Give me
left to
something
roast.
good, baby.
I always get a little weirded out by when they ask that. It's like,
David, you're on the
dude.
spot, Dave Smith. Come on.
I'll use my spot.
Well-
nothing but kindness and love. Patrick Bet David, Valuetainment.
respect
Love all
to
those guys. Great show.
Adam, do you
There
want
you go.
to do you want to
Hey,
roast
Pierce,
Dave Smith?
He got the call. Pierce, he got the call. Bibi Netanyahu called him and said, go easy on the guy today. He got the call. Check his bank account for $7K, Pierce.
Have you got anything you want to roast Dave about?
Listen, Dave, I respect the fact that he gets on there. I take the fact that he gets on their debates. I'm not going to go there and say the same line that, why is this guy calling himself a comedian? All he does is talk politics. People say he's the unfunniest comedian in America.
Jesus. Sorry, my pause button wasn't working. Thank you for the $10 donation. I really appreciate that. As I said, every little
I'm
bit
not going to
goes a
go
long
there.
way.
He's a spirited debater, and I'm happy to be here. And it's good to see
Especially
even
now.
a funny person who identifies as a woman named Emily, because who says that women can't be funny? So thanks for having me, Piers. You even were kind of funny today, Piers.
Thank you.
Even though you're British.
I appreciate it. Emily, do you want to roast anyone?
What the fuck? What did you just call me? Did you call me a different woman's name?
I called you Emily.
I said you're Emily.
No, I'm talking about Adam. You said my last name wrong. Anyways, no, I think the big
hang on, what did he- what did he call you?
I don't know your last
when
name.
I think you may
Emily,
have
here's your
misheard.
chance to be funny.
no,
Don't
I
start
thought you were
arguing with the dude.
No, I'm not arguing with it. I'm trying to say, I think the whole point of this is it's very hypocritical. If there's any violence or jokes made against the right, it's completely fine and justified. But when we go make Kevin Hart makes a gay bashing comment and he...
The thing is, what's cringe is when they try too hard. That's the number one thing. Like, I know you guys, I do marathon streams. Trust me, I have probably bombed harder on this show than I have ever fucking bombed in a club. But
He makes a Puerto Rico comment. They're up in arms. They're
oh my God, shut up, Emily. No one cares.
allowed to do TikToks to Charlie Kirk assassination
I think you've made
videos.
that point,
So
but
at
is
the
there
end of the
anyone on
day-
the panel you want to give a little sly roast to?
Well, I don't know any of these people well enough to roast them.
That doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Come on.
You can just do it based off like a person's look. It's that easy.
Emily, give us something good, baby. Give the wigger a chance.
Well,
give
I
the
don't know.
wigger a
This was
chance.
supposed to be a comedy panel, and no one has been very funny, so I don't know what to tell you.
All right, well, let's go to Jay. Jay, you've had a bit of time to think about this. Do you want to roast anyone?
I'm going to roast you.
Great.
Yeah.
Go on.
So since you're offended, by the N-word, I'm just gonna say, here's you a real wigger.
$20.
Thank you.
I like to keep my
I heard
accounts
the
current.
W loud.
Thanks,
I heard the W
Smiley
loud and
face
clear.
emoji.
I'll tell you what I'd like to end with, actually, because it did strike me as hilarious last night when I saw the picture for the sad demise of Stephen Colbert. They brought together all the other late-night hosts, Jimmy Kimmel, Seth Meyers, John Oliver, and Jimmy Fallon. And I thought, what a striking advertisement for the DEI that they all love to preach about, these guys.
Oh, yeah.
There are 5 middle-aged white dudes, liberal Trump haters, not a diverse or inclusive face amongst them. Sometimes real life. Sometimes real life is funnier.
What a diverse
than
group
any
of people.
comedy.
And they're all millionaires.
I know, it just struck me as very funny. And also,
But if it was the other way around and they had a black woman on there and a gay man, Jesus Christ, that was probably the cringiest thing of the entire night. It's like, ew.
And also, you know the one.
So now you're gonna this is like the saddest part about right-wing comedy is they try to do this thing where they try to play the caricature of a leftist, but they don't even do it well.
But he wasn't invited.
Like, who the fuck cares?
Was Greg Gutfeld from Fox, who beats them all in the ratings, and he wasn't invited.
Well,
so it
Pierce,
just
based
made me
on your
laugh.
comedy skills, you should have been the oldest white guy in that picture right there, part of that crew right there. But it's a damn shame to see.
Actually, the only reason that Greg Gutfeld has as many viewers as he does, and this is a fun fact about Fox News, is because in hospitals and in government buildings, Fox News is offered at a either discount or free price.
See what happened to Jimmy Fallon because he's legitimately talented, legitimately
weird how that works.
Funny, and he's
it's not usually a standard cable channel.
Looped in with these middle-aged white guys who are completely unfunny, and the leader of the unfunny is by far Jimmy Kimmel. I shouldn't cancel that guy, but that guy is a hack above all.
Well, the sad thing I always feel, and we've got to end, unfortunately, but I interviewed Jay Leno recently.
All right, that I might be able to.
I just remember thinking, in the great old days of Carson or Leno or Letterman, whatever, it just felt...
Kimmel is a little bit hacky, I'm not going to lie.
A little bit warmer. They would use, sharp comedy, but about everybody. They weren't so obviously partisan.
The funniest part about Jimmy Kimmel is how much he pisses off Trump as just a mid-level fucking dude. He does church-level comedy.
Politically.
Yeah. It's fucking not the best.
They didn't hate half the country.
Right,
you
and
know?
I think that's been one of the real...
What are you talking about? You hate half the country. Look at the way you speak. It's not like you're trying to actually bring unity. Get fucked. This is my problem with these cocksuckers.
Problems behind...
I can't stand this shit.
Why America's so divided is that all the late-night guys, with the exception of Gutfeld, but all the late-night guys...
Yeah.
They all do, but Fallon doesn't do it really like the others, but they just seem to think their job is to loathe half the country, and anyone who voted Trump has to be...
No, it's because they're comedians and they recognize what is funny. What's funny is our president is a buffoon, and he's very easy to make fun of. You know how you guys had to stretch to make fun of Biden? Because it really was like a hack fucking bit pretty early on. Oh my God, Biden's old, he stammers. Okay? He sniffed a kid's hair. Yeah, that was weird. All right, what else you got? Oh, okay. Trump does it every fucking day. He gives you something new to make fun of. He is the president of the United States, so fucking spare me with this TDS bullshit. It's literally the news of the day. He goes out there every fucking day trying to make himself the thing that people talk about. So he gets all butthurt when comedians do it. I thought that you guys didn't get offended by anything. I thought that honestly it was one of I thought you guys were all for, oh, we like edgy comedy. We don't get offended except by everything.
Mocked and ridiculed.
Jesus Christ, this whole hour was spent talking about how fucking offended you guys get.
And the Trump bashing has to be relentless. And I actually hanker for the days when you had Leno, Letterman, Conan, these guys, where this wasn't their shtick at all.
Come on, Pierce.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. What are you talking about? One of Leno's like signature bits was going out there asking people about like the news and politics and laughing at how little people knew. And he also interviewed, you know, Bill Clinton. He also interviewed Barack Hussein Obama. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Pierce, you're old enough. You're Johnny Carson's age. You remember that. You remember what's going on.
Yes.
Bring back Johnny Carson.
Well, you can't. He's dead. And also, no. Having what is this weird thing that people have for like the three networks that, again, do you recognize that for a time period there were only three networks and they're the ones who control the news? Not great. This idea that we need a Walter Cronkite, also a paid shill, you know, very propagandistic. And then this, oh, we need one comedian, just one. Because that's what it was. He was the show that would then be the arbiter to new comedy. Then the market opened up.
You never knew Johnny.
Jesus Christ, I thought you were a free market capitalist. Can you guys ever not see how contradictory you are to all of your beliefs? And this is why it's so easy for assholes like me to look at you and go, I can't take you seriously because you don't actually believe in anything.
Carson's politics, ever. He never told
you. Don't care.
He never told
even
people.
George Carlin talked about super controversial stuff, but he still was like loving in general. No one hated him.
No. He actually made fun of you. Like, if George Carlin was doing his bits written as they were back then today, like, honestly, all she needs to do is go watch his 2005 fucking special from HBO.
So you can be very controversial. I mean, I'm very opinionated.
That's the one about, like, but he loves you. He loves you and he needs more money.
But not in a politically partisan manner. And it wouldn't cross my mind to say something which would alienate deliberately half the people watching.
That's what Carlin did. That's what fucking Bill Hicks did. That's what all these, like, what you would argue the greats did.
If they vote Trump or whatever, why would I do that? I might be critical, but I'm not going to say, like...
No. You guys are so dumb that you take it that way. You literally take it that way as they're making fun of, like, the fat, like, oh my God, they're making fun that I voted for Trump. Yeah, they are. All right, you can either choose to laugh at it or move the fuck on.
Hillary did.
Oh, we're watching Stavi fucking roast a bunch of fucking, like, people.
You're a basket of deplorables.
We're watching Stavi roast.
Where that part has all come from. Anyway, guys, you're not a basket of deplorables.
Pierce, why don't you roast some people on the panel? Since you're so funny right now, why don't you roast some people on the panel, all of us?
You are a basket of delightful human beings, and it is my joy, my warm
Future
joy
looks bright, Pierce.
to have
Future
you
looks
on
bright.
our senses.
The country is healing.
Yes.
Apartment. You almost said room.
All right. I got.
Is it the room? Is it like a hospital, or are you like some kind of shit? Okay. What are you, a doctor, a nurse? What are we talking? Coordinator. Oh, what is that? You know. Don't be you don't do the bits. I do the bits. You don't just show up. You have a set of responsibilities that are well documented. You know exactly what they are, and I would like to know what they are as well. Okay? God damn, dude. Chill. What's a coordinator do? Take call. Okay, all right. And what kind of... Why are you so sad? It's not a bad job. It needs to happen. They're depressing. Oh, I guess that's true. That is true because it's like someone who most people that work in an emergency room, it's like they have years of training and no one else could be there, and you like a robot could do your job. They're working on AI that'll do your job so much better than you, and you're probably one of the dumbest people at the emergency room. You know what I mean? Like, everybody's like a seasoned nurse or a doctor, and you're just like a guy that, you're a receptionist, basically. You're a receptionist for people that have been stabbed recently. And if you drop a call, someone dies, and you seem like the kind of guy that's probably not that good at his job either. That sucks. No, you're right. I know why you're depressed now. I see. You should be scheduling, like, really bullshit stuff. You know what I mean? You should be at the lowest level of doctor there is, You should be like at I don't know, like a fungus guy, like a nail fungus guy. But you're like, it's life or death for you. And this wasn't what you wanted to do either, no chance. You didn't go to school for emergency department coordination, right? Did you go to Wisconsin? Nice, hell yeah, dude. What did you study? Communications, okay.
What? Rip a piss?
Damn, that's awesome, dude. What was the goal? Nothing, just fucking. You're like, look, the world's fucking, global warming's happening. I'm not gonna retire, so I'm gonna get the debt now. I'm gonna get a little pussy at the fucking. I'm gonna eat some cheese curds. Right. That's smart. Good. Are you from here? Yeah. Oh yeah. That makes sense. You're not the kind of guy that has too many new experiences. You knew about one school. You're like, I'm gonna go there. I'm not gonna worry about what I'm gonna study.
God, the fact that he does this every show.
I'm gonna get the easiest thing possible.
Not gonna pause as much for this.
Who hooked you up with the coordination gig? I'm guessing you didn't apply for it. Somebody you knew gave you the job, or you applied? Oh,
no, I applied.
It's that easy. That's not. The medical. We are fucked in America. You know what I mean? Like our hospitals aren't good to begin with, but when you have truly like, again, no offense, one of the dumbest guys, one of the dumbest style of guys possible. Which is the guy that picks the easiest major at a state school so he can get fucked up. Like, you're a communications major because you couldn't just not major in something, you know? Like, yeah. Can you major in doing the bench press and playing Call of Duty? Because I'd like to do that instead.
That was like 90% of my friends.
That's cool, man. How long you been there? Like 6 months. 6 months? Oh, you're fresh there. All right, yeah. Nice. Pretty fresh. Are you young? How old are you? 25, okay. Kind of cutting it close on a dumb job like that, you know? I was thinking maybe 23, 24. Oh, someone else who's a loser is like, oh, hey, come on, give him a break.
Hey, come on! Hey, I'm a manager at a GameStop. Stop it!
Oh, hey, hold on. What the hell? 25's not that big a deal.
I'm 42 and I manage a GameStop.
Some of us are still getting our Etsy store out of the fucking gate. Relax. All right, I'm sorry. You and your friend, whoever's over here, that's also not achieving anything.
Hey, you.
That's all right. You're a handsome guy, though. You probably haven't faced a lot of consequences yet. This is the first time life is going to start going bad for you. And
This is the first time
that's okay. It makes sense. You're on the precipice
you.
of a severe decline right now.
Dude, I feel that shit.
Do you have are you in a relationship or anything like that? You are. Okay, nice. Is she successful? What's going on there? Yeah, okay. What does she do? Electrolysis. In the hospital as well? You met her at the cafeteria? Okay, nice. All right, I'm not going to you're not great. Ironically, not great at communication, so I'm going to move on, but thanks for coming out, pals. This country, you're all uncirced here, right? Nice. Oh, yeah. What's that, no? Oh, wow, we've got a vocal minority of of the circumcised. Okay, why are you circed? You did not show the truth, sir. What do you mean you swear, motherfucker? There is, again, I'm telling you, whatever lie someone told you did not happen. You were you came out of your mom's pussy and you blinked in Morse code, don't cut my dick off. What do you think happened? I would love to hear what you think happened. You had it? Yeah. Wow.
It's weird. This is the second time I've heard of something like this. So I went to school, and I think I might have told this story. But there was a kid in my class that he had like that condition where his pee hole would like seal shut, and like he also was like not circummed, you know. So like it was one of those things where we were every single person that knew what was up, or we would always just kind of be like, "So do you have to like slice it today?" Because like that was what yeah. So he would have to go in like every like 2 weeks or like it was like around there, and he would have to have the his pee hole reopened. Like, that shit. That has to suck. TMI. What fucking podcast are you watching?
You couldn't have bought a hat? What do you mean?
But yeah. To this guy, he was circumcised like when we were in like fucking high school.
Switch it up.
We were all like, "What?"
You didn't even. And you fucked yet? That's what I'm saying. How did you even know you had to switch it up? You just felt. You just knew it was right. And who allowed you to make this decision? So your parents, you come on, you want me to believe that you went to your parents in 9th grade and were like, hey mom and dad, I got something I want to talk to you about. You know my cock that I've only used to beat off? Well, I've been thinking, and it's time to get a new look on it right now.
We need to go into the summer season. Take the coat off.
I apologize. Sorry. What? So did you go to? So who did you? Who was the first person you approached with? Hey, I think it's time to get circed. Your mom. Wow. So you have you're much closer to her than your dad. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Your dad. Yeah. Your dad would have made fun of you forever. What did he say after you got it chopped? You don't remember? Okay, you're lying to me. You know what I mean? There's no way.
No. The thing is, I totally believe
You don't
this guy.
remember what he said. Okay, it's not. Circumcision is not like abortion. Where it's not. Your dad was like, hey, listen, we may disagree fundamentally, but it's your body, your choice. You know what? I guess kind of. Anyway, whatever. I still can't tell if you're telling the truth. Why on earth would you get your dick chopped, your foreskin chopped off at 14?
That's a great fucking question, man. I don't know.
Who did it? Who did the circumcision? Okay, who? Where? What doctor? Your hospital. Okay, you're fucking full of shit. What was your doctor's name right now? No stalling. Okay, get the fuck out of here. You don't know the name of the guy who chopped the top of your dick off?
Yeah, I'll be honest, I barely know my doctor's name.
Don't get the fuck out of here, you piece of shit. Suck my dick, I know you're lying. Show us your dick. No joke. I would honestly love to see your penis right now. You know what I want? I want to see your penis with a doctor, and I want him to tell me how fresh.
Oh, thanks for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that.
$$_$79.99.
Oh, thank you.
Hope your wife gets better. Best wishes.
Oh, I really appreciate that. Actually, she's upstairs, walking around, having some.
The circumcision scars are. I want him to be like, yeah, he did it when he was 14.
Wait, he kind of pulls off laughing at his own jokes. Excuse me, what are you saying?
I can tell you're lying at the end because you're like, what do you mean? You got aggressive, like you were gonna fight or flight me, motherfucker. Anyway, whatever, it's fine. Nice try. You got me going for a second there. It was interesting. I'll give you. That's an
No, he's one of the guys that's kind of like that. Dude,
interesting lie at least, but.
Those old heads, man.
You swear? You really believe? You want me to believe in 8th grade? You said I want to get my dick cut off, and your parents were like, "Cool." Because I don't know, because you're fucking weird. What the fuck? I don't know you.
I don't know you.
Why would you lie about it? For attention, motherfucker. I don't know. Anyway, why would you? The thing is, why would you? It doesn't make any fucking sense. We are going to your doctor. You don't even know your doctor's name, huh? He was Jewish? All right, now you're... Huh? Okay, whatever, man. You got a fucking uncircumcised penis. I'm willing to bet a lot. 400... Huh? Yeah, I don't actually want to see your dick. Unless a doctor... Do we have any doctors? Do we have a urologist here by any chance? If we have a urologist here, then we are looking at your penis later. But I don't think so, right? Nobody here's a urologist? No? Fuck. Huh? Well, it is a shame because I knew you're going down if it was the case.
Any children of divorce in the crowd? Nice, the whole squad. Whose fault was it? Anybody want to say? It was your fault as the child? Wow, dude. Damn, you have fucked up parents if that's what you believe to this day.
Parents.
Why do you think? What do you think it was your fault? Dude, go, no. I'm sorry. It's funny this has actually become like therapy. He
Yeah,
said they'd
I
always
was about
argue
to say.
because of him. That's their problem. Like, I know I'm trying to usually do some funny stuff, but
Yeah, but it's
goddamn,
like
it was not. You actually
dang,
believe
yeah.
that? Yeah. What were you doing? Okay. You think you were a really bad drug addict, and you think maybe that had something to do with them, maybe? You think you were born, were you a baby that was like, where are the pills? Were your first words re-up? Like, what do you mean? Maybe there was some chaos in the house?
Yeah, no, it was a lot of chaos.
Yeah. So I'm gonna guess they weren't like model parents. They did their best. Goddamn, you were a beaten down man, dude.
Damn, dude.
You need to believe in yourself more, dude.
Oh my God. Yeah,
Well-
I feel bad for this guy.
Anytime you ask somebody about their parents and they said they did their best, never true. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Also, by the way, what if their best was bullshit? You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, if I did my best at doing brain surgery, you know what that would be? Really shitty. So if two alcoholics did their best at being parents, maybe you get a drug addict 12-year-old, you know what I mean? And maybe that's not the child's fault, goddamn. Go to therapy, please, man. You're a nice guy. It wasn't your fault.
Yeah, he really does need to.
It was fully your parents' fault. Damn, dude. I feel like fucking Robin Williams right now. Except you're definitely much dumber than Matt Damon in that movie. I mean, don't get me wrong. I didn't say you were a genius. It just wasn't your fault that you were
Just say
addicted
it
to
wasn't
drugs
your
as a
fault.
child.
You're very dumb.
That would be funny if you did have perfect parents. You were just a real shithead 7-year-old. But I don't think that was the case. I asked, and so they got divorced, basically? This year? Dude, how's that? You think it's your fault now? God damn.
Oh, goddamn, dude.
Huh?
I don't think it's my fault, but I always saw it coming. I was like, it's
Yeah. Again,
Yeah,
definitely
dude.
some
Yeah, this guy's got deep-seated trauma.
They got divorced, other
Yep.
than you, for sure. Any cheating going on in the... No. Okay. Interesting.
Damn, yeah.
Not that you know.
Usually
Well, you were
it is.
fucking nodding off half the time. You know what I mean? You were down a K-hole. You weren't really the most fucking observant. Look at this shit. What the fuck is this, dude? This is some process shit. This is that kind of... This is like... Huh? What? Why do you feel the need to chime in right? I don't understand why you think it's your time to shine right now. Yeah, it's all right. Just dial it back. But yeah, the point is this is actually somehow worse. No, shut up.
Shut up. God damn it.
This is actually worse than I thought it could possibly be. This is fucking disgusting. Does anyone have a dog that they want to have diarrhea? Because if so, you do? Yeah, how about you?
Hey, Calamari, thank you.
That's how you get your talking privileges back, is by eating this. Alright, I need this out of my sight. But thank you, that's very nice. Is there a garbage? Anybody else have any shitty ethnic food they like? No? Okay. No, stop. We gotta chill with the bits. I wanna watch Reacher and fucking jack off in my hotel room. I don't have to work, even though my job is barely a job. Shut the fuck up.
Shut
What
the
fuck is
fuck
going on?
up. God damn it.
What do you think happened the first 3 times I told you to shut the fuck up? You think 4th time's the charm for being a dickhead? What, are you gonna keep talking now, you fucking idiot? We could throw you out, you understand that, right? It doesn't have to be fun banter. Huh? I don't?
It's like dealing with online chat, guys.
Are you gonna say anything stupid again? No. Okay, alright. I bet you're gonna say something.
Those are my bouncers.
I've been doing this a long time. I got a pretty good inkling you're gonna say something again. And when it happens, remember this moment. Alright, anyway. I don't know. Everyone's like, we gotta get back,
Because it,
you know?
dude, it derails you.
What'd I say?
What'd I say?
Okay, how about this? Every time you talk, you owe me $1. How's that sound? You're down $1. Would you have cash? Yeah. Okay. That's how you buy your way into the show again. You have to buy.
That's actually.
We'll keep a running tab. When you hit
do
$5,
that.
that's when I get it. Not yet. But I got a shot. You got one?
What did I have to
Just
eat?
get it started.
Corn dog.
Let's go. I told you were going to talk again. This will be going to charity. No, it's not. I will be keeping this. Come on, man. I got fucking sick. All right, I'm taking that $5, but the next time you are getting kicked out, so I'm making $6. Yeah, I know it's tough, right? Oh yeah, well, yeah. I'm the asshole here. You're right. How long have you been drinking? You've been drinking all day, right?
Oh, you were trying to ask me a stupid question.
9 p.m.
So you're a concerned heckler. Pep, what you have to eat tonight? Did you take care of yourself? Are you staying hydrated?
Oh, nice. Well, why?
Like at that point, I'd be like, it's
Why isn't he the drunk one here? Hey, come on. You're a guy you can only thirst 37 once. A guy you met at work only fucking gets old in 1 year more, but different time. And you got him. Did you get drunk? It is funny that those assholes just get to go to space for fun, and this guy will never go to the doctor in his life. All right. Guess what? You're gone. That's it. You gotta go.
damn. He pulled the trigger.
Let's go, buddy. You gotta go. You gotta go. That's right. Yeah, hysterical stuff. Just go ahead and scoop up this 5. Thank you. The hardest $6 I've ever earned in my life. Damn, dude, that was, I mean, how many chances can you give a guy? Anyway, you gonna behave, buddy? You don't want to end up like your friend? Yeah. How do you know each other?
We went to law school together.
Okay. Somebody's lawyer's about to get a DUI tonight.
Anybody else going through a breakup, anything like that? Heartache? Yeah? What's happening over there, buddy? Who wooed? Huh? Okay, I'm talking to the guy closer, sorry. I appreciate it. If he fucks up, you're next up, all right? None of you fucking Ohio idiots try and jump in. It's him or it's him, and then if not, fuck all you guys, all right? What'd you say? I heard something about leaving a college. She left for college and you moved to Ohio? So she went to college in Ohio? Okay, like after the breakup, or that caused the breakup, or what? That caused the breakup, and you were like, sorry, baby girl, I gotta hit the Queen City, I can't. Yeah, the beaches of Southern California and your love are pretty nice, but they don't hold the candle to Skyline Chili. Don't cheer that. He made a huge mistake. And you know it. All of you know it. You're just happier. You're happy. There's another one. So I'm sorry, you told me, you know, where you guys lived, but you didn't really tell me what happened with the breakup. What happened? Oh, so wait, the joke I just said was exactly what happened? Damn, okay. You must have not really cared about this relationship that much, though, right? You love her? Well, okay,
I love
dude,
her, man.
All right, well, you've made your choice, though. You understand that. What's the job? What kind of job is it? Oh, my God. You gave up Southern California, a girl you love, to move to Ohio and help the U.S. government kill foreigners. You gotta live your dreams. Defense contract. Damn, you are a piece of shit, dude, for real.
Yep.
And you don't know it yet, you know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah, they figure it out
I know
eventually.
it's tough. You just saw the number, the money and shit like that, but boy, it's gonna start eating away at you. Not yet, but hopefully you're not the brightest, so maybe you fuck up a drone or something like that. Damn. Was that your dream? I gotta ask. What? Okay. NASA was, but you were like, all right, instead of expanding the human knowledge base and being amongst the stars, I'm gonna create rockets, not for us to explore new things, but to cause death and destruction. There's nothing else you can do, bro? That's pretty much it.
That's pretty much it. That's what I'm good at.
Well, that's good to know at least. Like, the smart guys go to NASA and the dumber ones create guns, so that's something. And then how about the dating world? It's bad out here.
It's bad out here.
You don't think you have maybe anything to do with that? You think it's just... Huh? People are boring. Well, unlike you, you're fucking awesome, dude. You're like... What are some of your interests and hobbies outside of defense contracting? Sex dungeons, all right. Yeah. That's awesome, dude. Do you create a little rocket with a dildo on it? There's a woman on like a fucking ladder, and he's just like, 3, 2, 1. Look, create, that's what you need to do. Heat-seeking dildos instead of, this is big, buddy. Turn your BDSM, your love of BDSM into an exit from your horrible career path. But yeah, and also maybe pick up one other hobby other than helping the government kill people and nutting. Those are your two favorite things. Nutting while wearing leather. Anybody here pegging? Anybody getting pegged? No. You just speaking for the whole crowd? No. So that guy definitely gets pegged, right? There's no... To a room full of 200 strangers. Anybody here get pegged? No! Not me. What? Get pegged for me. What the... You're a funny fucking guy. That's honestly the funniest thing you said today. I'm gonna go. Just leaves $100 on the table. He's sprinting home. I'm not getting. No. No. That's so awesome. You said no. God, it was a knee-jerk reaction. Look, that mean if you haven't gotten pegged, that means you want to get pegged, dude. In the depths of your soul. Anybody here? No? Nobody wants to talk about it? That's fine. Oh, wow. Okay, go ahead, pal. The floor is yours. Hold on, say it again.
My friend Patty had one leg.
Okay. She put the other one in your ass? Yeah. She had one leg. She would take off the prosthetic every once in a while. She's like, toes first, thigh first.
Was it the...
Been a bad boy. You better put it at thigh first.
Wait, was it the no? Was it the no?
All right. Let's all quiet down. He's in the back. Let's try and hear him. Your friend Patty had a prosthetic leg.
Well, she had a stub.
A stub, okay. What are we talking? Below the knee? Hold on.
She put the stub in his ass! Give me a high five! Woo!
She put the whole stub in your ass? Whoa, that's even better than the fake scenario I came up with. Patty was in there just... You fucking piece of shit.
Fucking Jean-Claude Van Damme with like, she's got the ghost toes. It's just like, come here.
Sounds like a pretty cool party. I'm not gonna lie to you. You guys are fun. Are you straight? Are you gay? Are you bi? You're straight. Interesting. You're okay. I've smoked a lot of weed, pal. This is one of the most sexually repressed towns I've ever been to in my life. Nah, dude, you know how it gets. You smoke a blunt, you see
one-legged girl.
You smoke a blunt, you see a fucking picture of fucking John Stamos, you just fucking, you get the munchies, you start jacking off thinking about fucking the two jack guys from the gym kissing, you know what I mean? We all know that's what happens when you get high. You don't even want to see me when I do dabs, dude.
Yeah, tomorrow actually, I'm going to a event.
You do dabs.
We got our own couch reserved, and like we get our own.
You get in your van, you find a couple homeless guys. You say, how bad do you want to make $20?
My buddy surprised me with this one.
Classic weed shit, bro. You know how Cheech and Chong met at a glory hole. Anybody here going through it? Breakups, heartache? Yeah? You are, buddy?
It's an easy topic.
A throuple? Okay. Okay, how did the throuple start? Okay. Okay, interesting. What's going on here? How did this happen? You know what I mean? You're not this charming to make this work, so I'm guessing you started dating a mentally ill bisexual woman, is that? And you were along for the ride, right? So let's stop saying all this, I did this, I did that. So you guys were...
He fucking nailed him!
So you had a throuple going for 6 months or so?
Okay,
Right,
that
so
was
why did
funny
that
as
come to an
shit.
end?
The way that the guy just went.
Oh, wow. They started hating each other, and then the whole thing just blew up, or did you pick sides? What happened? You were trying to be sweet. Gals, look, I don't know who's supposed to do the dishes. I'm just trying to get a couple nuts off, okay? So you tried to be Switzerland in the whole matter, and then it just blew up. And now no one will fuck you, right? Is that what's going on? You're not with either of them? Oh, you're with one? Okay. You had a conditional breakup, and now you're like, wow, she was a real dumb bitch, wasn't she? Okay, nice. Not really see, what's going on here is this man wanted to brag. Do you know what I mean? And we didn't really answer my question. I said, is anyone here sad? And he's like, I'm not getting double top anymore. But I still have a girlfriend. Just, fuck you, dude.
Fuck you, dude.
Yeah, whatever. I guess it's fun. It's nice. You're not successful or anything like that, right? You're not hot or anything. You know what I mean? Like,
It's just like, I gotta figure this out.
So just, what do you do? What's your job? What's your situation? You got a place, your own place, or you do construction? Okay, good for you. That's actually a solid job. It's better than some dumb, you didn't go to college, no debt, right? Good for you, man. All right. That's all. See, they should put you on like don't go to college brochures. You know what I mean? No debt. You get sucked off by a couple girls with septum piercings. It all goes good.
Anybody here's really anti-poly? Who was the person who said no? You. Did you have a bad experience, or you just closed-minded? What is it? Huh? Oh, okay. Hell yeah. Oh, your brother was married to 6 people? Okay. Do you understand that maybe your brother is mentally ill, and that doesn't mean polyamory isn't possible? 6 people. That's really interesting. Commune. Wow. So he's like, look,
yeah.
In Asheville, wow. He had to fuck for shelter. He had to fuck. They had a chore wheel that said suck Jeff's cock on it. Oh, but I sucked Jeff's cock last week. We all agreed on the wheel.
We all agreed on the wheel.
How's he doing? How's your brother doing these days? He's reeling. He died. Holy shit. Oh man. That's what the was about? It wasn't a divorce thing, it was a death? All right, well, hey. Hopefully one of his wives or husbands dies soon and they can suck each other off in hell together. Or heaven, you know, whatever. He probably didn't believe in anything. Right? Yeah. You seem pretty cool with your dead brother, honestly. It seems like everything's okay, all right. At least you have a good, yeah. You're like, well, look, I have to cook a lot less at Thanksgiving now. Not all 5 of his fucking husbands aren't there. Yeah, those motherfuckers go through sweet potato pie like you wouldn't believe. Any squirters here? Anybody big with a squirter? Yeah! Nice. Oh, man. All right, chill, dude.
Yeah, dude.
I'm sorry, I feel this is what your life is like, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it's not too late. No. How did you guys meet?
Damn, dude.
Oh boy.
I can't tell you how many times I've seen this shit happen where it's like I'm pretty sure that stand-up comics have ended so many marriages just by doing crowd work. And the worst part is, it's usually these couples that don't know what they're seeing. They just wanted to go out on a Friday night.
Oh, damn. Huh? You gotta tell me. Oh, this poor woman. I feel so bad for you. She's your cousin? What? What do you mean she's your cousin? Okay. 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 Damn, that wedding must have got buck wild, huh?
I'm a cowboy for a reason.
Huh? What? That's not. Listening to my podcast doesn't mean you can fuck your cousin by marriage. I don't know. No, it doesn't, man. That's okay. Listen, I think you're getting a lot of signs that maybe this isn't working. How did you meet, though? Was it a family reunion? Your mom's pool? When? How old? How old? Oh, okay.
It was her son's birthday.
Okay, nice. It was a
No.
That first
Dude, don't make jokes. Just tell the story. Oh God, this is good.
This man is fucking. Wow, you're way out of his league. I just want you to know that. And not even looks. I'm talking personality too. You know, you are hotter, of course, but obviously, you know, just everything. He probably seems like a nice guy, but just a little too much.
I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
dumb as shit. Yeah. Anytime you can leave. Just
Dude, he said it.
He's awesome. This is gonna be awesome in 6 months when this comes up again. Nah, no worries, dude. Hey, look. Hey, listen. We were all thinking it. You know what I mean? That's my job. Good for you, kids. You're really gonna make it.
Yeah, I think so.
Damn. Really, a lot of guys do just women get beaten down by life, and they're like, what's up? You were probably having the worst week of your life, and this guy hit a belly flop, and you're like, yeah, that's fine, I'll do it. Yeah. You're just like, whatever. He seems goofy. He can drop my kids off. What happened?
Oh shit, is this the one, Charmer?
She was Snapchatting next to you. Wow, you were dating a 16-year-old who fucking Snapchat?
Sounds like the one, Schaumburg. I hate this room.
Yeah, I was dating a girl in my algebra class.
You hear how fucking like open it is? I hate it.
No, I'm sorry, man.
It'd be great if it was like a fucking jazz club or like a music club of some kind, because like the acoustics, I guess, are great for that. But they don't do shit like that there. It's fucking stupid.
Very painful, but it is a hilarious way to know you got cheated on, isn't it, man? Anyway, so, he was being a nice guy. Yeah. Do you use Snapchat? I'm sorry, do you use Snapchat? I know I seem to be hung up on this detail. She uses Snapchat, you don't use Snapchat? No, I know that. I understand. I'm just saying, are
Are you a Snapchat user?
Chris, if you could tell so fast.
yourself?
You get to know rooms.
Damn, dude, you just right. That's pretty. That's and then what happened? You.
That's 100%. Yeah, I hate the way that they have everything stacked. It's so stupid.
Right. So.
And yeah, you can see everybody. That's also something like.
This guy.
No.
You don't know the guy.
Such a shit
Just
club.
a guy from Snapchat. You saw a guy though. How do we piece this together? I'm sorry. I don't want to like. You're sure she was Snapchat? You're not just a paranoid man, right? She wasn't just. She wasn't checking Twitter. You're like, look at that. Huh? Oh, it was an ex. Damn, dude. Yeah.
Oh.
How long are you guys together? 7 months.
Ooh.
Damn. Yeah, that's a tough.
Yeah,
She,
that
yeah,
is
She
tough.
probably fucked him a couple times. Sorry, I don't like. It's better that you know the truth and you can move forward. What do you guys fucking do? Like I'm the asshole. Fuck you. I didn't fuck his girlfriend. I'm his friend. I'm telling him the truth. That's good. You were like, it's it's done after 8 or 9 times catching her Snapchatting about it. I get it, dude. I was the same way. I was like, I remember being younger and being like, all right, some girls like, I accidentally got fingered at a party, and I was like, this is your 5th and final chance. You doing okay though? You bouncing back? You doing good? Nice, dude. Hell yeah. No more Snapchat users. That should be your rule. Huh? You deleted the app there. Very good. I'm happy for you, buddy. Are you just single right now? You dating? What are you doing? Do a little dating. All right. When's the last time you got your little peccadillo sucked? Unless you, huh? A snap? Oh, her? Okay. She's dating someone else and you're Snapchatting her. The circle of life. He's a nice guy.
He's a nice guy.
I'm trying to, do less drugs. I'm trying to watch less porn. That's one of my goals. Thank you. Is that pro not watching porn? What's that? I love porn. You love porn, right? What's the last?
Is that a pro? No, I love it.
You beat off to? A picture of your girlfriend. All right. What a liar. What the fuck is this? What the fucking leather gloves on, you fucking lunatic? You're OJ? Oh, but you only beat off to your girlfriend? Which one is it?
A lot of echo, hard to hear. It's because...
You want to kill her or you want to beat off to her? Yeah.
Unfortunately, some of these rooms, they suck.
Man, were you safe? Both. Your vibes are all fucked up, dude.
You shouldn't be hearing any echo right now.
You have a question for me? Guess what? I don't give a fuck. Shut the fuck up. You think you get to ask questions? It's not a fucking pound off.
My soundboard sayseth that you must readjust your volume, sir.
Wearing leather gloves inside like a psychopath. I hear your question, but you're up to no good, and I don't want to fucking.
He thinks he's Gambit.
I can't support him, man. It's hot in here, by the way, motherfucker. There's no way. Your shits are gonna be clammy as hell, dude. They're always.
Do like and subscribe. Thank you, Soul Sprout. Appreciate it.
Go to a dermatologist, bro. Don't hide.
Appreciate that, brother.
Don't hide who you are. Get your little moist, fucked up hands.
Or, sorry, I need to stop assuming.
Get medical attention. You need a solution to having.
I should just keep to the thanks, dude.
Or clammy hands is wearing leather gloves. You think that's a less conspicuous way to live your life?
It's in the recording, for sure. For sure.
I'm the one who's all over the place. Not the asshole in the flannel and the fucking leather glove. Who loves porn but beats off the pictures of his girlfriend.
dude's sitting there dressed like something out of a fucking, like, one of those 50s. Oh, God, what is it? Bye Bye Birdie?
How's your life going?
Does he have, like, the fucking coiffed haircut?
You have a question for me? All right.
Oh, dude, did he just do this? Like, with his fucking knuckle gloves?
Go, you know what? No. Let's hear the man now. Go ahead.
Best friend.
Okay, starting off horrific. You said
yeah, this is bad.
I would say
Loved your comedy.
Loved past tense?
No.
Passed away.
Oh, he passed away. Damn. Damn. I really stepped in with this one. Okay, all right. Let's go.
What would you rather do?
Oh, it's a would you rather? Come on, man. No. Listen.
No.
What do you mean, no? I'm not doing a would you rather.
I'm not sure if I could do that.
Dick,
I don't.
the hard dick from 1900.
Okay, this is getting too much, buddy. You're really blowing it. I'm sorry. R.I.P. to your friend, but you heard you 30 more seconds, so quick.
Oh, you're blowing it for your friend on your one chance.
Would you rather go down on Steph Curry?
Go down on Steph Curry. All right, go ahead. While I watch, go ahead. Come on.
Or smoke weed.
Okay.
With
Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay.
And talk about science.
And talk about science. That's the best one you can come up with here.
Ooh, that crowd is
He was clearly making this up on the spot.
Yeah, that was not your friend's.
Dude, I got a good one. I let him off the hook. I was like, I don't want to answer your question. Then he insisted and brought up his friend died. By the way, he was just like, all right, what am I going to do? Not listen now? But I will say you blew him. That is a horrible hypothetical. But it's all good because you're gonna go to a dermatologist. You're gonna get Botox in your hands. You're gonna stop sweating and you're gonna stop wearing these fucking weird, creepy gloves, right? And you're in love. That's good. Yeah. How's it going for you, man? Blink twice if you're okay. Anybody here squirt or been with a squirt or anything? Yeah, big time. Big time. What does that mean?
Squirt is pee.
Huh?
During the middle of the pandemic.
During the middle of the pandemic? Okay.
Oh my God, that's my next poll.
In a hotel in San Francisco.
Okay, a lot of details.
A lot of
middle
details.
of the pandemic.
This
The
guy's going in
Northern
for
California air hitting me in the nostrils. Little did I know, just 3 hours.
He's doing like the George R.R. Martin explanation.
Hours later, pussy juice would be hitting those very same nostrils. Okay, so middle of the pandemic, San Francisco, go.
Early conversations, squirting
Came up in the convo before you even fucked. So she really needed to let you know this was okay.
Prepared to destroy this hotel room. Just
Wow.
every part of the room.
Jesus Christ, what was going on? Did you have a gland issue?
She was like, you know how to do it? And I was like, yeah.
What do you mean you know how to do? What do you know how to do? Huh?
I watched the video.
You watched the video? Wow. You watched a video with you watched a how-to with a pocket pussy, you were like... When you were 14? What? Were you molested by a squirter? Wait, you watched the video when you were 14 and this knowledge kicked in? Huh?
And then 20 years of practice.
20 years of practice. So you're 34 now?
Yeah.
And how many women have you made squirt, would you say?
35.
No,
Are there how-to videos?
Out of here. How many women have you fucked, roughly?
70.
70? So you're telling me you're batting 50 exactly? You're a 50% squirt guy? I don't know if
You're batting 70.
Your vibes are really fucked, so I kind of believe it. You know what I mean? You do seem like a guy, just from voice alone, you seem like the kind of guy that moves to Thailand at 70. You know what I mean? Like,
yep.
You could be a potential sex criminal, so I will. But hey, good for you. And this was the most egregious squirter you've ever come across, huh?
Yes.
Okay. Nice.
I had to call for extra sheets.
You had to call for extra sheet. How long were you there?
3 hours.
3 hours? What? Wow, okay, hold on. This fucking thing. You had to call for extra
Why would you call for extra sheets in 3 hours?
sheets in 3 hours? What the fuck, Matt? What is the mattress?
It's like that's when you do like the hard walkout where you hand them back the keys and it's just like, hey, you're gonna need a cleanup on aisle whatever your room was.
Like, do you have to wring it out like a sponge afterwards? Everyone, if you fuck a bunch of people, you're gonna come up against someone who is much more sexually advanced than you, right? Like that's just gonna happen, right? Mr. Squirt, I'm sure you.
I lived in San Francisco for 10 years.
Yes, San Francisco, the place known for heterosexual sex. Yeah, you know San Francisco, Pussy Town, USA. My favorite part about my favorite little tidbit about Atlanta is that it's
oh God,
the best
Atlanta.
is like the ratio of women to men is the best for when you're a guy. There's way more women. And that's not even factoring all the gay guys and then also the closeted church gay guys, which you guys have a ton of around here. This might be the capital of the world for choir directors that just haven't found the right woman yet, you know? Oh, I just hope one day it'll happen to me too. My sister looked so good in her dress, and I just thought maybe one day I'll be the husband, of course, but I just want that for myself too. I just want a beautiful woman. And single, it's a nice place to be a single guy, right? Is it going good for you guys? Any single guys? No? No pussy to be got in the front row over here?
They're all like...
Yeah, what happened? When's the last time you had penetrative intercourse, my friend? 7 months? What the fuck? What happened? Relax, it's all right. School? How old are you? 23. What do you study? Communications. This fucking guy. Yeah, it's been hard writing papers on SpongeBob episodes. There's no time to get...
Leave him alone. Hey, he's trying his best. Hey, at least someone wants to do communication. Shut up, stop.
If you were a fucking physicist, I'd be like, all right, maybe.
Oh, man.
Damn, dude, what's the plan for communications?
Feel bad for
What are
him.
we doing?
Managerial consulting.
Managerial consulting.
Never
just
mind.
more
Take that
bullshit.
back.
That sucks.
I take that back.
Yeah. That's usually, as a child, you're like, one day I'm going to make PowerPoints that will never help anyone. Is that what you did? Managerial consulting. What the fuck? What do you guys do on a typical weekend with the boys here? Mario Kart, man. What the fuck?
Mario.
That's not wrong. It's fun to play a little Mario Kart every once in a while. You went to that gay bar? Okay, cool. So you were thinking like,
You play some Mario Kart and go and get some dick?
I'm just gonna see how it feels. Today's not, I'm not gonna do anything.
Excuse me.
I'm just gonna fucking put the pants on, see how the fabric is. There's a girl that you're into, but she's seeing someone, and you were like, I should go to a gay bar about this. I should tell the guy on the other end of the glory hole how bad my love life is. I feel like she's giving me mixed signals, dude. Oh, fuck. Like, she hits me up all the time. Oh, fuck. Could you actually try not to get your stubble? Yeah, thanks. Just the lips, thanks. All right, you guys are fucked. I don't think we're gonna fix you guys.
It's hard. Anybody here losing?
I think we're gonna fix you guys.
Trying to lose weight, anything like that? Yeah. Who would over here? You're trying, but it's not going good.
I needed this.
You're failing. Oh, why is that?
I think this might become like the Friday thing that we do. Watch it. Like we've been doing a lot of like Sovereign Citizens. I think that we should do some more comedy.
You suck at discipline. Is that a problem in your life in general? Yeah.
Getting better
Where
at
have you
figuring out
failed
what I
at
can
due to
use.
lack of discipline. Being happy. Oh, so yeah. So your life's bad. Relax. Shut the fuck up. We're gonna get into it. Relax. So you think you need discipline to be happy? You might just have like a fucked up brain. You know what I mean? Like, do you have a bad family?
Dude, I want to do a podcast with Stabby like so bad.
You don't think so?
Just
Do you
and not like a long form anything. I
mom and
want to
your dad?
interview him so bad. Like it would just be a therapy session back and forth.
Maybe they're fucked up. Okay, so maybe believing it. Let's start with self-confidence, because you're like, because without even asking, you're like, I think they're good, but if you think's different, maybe they. Yeah, actually, you know what? My dad me. I'm sorry. It's my yep. No, if you're getting that vibe, he probably sucked my dick. You're right. I'm sorry. That's on me. I'm a fucking asshole. Why are you like this?
I tried reaching out.
Why is
he's on tour.
Do you have like a strict dad or something?
If he hits Chicago, maybe.
You strict? He's a pass. There we go. All right, that's it.
No, he would probably do my my show just because.
Why don't
like,
you believe in
alone.
yourself? Why are you scared of everything? It's probably because you
Also-
thought God was always watching. You know what I mean? Yeah. Did you wait too long to beat off because you were
probably do
a
that.
pastor's son? At 11. Okay, but you didn't feel guilty about it. Not at all. Okay. All right.
I was supposed to have a guest tonight, but I had to reschedule.
That's the most bass I've heard in your voice so far.
No. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna ask you guys. Johnny Walker Dread, he is be coming on probably next week. So he wants to talk about some like weird thing with oh god, who the fuck was it? It's like some basketball player. But he was just like, yeah, I want to talk about like this this court case coming up, and I'm like, okay, I'm not sure if I want to do that. And then I was like, how about if we just like kind of debate the news? I just feel like he's gonna try and turn it into like Rashad Ritchie stuff again. So I don't know, guys. Like, here. No. Fuck is it?
No, sorry.
Carmelo Anthony.
Was it a disciplined household?
Yeah, I got my ass beat.
You got your. Oh, all right. Yeah. No, your dad was a piece of shit. Yeah, I think my parents were okay. Couple black eyes in 3rd grade, no big deal.
Yeah, I kind of want to like talk to him about other things than that.
Yeah, dude. Wow, I wonder why your confidence is low. You were fucking.
I don't know. I don't know what fucking Carmelo Anthony did.
You
That's
fucking.
it. I got
You
one.
didn't finish your grilled cheese. You got a backhand. But God said it was okay, so it was cool. I will say, when I was talking to you and you're talking about losing weight, I was like, that makes sense. But I look at your body. You have a fat face, but the rest of your body's fine. Like you do. You know what I mean? Your face is like, you could surprise people. Be pleasantly surprised to see you nude, I would guess. You know. That's the way you want to be, by the way. You want to set the bar low with a nice fat face, and then you come out and your body's looking all right. Anybody here been with a strong girl before? Like a bodybuilder? Anybody stronger than them?
Yes.
Yeah?
She beat the fuck out of me.
She beat the fuck out. Okay, where'd you meet her? You met getting mugged by some woman?
I actually met her on Grindr.
You met her on Grindr? What do you
Oh, this isn't the professional basketball player. This is okay. It's the football player that killed the white guy. I got it.
Okay,
I got it.
interesting. Was she trans? What was she doing on there?
Disguise yourself as a man and be fucking.
No, shut up. Are you trying to be funny?
Man, he's all about white on black crime and that kind of
Be
shit.
honest.
I'm not funny.
I don't know. It's weird.
Well, that's clear right now. So don't try and use the "I'm bad at this" defense when you're trying to do it. How could I be stealing? I'm so shitty at it. She didn't. You weren't on Grindr. Come on, just admit. We can all move on. Say you tried a bit and it failed.
Okay, so what's worse, being on Grindr?
No, motherfucker. No, you don't get a second attempt to be funny. Tell us, did that actually happen? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, we'll take your face value. Why are you on Grindr? Are you a gay guy?
Maybe.
Okay, boo this man, please. This is fucking. Why did you double down, you dumb bitch? I gave you the
Perfectly handled.
You can see, we can all tell you're fucking nervous. Oh, Grinder, that's funny. Being gay is hilarious. It's not a joke in and of itself, you dumb bitch. God damn it. Anybody else been with a strong girl?
Hey, I dated a Sasquatch.
You did? Okay. Are you being honest there?
I am being honest.
Huh? Okay. It's kind of rude to call her a Sasquatch if you're being honest. No, sit down. What the fuck do you think this is? Let me make something clear. This is not about to turn into a shitty town hall meeting, okay? Everyone shut the fuck up. No more bits. You answer the questions truthfully, or you will be ejected, okay?
Arcadian? I'll have Arcadian back on.
Yeah, you dated, and then let's be nice to the big woman that fucked you, by the way. You don't have to call her a Sasquatch.
Yes, she was a strong woman.
Okay, all right. So
I'll ask him when he wants to come back on.
How'd you meet her?
We were in high school.
Okay, nice. And
We'll figure out the second mic
Bible study on
sitch.
Wednesday nights together.
You try to get some pussy at Bible study? That's pretty cool. And you approached her? She approached you?
Kind of mutual.
Mutual? What do you mean? What?
Well, we both just were like, hey.
Okay, so somebody. Anyway, whatever. It was a long time. How old are you?
I'm 44.
You're 40. Oh wow, dude, this is a fucking 30-year-old memory. This is awesome. You're going into the bank for this one. So she was stronger than you?
Oh yeah, by far. I'm about 140 pounds.
Okay.
At that point, she was 170. I was about 110.
Okay, and she was taller than you too. I'm guessing?
Oh, yeah.
You a little guy?
We're making out on my basement floor.
Okay.
She's on top of me.
Okay, damn. Are you hard right now? Okay, huh?
I'm holding my own, and then I realize I see this green glow around me.
Green glow. Okay, what the fuck's going on? Did everybody rehearse these? What is going on?
And all of a sudden, oh, smash!
What's the green glow? Let's fucking get to the point.
Her Indiglo watch.
Huh?
She was checking her Indiglo watch.
Oh,
That's
damn,
how bad I made out.
dude. You weren't slinging that good tiny dick at her, were you? Yeah. Did you guys ever have sex or just like a make out?
No, just.
Okay, nice. Thank you, man. All right, well, I guess it's better that you're lucky you had to follow the worst answer to this question ever, because that wasn't very good either. But it was better. It was miles better by comparison.
Hey, I know this building. That's Chicago. That's the Vic Theater.
How we doing, huh?
I saw Soder here.
Nice to be here.
That was the show, actually, where he did the Luigi jokes.
This is sick. Love Chicago. Great town.
Hey.
Really nice town. Kind of place where a fat man is respected in this town. You know what I mean? You guys have fat authority figures in this city.
We do.
Fat man in a suit. That, you know what I mean? It's not played for comedic effect. No, he's a judge in Chicago. I love it, dude. The kind of place
you guys probably use
the word
governor?
pipsqueak a lot. You know what I mean? Like a skinny man. That's the fucking piece of shit in Chicago. Pencil neck. You probably call people pencil neck.
Q-tip.
What a great place.
They call you Q-tip.
Yeah, it's nice. I'm sad your hilarious little mayor's got to go away. That sucks. Just visually one of the funniest people of all time.
Yeah, Lori Lightfoot.
Really awesome. You'd think somebody that looks like that.
She looks like a human Brillo pad.
Would have to be competent. Do you know what I mean? Like you see someone like that, you're like, well, obviously she must be the best politician and mayor of all time. You gotta be like technically a savant to reach.
Oh, Nat, you taking off?
To reach
Catch you
this
later,
high a level. Surely you can't be just a horrendous mayor and look that funny as well.
Yeah, she was the worst.
Like on paper, you have like, okay, for example, I have a sexy doctor, right? My doctor's he's a piece of ass, I'll be honest. And I go to the doctor and I was like, hey, I'm not feeling great. I'm like, can I just do like a physical? He's like, yeah, great. And so I'm like, all right, can you give me the results? He's like, no problem, I'll call you. It's like, all right, that's kind of weird, you're gonna call me? So he calls me and he's like, you're all good. And I'm like, what? What do you mean I'm all good? Can I see like a printout? He's like, nah, you're all set, no worries. You're no problem. So I'm like, come on, there's something's up. You know what I mean? Like But that's the thing. He's sexy, right? A sexy person doesn't have to be good, right? They get by, right? Like, I want a fucked up look. Like, if you had to pick a doctor, you would want someone who is, honestly, you would pick somebody that has gone through adversity, right? You would pick a little bug-eyed black lesbian. You know what I'm saying? Like, you would pick someone who society treats bad. Because you'd think if she can get through med school, she must be the best doctor of all time. And that's what I would think in terms of politics as well, right? And then shout out to Lori Lightfoot, just like, nah, you can be like ugly and fucking bad at your job and succeed. So, in many ways, I'm sad to see her go as like a scion for the stupidest and ugliest in society. Yeah.
No
you got a Greek
complaints
guy
there.
running for me. He seems like the one not to vote for. From what I've been here for like a couple days, I'm like, nah, I don't trust that Greek. That guy's. There's no way a Greek business. I don't know. They're like just off of what I know about Greek businessmen. You don't want that guy running your city. He's gonna use the fucking city funds to add like an addition to his house. He's gonna take like special ed funds and build a pool. You know what I mean? You don't want a Greek businessman being your mayor. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, we got Brandon Johnson.
No 15-year-old hostess is safe if a Greek businessman. That's a city.
Can't sell ideas.
Let a
worth a
fucking
damn,
old
but
Greek guy run your town. He is sexually
Whatever.
harassing everyone. I think my next move, I'm gonna try being a side bitch.
Ooh.
That sounds fun.
I don't like this room.
Be a man on the side. Anybody here ever done that? Anybody here?
I just don't like the look.
Huh? Did you like you? How was it? It was a hassle. Oh, did you know or were you surprised?
Blagojevich. No, that was our governor.
You knew. You saw them out. What the fuck? But after you guys were already dating, you just bumped into them? Oh, you seek it out is what you meant. Not, oh, wow, what's going on there? Huh? Dude, what a sociopath. Huh? Yeah. That's not. There's plenty of normal motherfuckers at the show, man. We got a nice father or two over there, not some guy. Not some guy fucking scanning unhappy women at TJ Maxx's. Some guy in the parking lot with binoculars at a fucking Home Goods, like, all right. Which one of these bitches just sighed when she got off the phone? Damn, are you cheating on someone with him? Not anymore, though. It's past. That's over. All right, nice. Oh.
Oh my God, the way she's like.
You had a boyfriend when you met him? How'd you guys meet? Where'd he seek you out? Huh? Art class? All right, nice. You're both in the class together? Okay, that's a lot better than it could have been. She's my student. I'm two different kinds of predators. Nice, but you think this is over now, huh? You know, so that's good. That's cute. That's nice. That's awesome. I wouldn't bet on this working out. No offense, but just from his psychological profile, it's good now. How long you guys been together? Oh shit! All right.
Oh
maybe.
shit!
Yeah, that's good. Good for them. You got out of your system, huh? You went to therapy. There we go. I was gonna ask. What did your dad cheat on or something? Did your mom cheat? Your mom cheated, didn't she? Answer me. Did your mom cheat? Oh, your dad cheated. Interesting. Huh. I would have bet $1,000 his mom cheated, and he was trying to fuck his mom weird psychologically. You know what I mean? Wow. Okay, but there's cheating in the family. All right. A rare miss. What can I say? You know, we can't bet 1,000, folks. This feels like a pretty alcoholic town. You know, it feels like. Yeah, there we go. Feels like we got some DUIs in the crowd.
Feels like we got some DUIs in the crowd.
Anybody DUI?
I have asked this question.
Yeah, back there?
Yeah.
Nice, what happened, man? Some really good reason, I'm guessing? Huh?
Stop. Stop.
At a graduation party. That's really diploma and DUI the same day. What are you doing now? I'm a locomotive engineer.
Hey.
Train guy?
Yeah, he's a train guy.
Fuck yeah, little hat? That's awesome. They're like, look, it's on fucking tracks. Even if you get fucked up, it'll run itself. Just fucking pull the little fucking thing. You see a little kid with a learning disability do this, you pull the train whistle, you make his day. You can be as fucked up as you want to, pal, all right? Just... What kind of trains do you drive, my friend? Freight trains. So we're talking like, you know, like the supply chain. Are you part of what's fucking it up? Is there just a shipment of huh? Well, oh, I'm sorry. Do you take issue with that?
Dude, this is the greatest person to land on in a crowd.
You would say everybody's gotten everything they've wanted really easily the last few months? And that prices have been what they should be for basic goods? Huh?
This guy's a gift.
Okay, a simple no would have been fine, you know what I mean? A defensive, what do you mean fucking it up? Makes it sound like maybe you can crash a train drunk, you know what I mean? Like, what, me? No, I'm not the reason eggs in Buffalo cost this much.
I get tested by the state every month.
I didn't put too much Kahlua in my hot chocolate and drive a freight train from a farm directly into a ravine? Nah. Just the driver, pal, that's me. I didn't have nothing to do with it, okay? So drop it!
Dude, that was fucking fire. Oh my god, he killed it. Oh, that was funny. Oh, god
That's
damn
awesome,
it.
Dude. Congrats, you bounced back from that DUI.
You bounced back.
And that was.
Oh, fucking A. Congrats, man. You bounced back from that DUI. Oh, fuck. All right, man. I'm having fun with y'all. So we're going to do, here, I'm going to find my favorite. Here, let's go. Give me one sec. Let me get this set up. We're going for a little bit more because, yeah, I'm enjoying laughing with y'all. No, Stavi, this crowd work is insane. Let's see. I have the watch list. There we go.
What do you do for a living?
I sell people Pokemon cards.
Yeah, here we go. This is it. Then I got some Big J. We'll go into some of my favorites.
What do you do for a living?
I sell people Pokemon cards.
You sell people Pokemon cards?
G Marco?
What do you? That's your whole job. You scour the earth for rare cards and sell them.
People come to me, they sell me the cards, and I
What's
sell
fu-
them to people.
You wake up and
He's
what
a
do you do?
scalper.
Check eBay for cards?
No, I go to work.
You go to work.
I do it at a store.
Oh, at a store. Oh, so this
maybe
you're
not.
wait. This is you don't even have like autonomy at this thing. You have a boss. Your job is you sell Pokemon cards, and you have to report to someone. Because I'm thinking, all right, well that's stupid, but you know he makes his own hours. He's independent.
So you work at a very specific pawn shop, is what you mean. You don't like find them out. You just people bring them in. That's awesome. So some guys walk in and they're like, "Hey, the one woman who fucked me divorced me, and to make alimony, I'm gonna have to sell the cards that drove us apart ultimately." So who's selling cards? It's divorced guys. It's like
Adult children.
adult children. Yeah. And then who buys them? The same guys, right? The same guys, just on the opposite end of luck. You're constantly just shifting cards back and forth between losers that... Like a loser that wins a scratch-off buys a Charizard or something like that. Or interesting, damn. And do you think there's advancement at the Yu-Gi-Oh card shop, or...
Not that much.
Not that much, but it gives you time to get fucking swole. Because you are, listen, dude, I know you dodged my initial questions about how big your arms are and stuff. You threw me a very juicy tidbit about the Pokemon store. And I'll give you credit. That is pretty hilarious that exists as a store. That enough people in this city don't fuck for that to be a business. Like a brick and mortar? Are you kidding? It's one thing if it was a fucking online store, but this guy pays rent. There's heating bills that go into the Pokemon card store in 2022. Damn. I'm gonna get you started working here in like college, right?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 29.
29. Okay, nice. All right. Well, look, man, I don't know how much longer you can work.
Adult children, that's uncalled for.
Come on, cards.
I'll take it.
It's fine. You're a youthful guy. You're jacked. That is funny to be like you're like a strong nerd. Is that that's the kind of guy you are?
Here's the secret.
Huh?
It's just fat.
It's not just fat, bro. I'm fat as well. My arms don't look like that. Relax. If I cross my arms, nah. Because you know why it's not fat, you motherfucker? Because you got real short sleeves on, bitch. All right? You know what the fuck you're doing. So don't even fucking sit here and tell me you're not proud of your arms when you got them fucking shining for everybody to see. So what is it? You really don't want me to get to the heart of what's going on with you. I can tell that.
Long thunderclap. Stabby as the comedian. Hell yeah, man.
Very good at fucking deflecting, but there is some in the core of you that is driving you crazy, and I can feel it. There's one central issue in your life, and you don't want to say it in front of 375 strangers, and I get that.
Liking some.
Disapproving father? No. Okay, thank you.
It's the mother.
It's mom. All right.
He nailed the parent.
That's why. Oh, you dropped out of school. How's it going?
Yeah.
We're going into this guy's life real fast. Nice. Wow. Over there, you couldn't have. There was just such a better way to do that than how you did it. Why here? What the fuck? All right. Whatever. Anybody here bought a Pokemon card recently from a store in Toronto? Nice. Was there a jacked guy selling it to you? It was at a convention. Okay, he at least gets paid. You're doing that. You're doing that for fun.
Hey.
You're a nerd. That's all right. What's your prized piece in the collection?
I got my Charizard.
I have a $300 Lego figure.
What?
You stole it. Okay, from a child. Who did you steal it from? The store?
One of my old friends.
Your old friends. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, ew.
Is that the reason? Did he? This man went crazy.
Ew. Yeah, do that, man.
Damn. Why did you guys grow apart? His Legos kept going missing. Was he a good guy? Why did you why did you steal from him?
I wanted it.
You want?
Oh, he's a piece of shit. Got it.
You must have had bad parents too. You don't even know basic morality. Is this your dad for real? Come on, man. What the fuck? Was he a bad kid?
Yeah, he had some issues.
He had some issues? That's awesome. You're like, buddy, listen, the Deadpool figurine's the least of our problems.
I like the Mario version of the other lady's Wario, you know? Yeah. Big Wario fan back here? Oh, Mario. Okay, nice. There you go. Congrats, guys. That's awesome. What do we got? Mario, Luigi, and Princess Peach? Okay, nice. No, who's the other princess? Just no Daisy, huh?
Daisy.
Huh?
God, fuck.
Luigi's the third. That's so sad, dude.
don't know why, but Daisy's always the character that, like, in Mario Kart, I always get fucked
That's one of
over
the
by.
worst third wheel. It's so clear who's not getting pussy because it's Luigi. There's no mystique as to, maybe, no, that's like, if you were all like fucking bumblebees or something, no one would know who, but it's like, no, I'm very clear, I'm letting you know I'm the one who doesn't fuck. One time at a Halloween party, I saw Luigi by himself, and that was one of the most fucked up things I've ever seen in my life. That's how low your self-esteem is? You dress as the secondary guy, solo?
Well, it depends what year it is.
Damn, dude. Shit going all right, Luigi? What's going on, bro? Is life okay? No, things are bad. Do you hang out with this couple too much? Are you always, yeah. You gotta break free of that, dude. You know what I mean? Forever the third wheel. Okay. How long have you guys been friends, Mario and Luigi? 10 years. Okay. And how long have you guys been dating? 3 years. Okay. So you guys are really in this dynamic big time right now. This is something that happens over and over again. Yeah. Have you guys ever had another group Halloween costume? Have you ever done like The Simpsons and You're Flanders or something like that? Huh? Anything like that? No? First one? Okay. First one, probably last one you'll do like this. That's good, man. Have you been in any relationships in this since they've been dating? Has it been any double dates or just third wheeling? No, not a single one in 3 years. God damn. Peach, what's going on? We don't have a fucking friend with low self-esteem we can throw this guy's way? You're kind of fucking the money up a little bit. He's committed. He's clearly a good friend. He's ridiculing himself, dressing up in which was clearly your idea. There's no way these two thought of this. You're using him as a prop for your costume. He's essentially a walking prop. I bet you if you could find a Yoshi costume to cover his face, you would have. But you're like, this'll do. This is good enough. No friends? What the fuck? No friends for Luigi? Right. But you see how maybe, you know. Yeah. It's good. It was coming from the right place, but, I just kind of did break down the flaw in that thinking for the last 5 minutes. If you don't want him left out, I'm saying, do you have any friends he can fuck? Do you know what I mean? If you really want to be a good pal, not matching costumes aren't exactly what would help him out. I think letting this man get sucked off and dressing in a regular t-shirt and jeans would probably be a lot better for him. Just a button down and some head gotten recently was so much better than a costume, but anyway, enjoy the rest of the show, guys. Enjoy the rest of the show. I'm sorry to break. I'm on your team, pal. Don't worry. I'm not. I know it came off as ridiculing you, and I was to some extent, but I am at least rooting for you, What were you up to today, buddy?
You nailed that shit.
Come to see me, that's it? Fucking day started at 9 p.m.? You didn't do anything else? No other activities? Really? So you set an alarm for 8:30 p.m. today? You went to bed at midnight last night and you were like, I'm gonna get a nice 16 hours. So I'm well rested for the show. You did something. Did you have a meal? Let's start there.
Did you have a meal?
You had there we go. What happened before the pizza?
What happened before the pizza?
You did acid last night. Oh, okay. So.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, that's awesome. So you crashed today, is what you're saying. How was the trip, man? This is great. How lucky to pick you. That's awesome. Where did you do acid?
My home.
Your home? What the fuck? It's not the lockdown anymore, motherfucker. You could have gone outside. What, do you have a nice house? You don't seem like it. Do you have 2 bathrooms? How many? You have 1.5? You did acid in a 1.5 bath, dude? Come on, dude.
Who is this guy? Stavros Halkias.
Do you have an outdoor space? Your water's off. Okay, interesting. You can't afford to make the water payments? What's going on?
You can't afford to make the water payments? What's going on?
Pipes burst. Oh, I got you. And you were like, to celebrate, I'm gonna do acid. I'm gonna lock myself in my home with no plumbing. I'm gonna do psychedelic drugs and see where I end up shitting. That'll be.
Dude, that would be such a bad trip. Oh my God, I'd be worried about where I'm gonna shit all, and like then it would like anytime I felt like I would have to shit, which would be like immediately, then it's like the whole thing where you're just like, go.
Interesting. Did you do it by yourself? No, who was with you? My wife. Your wife. Did you watch something?
That is a choice.
You did acid on YouTube in your home? How old are you? 36. 36, dude? Come on, that's.
All right.
Oh man, that sucks, dude.
That sucks.
You gotta.
Yeah, go to Bonnaroo or something.
That's like sick when you're 14. What you just described was like, it's like the cool, you know what I mean? When you're 14, you do an acid in your friend's basement, you're like, dude, fuck it, let's watch, dude. Then when you still think it's cool that like Dark Side of the Moon lines up with Wizard of Oz, you know what I mean? Like that's, bro, I heard 9/11 might not be what we think it is.
I swear to God, that was.
When you're 14 and you think you just discovered 9/11, Bush doing 9/11, that's what you're doing as a 36-year-old man. Damn, all right. So shit's going bad for you in life, it sounds like.
So shit's going bad for you.
How long do you think until the pipes are fixed? Huh? Week and a half? Damn, you can't put a rush order on that?
You should go in on the pipes. Yes.
Huh? You just got a bathroom that's just a fucking designated war zone right now? Are you pouring buckets? Are you flushing with buckets? Something like that? Are you lying to me? This can't be a lie.
This can't be
It's not like it's, you know what I mean? It's too weird and specific to be a lie. You know what I mean? Huh?
Yeah, you do. We are deep into this story.
You turn the pipes on just enough to flush. All right, I got you.
Okay, okay.
What do you do for a living?
Pipe fitter.
You're a pipe fitter? No! Get the fuck out of here! Your wife's like, no, your wife's like, yeah, I mean, yeah, we could do acid, or I don't know, maybe you could find some I don't know, maybe you could check out the pipes? Oh no, you're right. Let's do acid and watch InfoWars. That's better. Your wife just re-downloading Tinder as you're talking to her. Yeah, this is a great idea. Week and a half, no problem.
Yeah, week and a half.
You're not a pipe fitter, are you? You are.
Oh my God. How embarrassing.
Damn. And your wife is definitely not here, right? No.
No.
I wonder where she's at. Hanging out with her friend from work with a working shower. That's where she's at. What's going on? Are you dealing with any adversity? Whoa. Have you dealt with any tragedies in your life recently?
Man, the audio differences.
Why are you getting fat? Straight white male. All right, relax, fucking Jordan Peterson. You fucking dumb bitch. We know straight white men can deal with things. They just have certain other advantages, you fucking idiot. God, I'm done with you. You.
Shut up, Jordan Peterson.
Who booed Canada? Why are you so, huh? Hold on, chill out.
Oh,
Just
fucking
stop
A.
yelling, you dumb piece of shit, and answer my question. You have the floor. You don't have to. I know you're not used to people respecting your ideas, but I'm gonna give you a chance before I'm gonna guess dismissing you. But you have the chance. So why don't you like Canada? Huh?
They wouldn't let us in.
Damn, dude. I wonder why. You're telling me you didn't pass a vibe check? Are you serious?
No way.
Why? What did you do? What do you have, like a criminal record, a minor record? Huh?
An assault on a police.
Assault on a police officer. That'll.
Right, you won me back at the end with that one.
That'll do it. Bro.
You fought a cop? What happened?
They wouldn't let me into Canada because, I saw a cop.
It was West Virginia. What else are you supposed to do?
Oh, that's not. Come on, that's not.
Come on.
His cousin.
Huh?
That's good job. Your buddy really enjoyed you guys setting each other up for that one. What happened? What was the altercation in West Virginia?
Like 20 years ago, I was a freshman and played rugby for WVU. And
Oh, okay. I see. Oh man, you sound like a nightmare. Yeah.
Sound like a nightmare.
You went there. I see. You were on the rugby team. Damn, that's awesome.
we never graduated.
Yeah, oh, you don't say. You two scholars didn't graduate? Well, listen, when you're dealing with a fucking stalwart institution like WVU. That's awesome, guys. Are you from here?
No.
Oh, from Philly.
That
Okay.
makes so much sense.
That's making a lot of
oh my
sense
God,
right now.
that makes so much sense. Philly.
Holy shit, that's awesome. Yeah. Canada 100% was correct not to let you guys in. How old are you? 23. All right, you look young. You're a little nervous. It's all right, buddy. Relax. It's all good. Do you have a job? What do you got going on? Where do you live? With your parents? Huh? Mississauga? I don't know, you know.
Canada, man.
I was kind of saying, like, in general, what's your, like, situation life-wise? You got your own spot? It's all right, dude. There's nothing wrong with that, you know? You got a plan out? Yeah. What are you doing? What's the move? Okay, master's in occupational therapy. That's something good. I don't know what that means, but that's sick. What's occupational therapy? Yeah. What? Your dad was like, pick a fucking major, and you're like, that one, Pop. Get off my back. What, is that a therapist? What is occupational therapy? Like a talk therapist or?
It's like physical.
Oh, physical therapy. Okay. Kind of similar to that. All right.
This is why I talk about college like it's like. If you're being pressured into debt and you got this attitude about it, don't go to college. Just don't. Take a few gap years. Gap years are a thing. You should do that.
Trying to stretch some other.
I think there should be a 2-year gap between high school and college.
Fuckers out for a living. That's cool. That's good. You got strong hands? All right. I can't tell from here, but.
And if high school was perfect, it would set you up with like a baseline job.
You guys friends? Does he have a nice grip? Is he doing is he doing better or worse than you guys? He's doing better in life than you guys? Emotionally, no. Okay. Why? What's up with his issues? What's he got going on?
You have an Adam Freeland poster over your bed. That's a choice.
Huh? Look at him? I mean, yeah, I'm not.
I had Elizabeth Hurley over my bed.
Maybe.
But that's just, the times.
Who he surrounds himself with? Like,
I'm not even kidding. It was the bedazzled poster.
Bro, you get these motherfuckers talking to you like that? I mean, I didn't think he had it together. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to. But his friends shouldn't be putting him on blast like that, you know?
My bad.
What do you got going on? What's your plan?
Oh, I just smoke weed.
You smoke weed. Nice. Is that
Well, I mean, it could have been Brandon Fraser.
long term where you're trying to go pro? You're trying to... Dude, if I could smoke the biggest blunt in the world and put it on YouTube, that's real money.
That's real money.
Do you have an actual job or what? What do you do?
I work at like an engineering lab.
An engineering lab. Okay, nice. Oh, slow plated, huh, you motherfucker? You're not an engineer, right? What do you do? Are you an engineer?
No.
No, okay. What part of the lab? What do you do in the lab?
We like test rocks.
Test rocks. Okay. None of this sounds even remotely real. What do you mean by test rocks? Test is it like building material? You don't sell crack. No, you don't. You wouldn't last a day selling crack, pal. All right. I grew up in Baltimore. I would rob you if we grew up together. Listen, some of the Canadian white people might just be scared because you're black. I'm not. You know what I mean? Your friend probably believes that you can sell crack. I don't at all. Your family probably did all right, huh? What does your dad do?
I work with him.
Oh, you work with him is he an engineer? Yeah, see, suck my dick. Dad and engineer, that's awesome, dude. Dad and engineer, you work in the lab, that's fucking sick. And you're not gonna be an engineer. You're gonna be a programmer. Okay, nice. All right, is that a type of rebellion to your father? I'm gonna be the other kind of nerd, Dad.
Huh? That's cool. What about you, pal? What's the... Yeah. What the fuck is this? I'll do whatever the fuck I want. Don't fucking sit there and yell at me with your grandmother's jacket on, motherfucker. What do you do? Go ahead. Just a mail. See, there you go. That's an honorable fucking job, dude. You're the one I respect the most out of the three of them. Is that a good job in Canada too? It's a good job in America. No? What, you're anti the postal service?
My stepmom's a mail lady and she's a bitch.
Okay, well you think maybe that has a little something more to do with your relationship to your stepmom? Yeah. You know what they say about fucking mailmen? Always barging in on you when you're beating off. I hate when they do that. Fucking mailmen, always stealing your father's love from you.
I want to be a side bitch. You know, that sounds fun. Anybody here ever done that? What happened with you, buddy? You snitched? Oh! Boo! Wow, dude. You were like, listen, bro, man to man. What a fucking loser. And you broke the side bitch's code with that one. What was the final straw where you were like, I'm gonna fucking kamikaze this bitch's life? Yeah, relax, we already booed him. All right, shut up.
Relax,
You're
we
getting
already booed him.
overzealous. The mob is too bloodthirsty right now. What was the result? You know, I don't like to sanction slurs, but she earned that one.
Anybody here going through any breakups, heartache? Yeah, what happened? What's up, buddy? You, yes. What's going on?
I cheated.
You cheated? What a way to start. I cheated, but I'm pretty sad.
But I'm sad.
I hate consequences. I was hoping I could keep getting pussy on the side. That was kind of what you were hoping for, wasn't it, buddy? How many times did you cheat?
I cheated the once.
Just the one. Just one. Was it your birthday?
So I cheated.
Yeah, no, we covered that.
Yes, we covered that, yeah.
And then what? How just once? She punched you? For real? For real?
I cheated.
Okay, all right. Yeah. Sorry, this is Texas and your friends like, yeah, no, of course. You get punched, you fuck. That's fair. Okay, I hope it doesn't work the other way around here. No. Okay, but just the one. Who was the person you cheated with, if you don't mind me asking? Yeah, go ahead. Please.
Anytime.
Motherfucker, hurry up. We're not all there. Just say it, you fuck.
Oh my God, I have a friend like this.
Piece of shit. Huh? The Denver airport?
Had a 7-hour later.
No, shut up. You got pussy in the airport, is what you want me to believe. You took an Uber. You knew someone in Denver. You planned it? What do you mean you took? Okay, hold on. What happened? Who was this person? How did you meet him? Tinder? Stop with the hand motions, all right? Are you lying to me? Be honest.
This is a
He's telling the truth. Okay, you guys. Who was this person that he met in Denver? Oh, a kid. Oh, you were on the straight to get pussy dating apps. I see. While you were in a relationship. Okay, all right. Okay.
Yeah, that's the base. Yeah.
Do you have a learning disability? Am I being mean? Does he have like an issue or something? I really can't tell if you're drunk or you have like cerebral palsy or something. And I don't want to be insensitive, you understand? So please let me know if that's what's going on. Okay, he's just a dumb piece of shit. Okay. Your conversational skills felt developmentally disabled. Alright, that's fine. How about I say it for a friend over here? Just waiting in line for a Southwest flight smelling like pussy.
Does anybody here ever be off to a dead person? No, I'm not gonna. Miss Elizabeth?
Yeah. Don't disrespect Miss Elizabeth. Uh-huh.
Oh, Macho.
Oh, no. About to catch an elbow drop straight to hell. Yeah. Gonna deserve every bit of the pain.
Man's like girlfriend. Nice. She dead?
Oh, she's like dead, yeah.
You said it like that was the reason you beat off to her. Oh, she's dead, pal. What do you know? Cause of death? Just drugs, steroids?
No, not steroids.
Just Slim Jims?
Oh, yeah.
Nice. Cocaine? Similar? What do you mean?
No, she was doing pills with Lex Luger. Uh-huh. Decided to let her go. Wanted to move on with my life. Yeah. Let her go on to TNA wrestling. She went into a relationship with Lex Luger. Yeah. Decided to do some of the pills. You know, some of the prescription, non-prescription. You never know. Yeah. No, for real. That's what happened.
That's true. No, that's true. We're not gonna get anywhere else. You're pretty drunk on a Monday. It's 8:00. It just turned 8 o'clock. Jeopardy hours. This fucking guy. This guy
I've done that.
is fucking drunk as shit in a
I've done
folding
that.
chair in a bowling alley.
I unfortunately did that at a concert one time where I got a little too hammered, like right before the actual show.
Respect, man. Cheers for
Yeah, learn your lessons there, kids. Sad part was I was like 30.
That's some real Texas shit. I want the freedom to drive drunk. How many DUIs? Huh? How many you got?
How many DUIs?
Buddy? How many you racked up?
My dad has 3.
Your dad? It's not hereditary, you fucking idiot. Yeah, it sort of runs in the family. What are you gonna do? I inherited 3 DUIs.
Inherited 3 DUIs.
So what do you have? 4? You had to top them? You're like, your dad's like, I just want to grow up and I just want to see my son get drunker than me. You got a couple? What do you got? Nah? You're still trying to beat him, so what? No, stop. That's not how that works. Can you drive right now? Are you legally allowed? You are, okay, definitely. Well, it's not. Have you ever had to blow into a thing? Do you ever have to blow in to start your... The nose. Oh, so you beat it. You beat it by the skin of your teeth is what you're saying. Wow. And you didn't deserve to beat it for sure, right? You were drunk as hell. Why do you think they let you go? You don't know?
Nah, shit, man, I don't know. He's even like, I don't know. Fuck, man. Those are irresponsible cops.
I mean, what I wouldn't have given to be that cop. See this beautiful, tall, dark, and handsome motherfucker come through, fucking tipsy, and say to the kid, hey, listen, man, we can make this disappear. You know what I mean? Let me just go ahead and, oops, looks like there's a body cam malfunction. Zip.
Zip, yeah.
So you do have a DUI or no? 0. All right. No, it's fortunate, you idiot. It's not. You don't want to get one. What a fucking stupid place.
Does anybody have a type when they're hooking up? Is everybody looking for anything specific? What's that, buddy? Huh? Asian or said that? You? Oh man, lanky white guy, huh? That's not good. You into anime? What are we doing? You know Japanese? Huh? What? You're dating Asian now? Okay, this is interesting. What is she, a wrestler? What are you talking about? How'd you meet her? How'd you meet her? Tinder, really? Nice, dude. Have you fucked a lot of Asian women? How did this start? Was there like a specific Asian woman that kind of started it all for you?
Well, I gotta see.
Yeah, take your time.
Yeah, take your time.
I mean, immediately, like earlier in your life. Yeah. Thank you for translating to dumbass. You're not a fucking young guy, you know what I mean? Like, there's been a lot of times where you got pussy in the past, that's what I'm saying. As a, teenager, was there like a formative age that really hooked you?
Yeah, there's like first club I went to see.
First club? Like a dance club? Like a nightclub?
I was 16.
You were 16 and you went to an Asian dance club? On purpose?
That'll do it.
You act like you were assigned the club. You know what I mean?
No, that'll do it.
You said like, well, you get your first club in the mail. I was like, Asian? What? Like it's this sorting hat from Harry Potter. Chinese. What do you mean you went to a club? You decided, you chose to go to an Asian club as a 16-year-old? You had an Asian, oh, okay, all right, okay, I see. And then, so then, did you hook up with somebody that night, or just looking around, you were like, well, now wait a second, this is pretty cool. That's what happened. Okay, and what would you say the percentage of women you dated in your life that are Asian is? Most, really? Wow. And, okay, this is interesting. What about the ones who aren't? Now I want to know about them. Couple whiteys in the mix, or huh? You were married to an Asian woman, or? Okay, that's not what I asked. You understand?
That's not what I asked. No, he was asking if you've had experiences of any other race.
The language barrier would be an issue. You can't even speak English. You guys pumped for the holidays? What do you got going on holidays?
Nothing.
Nothing? No family? Nothing?
I got family, but I'm single, so.
You're
God damn.
Family, but you're single.
This is the shit.
Okay, how old are you?
36.
36. Okay, no worries. Don't say it with. Don't be embarrassed. Huh? All right. So you go back home to your parents, or what?
Yep.
Nice. Do you have any siblings?
Yeah, I got a sister.
Sister, how's she doing?
She's all right.
I'm not trying to fuck your sister.
She's all right.
Okay, I don't even know if she's hot, so I'm just asking about her. Until, huh?
Because she's trans.
She's trans? She can still be hot. What do you mean?
She can still be hot.
You have a trans sister?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. Does she have a family? Yeah. She does. But I mean like her own, not,
Yeah, no, she's married.
She's married? Okay, nice. So she's just crushing it compared to you, right? Like your family like way loves her more, you know what I mean? Probably. No?
He lives in the basement.
You live in the basement with Oh, damn, you do? He couldn't wait for me to get to it organically. Interesting, you live in the basement. Okay, nice. So going home for the holidays is going upstairs? What about you, motherfucker? Do you live in a basement?
No, I have a house.
Huh?
I have a house.
You have a house, nice. What are you doing for the holidays?
Go over to New York.
Go over to New York?
A lake house.
A lake house, okay. Is
Lake
that also
house
yours?
in New York.
You
Jesus.
just bragging about your real estate right now? You're really rubbing it in on your basement dwelling friend? You're like, yeah, I have my own house, and then sometimes I have a part-time house that I go to. He could probably live in it, but he seems like to like the basement.
Tickets here. That's all.
You got the tickets? Nice, dude. Well, you're saving a lot on rent, I'm guessing. They got expenses. Their mom doesn't drop a stew off at the top of the stairs for lunch every day. They got to make their own meals. What was the last job you had?
I'm a chef.
Chef. Okay. Oh, I see what's going on here. All right. Nice. What's your go-to? What's your best dish?
I mean, I'm like a breakfast coach.
You're okay. You work brunch. Gotcha. All right. Nice. Notoriously the worst shift, right? Everyone hates brunch. Yeah.
It's something.
It's something. Okay. So what's the game plan? You're 30. I didn't mean to get here. I wanted to have like a nice holiday discussion. And somehow we got to you live in your basement, you're 37.
I said I asked for it, right?
Okay. So you must soft boil a good egg though. Like nobody's fucking business. All right, let's glass half full.
Fucking business. Hey, I like how he took pride in his job all of a sudden. That's cool.
Yeah, you guys crashing in the basement? What's going on?
Oh, he's crashing. You're having a sleepover as an adult? Damn, that is how you know you're a fucking loser. No disrespect. If as a 37-year-old man, you're packing a bag to sleep at your boy's house. You're like, yeah, I need a little break from my home. Like a fucking child in an abusive household. But he's just a 37-year-old man who should have gone to community college. What do you think if you had one, plan, one shot, what's it gonna be? Just gonna keep cooking? You're really just gonna ride this out, huh?
I was married.
Oh, you were married.
Yeah, no,
There
divorce.
we go. All right,
yeah,
It's coming
this
together,
this
everyone.
strikes me as divorce.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Yeah.
My parents' house this whole fucking time.
Okay. See, that would have been
that makes
helpful
a lot more
information. I
sense.
thought you were riding a 37-year streak in your parents' home with a 2-year break when you were failing out of whatever state school you got into. But no, okay, marriage and we're building back up. All right, I see you.
I gave up the house. And
You
all
gave
that
up the
shit.
house.
I
Gotcha.
didn't really care. I didn't want. What the fuck am I gonna live in this house? After
Yeah, tough stuff going on here. What do you want? What happened? What do you think? Just a general deterioration of the relationship, or?
She's just a whore.
She's a whore. Jesus God. Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna allow that in his case. You know what I mean?
Oh damn.
I guess you got cheated on, maybe. Yeah, that's okay. Did you do any cheating?
Yeah, there's some bad echo on this one.
No, okay, damn. Fuck, dude. You could have at least called it even. Was there one time where you're like, I'm gonna be a good husband that you regret for the rest of your life, or no, probably not. 10 times? Yeah, in his basement, just hanging out, just having an awesome party. I see what's going on. Oh, in his. What, you got a cool basement?
He's married to my ex-wife's first cousin.
What the fuck is going on here? What do you feel about her? Do you think she's a good person?
Yeah, no, she's fine.
This is awesome. Their night is ruined. You said she was fine, but she fucking fucked my life up, dude. That's fine to you? They're gonna laugh about it now, 5 drinks in. It's like, oh, she's fine, huh? I'm in my fucking parents' basement and she's fine, huh? You know your fucking wife's not here, but I'm here, motherfucker. That's cool. You're gonna bounce back. Maybe it's time for a change of scenery. Time to fucking get your groove back.
You're probably right.
You know what I mean? Get some plugs. How much hair plug? Are you bald? I'm guessing that's why the indoor hat. Yeah. All right, there we go. How about this? This is a move I think bald men should start doing. Wigs. You know what I mean? Why not? Black ladies are killing it, dude. Every black woman I know has an awesome new hairstyle every 2 weeks. We know it's a wig. No one's like mad at them for having a wig. Why can't a bald white man have a wig? You know what I mean? I don't think you're ready to be on the forefront of that, but I think that's my next move. That's my next move, dude. Just fucking catch me with a sew-in a new one every 2 weeks.
Sew-in?
My shit is gonna look awesome, dude. I'm gonna have like a Brazilian teenager's straight black hair on my shit. I'm getting the good shit, too. I'm gonna come out here one day looking like fucking little orphan Annie, just tight red curls. All right, sick. All right, we've done enough. Sorry to really just get into your whole life, but shit happens, you know? There's worse things you could be than in your parents' basement in Burlington at 37 years old. Not a lot are coming to mind right now, but there are. You know, what do we got? What are we drinking?
Old-fashioned.
Let's get this guy an old-fashioned on me. What do we say, huh? It just never. I'm like, don't do it. They know. I told them ahead of time if I give somebody a drink, it's just to get out of a hole. So don't give it to them.
Just to get out of a hole. All right, here. Let's do this.
It's your girlfriend?
Yes. Kind of. Second date.
Second date. Oh, yeah. Dylan told me you guys were on a second date, so it's awkward. Hey, great news. This guy you seem to like, he's not gay. Or he's bi, but like super into chicks still. Just once in a while, he just likes to taste a wiener. Would that be a deal breaker? Maybe, but you don't know. You'd have to watch him blow a guy first, see how it goes. He's like,
Can you
I
stop
don't think I like it.
chewing on the cord, please?
He's like, no? Are you good? And she's like, yeah, this fucking, I don't know. It seems gayer than bi. No, come on. Working his ball back. Come on, don't. Stop. Oh, what? I'm
No,
getting
come on,
great at-
stop. This one's a little bit more, not mean-spirited, but just...
Great news, he's probably not bi.
That whole Piers Morgan thing that we were talking about, like, where it's like, yeah.
But he may have blew a guy in college, but
Offensive
you wouldn't hold
comedy.
that against him. That was just that one thing, to get an A in that class. It was a professor. He manipulated him.
Yeah. This is a small-ass club.
He was a victim. Where'd you meet? Online?
At a concert.
In real life at a concert? What was the concert? Jelly Roll.
Jelly Roll.
Or was it Dirk Bentley? Yeah, country shit, dude. You were
He
dressed
called
like
it.
a slut, remember? Of course you were. That's where the sluts go now. Country music. There's no more goth. Did you guys hook up the first night? No. No? You made him work? Nice. Still working. Hasn't happened yet? Second date? All right, sweetheart. What are your parents still together? This one's never had a Thanksgiving argument over here. Look at that.
Damn.
You just parted ways after the Dirk Bentley concert?
Yeah, and then we
I kind of feel bad.
Second date since. So 3 dates. Wow. Have you
He's
whacked
gonna
him
try
off
and milk
anything?
this one, though.
No?
Hey, stop. You're about to fall.
You know, he's whacked off now 3 times. For sure. For sure. When he shaved his nuts, both of those times to see you. And then you were like, good night, and you kissed him on his stupid forehead, and then he went home.
Dude.
With his own balls while he masturbated, because he shaved them. Someone's got to enjoy them. I've been there, dude. I'd play with my own perfectly shaved nuts on a night where I thought something was going to happen.
Hey, I mean, come on. We all know that, like, hey, on the other end, you know, one leg up on the fucking shot, on the sink, you know.
You're ready to get out of here. See if tonight's tonight. She fucks it out with you.
It's just like,
Did you shave your
thanks,
nuts today?
man. I'm pretty sure
Every
that
day.
no comedian has ever been a
Every single
wingman.
day? God bless you. Bald? Whole thing bald. All right.
All right.
At least you shave it. That's okay. She shaves her pubes every day, dude. So here's the thing. Even if you don't fuck her tonight, you're going to whack off thinking about that, though, now. At some point when she was looking at a text you were sending, she was like... She does it every day, so it's routine now. She can one-hand it.
Dude, this was my favorite bit about, like, doing, like, crowd work and just seeing other guys like Jay do crowd work, where they would focus in on, like, a couple, and once you realize that it's, like, super early, you're just like, oh, I can have so much fun with this.
Where are you guys going after the show? Back to your place. Yeah? Back to your place. No. You have to work tomorrow? So you better fuck quick.
She better
Don't
fuck
fucking sit
quick.
around all night shooting the shit, showing them your stupid record collection. Get to it. Where do you work?
Well, I'm not getting paid right now, so
So you don't have to be at work tomorrow.
for the government.
You work for the government. Oh, the shutdown's going on, I think. It is, right? I don't know. That's bad, right? Fucking sucks. Because shit sucks about it.
Shit sucks
You pissed
about
off
it.
too, dude? I know, me too.
God damn it, Jay.
Fucking government
Just remember, this is Dave Smith's best friend.
shutdown shit. And just for all these idiots, tell us again why they did that again. Because I could tell, or look at these idiots' faces. They don't even know.
Look at all
the
these
government-
idiots' faces. Not this faces. All the other idiots.
I don't want to know. I'm sure it's bad. I feel terrible for you. You should fucking fuck this guy tonight. Get it out of your system. Why not? Work's gonna suck.
He's
You're
like,
not getting paid anyway.
Eh?
Might as well show up with this guy's milk mustache all over your fucking nips.
All right. Not his best. Still funny. Not his best. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Lady screams free Palestine at Big J. Oh boy, I'm not sure if I want to tackle that one. Here, let's go Dungeons and Dragons.
I got it from Paco, my personal agent. He does my nails, he whacks me off, camera work, light editing. He can fit in the air conditioning ducts if we have to do a heist. Governor's Long Island. This place always makes me laugh because the menu's too big. You're not supposed to be ripping into a fucking sirloin while you're laughing.
You can see why they're friends. I don't like either of their comedy.
Makes sense. Do you want the house-made red-skin potatoes? You didn't even eat. It's uncomfortable as shit, right? You just leave it in front of you. Damn. You ever had this girl told you she was gonna fuck tonight, now you don't wanna have broccoli farts. What do you have in front of you, miss? What is that? Baked ziti. This is Rob's girlfriend for a long time. So you guys aren't gonna fuck tonight. What did that mean? This go over here super comfortable. They ripped right into their steak. You didn't give a shit. Good for you, dude. Fuck her. She'll blow you after you took a steak dump.
Literally going from table to table.
Sorry you guys are gonna sit here for Josh's dissertation for failure. 35 minutes. You said they were perk 30s for the 100. Perk 30s. He's definitely on drugs. There's no one that's off drugs. Profusely sweating. I'm gonna talk to him on the ride home. Shit. Now, this other time I was on perk 30. Kill a prostitute, at least I thought I did. Shallow grave, just in case. Just in case. Is this your husband here? Boyfriend. Did you guys need a tattoo thing? Where'd you meet? Online? No shit. Where, like in the World of Warcraft? Did he sire you? In some sort of, some fucking group looks like a bunch of Dungeon and Dragon. Everybody shreds guitar and never gets laid. Yeah.
Except for him.
I just found one chick to watch me shred. Mom! The teacher. Online, which one was it? Tinder? Yes. Really?
I like how I'm mad now. Where it's like, wait a minute.
First night, right? Ish? She blew you. It's a long story?
That's a long story.
Inch one, wet, soft. Whoopsies. Every guy in here has a girlfriend or is married, so you couldn't laugh too hard at that. Sorry how hot it is in here. I got all these fucking white ladies fanning off like it's black church.
Well, Sylvie, it's kind of like you said. As much as like the comedian needs to know their own audience, sometimes, like a guy like him, the audience knows him. You know, so they're going there for it. I'm not sure if it's like a kink thing or what it is, but I don't know why some people like that.
You know,
I genuinely don't. As someone who's worked rooms and tried crowd work, kind of like this, not as much like I never got into like people's sex lives, but yeah, it's a thing. I mean, it's an easy subject, I guess, to kind of get into.
Here? Is that possibly true? 88. Damn. Do the show outside? I think I'm better out there. It's muggy as shit. And you won't be able to hear me. You can crowd work, but everyone's just standing in a circle. This motherfucker over here. I appreciate you sitting through the heat.
88 in a room, no AC. Fuck that. I'm out.
Water are free. This cheap bitch bringing home her full ZD. Look at you.
Look at this cheap bitch bringing home a full CD. Hey, no cheap. Hey, no.
You're not gonna eat it later, you fucking weirdo.
Yeah, you are. Well, it's Comedy Club ZD. Maybe not. I don't know. It's catered.
You feed it to your kids? That sounds even worse. Just throw it down on the styrofoam in front of them and go fuck your boyfriend. I'm gonna be upstairs sucking off Rick. Eat big TV, your real father gets here. Rick walks by, I'm like, what are you guys playing there? What are you guys playing there? That's cool. You have kids, you said, yeah? How old?
3 and 5.
Not his.
No.
Nice.
Nice.
You guys live together though? Yeah. You do, so you live with the kids.
I'm sorry, Sylvie. This is the stuff that I do love about crowd worker.
3 and 5? Boys or girls? Both. Oh, boy and a girl. I thought you meant like the. They're both. We're letting them choose. Damn. Place got uncomfortable. Sorry.
I'm guessing it's that Southern Club.
Two little trannies.
Ah, shit. Jay. Jesus Christ. I didn't know he was that bad. Oh, fuck. Well, this kind of explains some things. Shit. Man, he didn't used to be like that. That's actually kind of fucked up.
You're having a good time.
Damn, Jay.
Through the heat. Where are you from? Yeah. Long
Hey. Oh, you little fucker.
Are you the whole table, one big group? Or just the ladies here? No shit. Never happens on my show. Are you guys here to kill me? You're all married, yeah? Girls let away from the husbands. They sent you to hot-ass governors where your pussies are going to be so smelly and sweaty when you serve it. There's no way you can cheat. Even your longest longshoreman. It's not going to fuck someone sitting in this fucking pussy soup. I assume you shaved. It's the summertime. You're a lady. Foolish? Foolish? Aww. Appreciate that. I'm a foolish guy, but the summers can get tough. This is Long Island. I bet if I said, who's your pussy laser doctor, 7 names would get yelled out. But they all end in Burgerstein, for sure. What if that's what this party was right here? This is the eve of the night you all get pussy rejuvenation. That's why you got the big bushes. They told you you can't shave because of the anesthesia. Pussy rejuvenation? If you're gonna get pussy rejuvenation, I think you should go under. I'm not telling you how to. You ever get a colonoscopy? Yeah. Yeah? Did you love it?
Do you love it? No. No one loves a colonoscopy.
Were you gonna wait for it? They put you to sleep.
Best sleep of my life.
But you best sleep of your life? Why? Because they gave you.
The thing is, George Carlin did like prepared bits. Like, this is the difference. So, like, I have a lot of respect for George Carlin. But George Carlin did one thing that like always annoyed me, where he get mad at the audience for like clapping too hard or because it fucked with like the flow because it was all rehearsed. Crowd work is a different like ball game. That's also where I'm gonna say like I didn't know.
Fucking dreams.
Still playing like the Austin crowd, if you will.
You're like, get it, fucking guy from work.
That is the problem with Big J, though, is he will literally play to, like, a certain audience. So if he knows he's, like, where, like, Stavi usually plays, he'll kind of lay off some shit.
It was all a dream. You see him the next day at the shop. Hey, guys. Best sleep your
Just realized he lost a lot of weight, too.
If you can stay awake for it, you're allowed to, right?
I don't know. I wasn't doing it.
You wouldn't stay awake for it? I might.
No, I'm pretty sure they twilight, like, most people during colonoscopies now.
I think 50 you're supposed to get it, right?
Oh, no. It's a lot different now.
Yeah, I got like 45. You just want to finger my ass. Get in there. Oh, that's like, no, the colonoscopies were the deep with the tool, right?
Yeah, that's a tool, yeah. They put you under for that, yeah.
Just to report back to you guys something. I assume the story's gonna start with, I should have gotten unconscious. Instead, my throat closed up. I'm gonna stay awake, because if we're gonna do it, let's just do it, right? I'm gonna go fucking chin down the fucking table and spray my ass like a video hoe.
Yeah, good luck.
I'm gonna cover a Soothe magazine. All married. And the husbands are what, taking care of kids or something? No? No kids? Your husbands are all
If you have insurance and you can get one, do it.
playing music together? You're in a band?
I'm not even kidding. Like, if you're anywhere near, like, between 35 and 50, fucking do it.
No shit, what's the band called? Free
Honestly, man, like, colon cancer is one of, like, the fastest growing cancers in that age cohort. So,
Plug. Cheap and
yeah, Mitch, then yeah.
dirty? I feel like you're not a fan.
Tolerance and exit only. Well, you're immature and you need to fucking grow the fuck up and get your medical procedures.
The lady said that, she went, what's he
Jesus
playing,
Christ.
guy?
I had my first colonoscopy when I was fucking 14 because I was having, like, severe stomach issues.
Guitar?
If I could do it then, you can do it now.
Bass, that's the worst, right? He plays guitar too, but bass in the band. No one gives a fuck about the bass player. Where are you from? Poland. No shit. It's so far away.
That's so far away.
Is that Jewish? Are you Jewish? No? Is that an impossible thing? I don't know anything about Poland. When I was young, I heard all those jokes that they were stupid, and I stopped paying attention. You're in the Poland, I'm like, why? So I watch them all walk around in a circle looking for a corner? It's national, how many of us can change a light bulb day?
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you go to the lowest common denominator and make it a little bit more, oh shit. What the hell? Oh, I just realized what happened. There we go. My bad, folks. Alrighty. I'll think about it for real. No, you need to. I'm not even kidding. Yeah, dude. 46? Yeah. You need to get one. They used to say 50. That's not the case anymore. It really isn't. Like, fuck. You know, my wife's not even 40. And that's, you know, it. That's for your love button. Your love button. God damn it. Let's see. What?
Yeah, the other, we're good here, right? Yeah. Thank you. Be safe, guys. Get her down. All right, we're good to go here. We just got the approval of the officers to stay here.
What?
Hey, can we get these dudes? Can we get these people with the camera out of here? Or no? Are they allowed to see there? The camera's out of here. No, they're right there. There's 3 of them posted up.
3 of them?
They move all the press back and tell them basically it's due to her safety. She's specifically requesting it.
All right, they're gonna come and move us right now. All right, can I go the other end? Because my truck's right there. My truck is where the fire trucks are. So what am I gonna do if it gets towed?
You gotta go through. All the way on the other side of the creek now.
Oh, shit.
Well, she saw us because Tim came over there. Tim got us kicked out of there again because he went right in the middle of the street and was looking at it. We got the drone over there.
So apparently
Somebody's
there's
yelling.
a jumper.
They were walking up from the southbound on North Grand to come get these heading up.
Fuck. She can't see me here. Fuck.
I'm pretty sure you have nothing to do with it. Okay. I was just looking into this because I saw that there was a jumper on the LA freeway. I mean, it looks like they got the whole freeway shut down on this side. So.
Where that tape is?
I see the tape. I see the tape. I see it. I'm not blind. But he let Tim go the other way where I need to go to get to my truck. I don't know why he let him go that way when he told me I couldn't go that way. It's kind of pissing me off a little bit.
Hey, 5 Alarm, how you doing, dude?
We're gonna try to
See
work
you.
our way around somehow, guys.
Hope you're doing well.
My truck's on the other side, and it's a hell of a walk to get back over there.
Covering some stuff.
Huh?
Yo!
She's on the bridge.
Excuse me.
I had a good.
Got both my cats
What's
out
that?
here for once. My other
No, they're with her on the bridge. She's on the other side.
Dude. You have to pay the tax.
All right, guys, stick with me.
You're gonna have to pay the tax, man. Come here.
Tim did it again. He didn't walk over to where I was and tuck away and not be visible. He parked himself right in the middle of the.
If his car's on the other side of the fire truck, this can go that way. Are you good with that, or you want him to wait on this side?
Dude, no, they're gonna let him go back through there.
He ain't coming down.
Does he want to leave the area?
All right.
If we let him walk that way, he'll get back in his car and go.
Yeah, walk him over. Just walk
Looks
over.
like
That way
a
you can
temple.
go.
So so the girl is very agitated. She's very agitated.
Put the phone down way higher.
she's very agitated, and he went and he put his camera right in front of her on the bridge. On the bridge, got her all upset, then got us both kicked out of there. Unbelievable. And then they let him walk back through to go to his car, and they told me I couldn't.
Wah. Okay, whatever. So I don't know what we're watching. Going to surgery Thursday next week. Oh shit. Getting 9 discs fused in my lower spine. Had 3 discs broken in my neck. Jeez, dude. You're gonna be like a fucking... You're like a Robo-Man. Yeah, dude. Damn. It's crazy. You got this shit, though. I mean... Fuck. You've been through, like, a bunch of these before, right? Like, I don't know. Like, this is what sucks. My wife is going through, like, the whole thing where, like, she's kind of scared of, like, going into surgery, so... I can't tie my shoes. I'm sorry to hear that, brother. Fuck. Yeah, damn, 5. Yeah, I mean... Dude. That's a lot to deal with. Excuse me. Yeah, I know my wife's kind of freaking out about her thing. But, yeah, I know she's got this. Alright, I don't know what's going on here. Fuck this whole thing. I got a breaking news update. I was just like, oh, yeah, you know what? That'll be fine. That'll be tons of fun. You know what they say.
You're fucking detox.
Laces be back. All right, guys. This is not working, so I might end up having to end stream. My YouTube's not working. Oh, there it goes. Okay, never mind. Apparently, I need to go to the homepage through... Oh, there we go. All right. So, all these reports about people being pissed off at Trump now. What now? This has gotta be clickbait. Trying to get me to go click on this shit. Medical treatment has changed a lot in just 2 years. Yeah, I know. I've been trying to get her to that point where, like, she's not freaking out because, yeah. I appreciate that, though. And I'm sure she does, too. Because, yeah, she gets one of those fancy robots. Which, I think they got this. Now it's whether or not they have to break it into 2 bits, which it looks like they're going to have to. I don't know. We went through this yesterday, though, where we were kind of talking. I had this, like, realization where I was just like, I don't think I can even put myself in your shoes, so, it sucks. She won't see it, that way. When you're on the receiving end, it's a little different. Yeah. That's why I'm trying to be there for her as best I can. Yeah, it's good you're getting that done now. Yeah, it is. It is good. Oh, yeah, 5 Alarm. I talked to Tom on Facebook. I'm not sure if he, like, connected that, you know, we had a mutual, but, yeah, we had a back and forth. It was kind of fun. She'll be okay. Keep faith. Oh, thanks. No, dude. No, I got all the faith. Like, if anybody can give me, like, faith in being okay, it's my wife. She may have some rough moments, but realistically, like, dude, she's gotten this far, and she's, like, beyond strong. No, I appreciate that. No, and I do. Yeah. I'm still mostly going through email, but I do appreciate that, bro. I appreciate all you guys, well wishes and looking out for her. It means a lot to me. I know it means a lot to her, too. I know I say it a lot, but it really does. Yeah. I can also say that there have been moments that have not been as easy to, like, deal with as far as, like, just, it's actually mostly healthcare shit, where it's just like, fuck, man. Like, once the insurance gets involved, it gets a little dicey, you know what I mean? Jeff, what up, dude? Just got home. Yeah, I'm chilling. What up? It's Friday. You know how it goes. Sometimes I go a little bit later. Might go to midnight. Been having some fun. Watch some comedy. Got to chill out. Oh, excuse me. Now I'm at the back end of that night where it's just like, guys, I am getting sleepy. But even sleepy. Sweet, still going? Yeah. I'll be going for another 10 minutes. Kind of just want to chill. I was kind of getting a little, I don't know, soft. Not soft. More emotional. There we go. What am I, my dad? You're getting soft on me there, kid. You're talking about your feelings, weirdo. Fuck American insurance. They will bleed you while not covering shit. Yep. That's what we're dealing with right now. It's so much fun. Like, for real. Ugh. Dealing with some fucking, like, I mean, it seems shady. It literally seems shady. I told my dad about it, too. Where it was just like, oh, wait. I have to, like, we gotta pay, like, a actual, like, not even a deductible. It's a fucking, like, it's a deposit. That, I don't know, man. American, like you said, American healthcare really does make you, like, kind of, whoo, boy. Makes you a little angry. But that's why we can try to vote and get active with campaigns and stuff. Hey. We should, though. Go pay on top of that. Yep. Yeah. Trust me. I know. I'm well aware. It's so much fun. American healthcare is so much fun. Yeah, do everything right. Yeah, make all, pay your taxes, do everything. And then something happens, then they start playing games. Oh, does your insurance actually, does it cover it? We don't know. Get back to us. Oh, wait, turns out we cover it. Cool. Oh, wait a minute. You didn't do this little piece of paperwork. It's just, it's stupid, man. Going to Germany for your next surgery. Your flight leaves on Monday. Oh, shit. Oh, man. That's awesome that you can do that. My dad was one of those. Like, he was able to go to another country, get checked out. I can tell you right now. Yeah, sucks when you can't. But Jen Person, Hello. Welcome to the show. I appreciate you being here. Hey, Bryant. Good to see you too, man. Hey, I'm glad that y'all got to catch up before I take off. I'm kind of late, aren't you? Yes. Yes, I am. And I'm going to be going to bed in about 10 minutes. I love it. Aw, I appreciate that, man. Well, I mean, if you got the internet and you're ever feeling a little down, well, check in. Don't be afraid to. But man, I hope everything goes right. Goes well for you. Also, safe travels. Like, you got a decent amount of plane time ahead of you, but yo, if you haven't watched The Boys, check that out. There you go. That'll get you to Germany. That entire show. Yeah. Actually, fuck, I think that you might get like through 2 seasons, maybe. Not even. But yeah. The flight's gonna suck. Nah. I don't know. I don't know what you can take, but I had some like anti-anxiety stuff that really helped, you know. Got to fly with my iPod. I watched Ninja Assassin twice. I watched The Matrix and a few other movies because this was my literal iPod. It was my iPod video. Fun times. Yeah. But that's what I mean. Like, nah, come on. Yes, watch The Pit. There you go. Me and my wife are about to watch The Pit. I haven't watched it yet, so Sylvie, I appreciate you saying that. I'm gonna check out The Pit. Might even be like this weekend. Who knows? Who knows? Oh, man. 6 hours? Yeah, 7. Nah, no. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Like I said, find a show. Let's see. The show you can knock out in 7 hours. I mean, shit, pretty much any first season, second season of whatever. I would probably, if I was going to a European country with 6 to 7 hours travel time, I'd watch Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Rings Extended Edition, and Two Towers. And then I would watch Return of the King on the way home. And maybe mix in Hobbit Part 1. Just do a whole Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings like watch. And you know what? That would do it. That would get me through it. That is a long ass flight, but I don't know. I also took like a nice little sleep ailment, if you will. That was my favorite part when I woke up and I was like, how long is left in this flight? And they were like, 2 hours. I was like, yeah, I could do that. Lost audio. Reset stream. Your end. My audio's fine. John Wick. Nice. Nice, nice. Yeah, actually, I think John Wick would be good. 10-4. Hell's Kitchen? Ooh. I like cooking shows. The Great British Bake Off was the last one. How the fuck is he alive after the last movie? Probably isn't. I mean, I hope he isn't. They got the ballerina, which that takes place in between John Wick 3 and 4, which cool. I haven't seen it. I don't know. I do hate it when like Hollywood just milks the shit out of properties that, you know, would have been a lot better off had they just let it go. Fuck, The Matrix is one of those where that last Matrix movie did not need to happen. I didn't like it. And honestly, like, I had just come to terms that with like the actual like Matrix trilogy as a whole and been like, oh, you know what? Yeah, it wasn't that bad. You know, it's like I think my expectations were too high. But overall, as a story, I thought it was good. You thought Matrix 4 was good? I don't know, man. It was a little confusing. Saw. Ooh, I like the Saw movies. I just watched Saw X. That was all right. I'm pretty sure there's another one after that. Spiral was all right too. Oh yeah, you know, well, I liked it. They lampshaded the badness. I don't know. Yeah, no, Matrix 4 seemed pointless. Yeah, they made a fourth one. Without Morpheus, but with Morpheus, who is a different Morpheus. Because, you know, even Lawrence Fishburne was like, I don't think this is a great script. It really wasn't. I'm going to be honest. I didn't like it. I really didn't. Oh, actually, wait. 5 Alarm. Watch the show Dark. If you have Netflix or, you know, Sail Ye Seven Seas, Ehar. Dude, yeah, the show Dark. It's very good. Pretty sure it's Norwegian. I think it's Norwegian. It might be Polish. I don't know. All I know is it's good as fuck. I shotgunned that entire show in pretty much like one weekend. It's German. Oh. Well, fuck me. Well, either way, it's good. Watch the show Dark. It's 3 seasons long, and honestly, it's worth it. It's so fucking worth it. I don't want to explain anything either. It's good. You watched Dark, but it was one of the first shows I watched high with friends, so I don't remember any of it. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. The way that season 3, like, it's one of those shows that, like, from start to finish, it all makes sense after, I mean, I'll just say this much. It's got some sci-fi elements. There we go. Every character is down. Yeah. Hannah. Yeah. All right. There's this one character, Hannah. She's the mother of the protagonist, and just overall, one of the worst characters in any fucking show that I have seen in a long time. Like, to the point where, like, yeah, she's one of those, like, you want to punch your TV screen kind of characters. You're just like, why would they make her this bad? Why? It's like, just when you think she couldn't go any lower, oh, they find a way. You binged Ozark probably half a dozen times. Oh, no. Ozark is great. Actually, if you like Ozark, I think you would like Dark. Yeah. No, 5 Alarm. Check it out. For real. I think that and you're going to Germany, so it's a German show. And honestly, that will get you there and back. because it's 3 seasons. Each episode's about like 45 minutes to like an hour long. It's so good though. Like it really is. You get hooked immediately. And I'm telling you, it's going to be very, very hard to like not watch the rest of it. That's what addicting means. Germany is beautiful. Never been there. My mom went there. I was not able to. I went to France and London, and we took a train to Amsterdam. It's a good train. It was a good time. But it was also, yeah, you're out. All right, Mitchell. Yeah, you know what? I'm out because it's midnight. It's probably late where you all are. I do appreciate you all hanging out. And Stan's going nuts. Good. Oh, my itchy boy. All right, everybody. So you're aware I've dropped you in TYTL last night. I am in my 9 content careers at this point, so I'm pushing you where I can. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, 5 Alarm. Thanks, man. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I'm trying to get out there. Like I said, I had a back and forth with Mr. Tom. It was a good time, but yep. Good night, folks. I appreciate you all hanging out. Tomorrow is likely no stream unless I feel like it. And who knows, I might, because we got that Trump game that is a blast. So tomorrow, pep walks? I don't think so. I think that's next weekend, because I got this, like, I don't want to ruin it. I'll talk about it next week. So tune in. No matter what, I'll be here Monday. But yeah, keep your notifications on, and I will catch you later. Good night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.